Section 28 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. The Stalwart Standpoint by Roscoe Conkling. From a speech in the United States Senate, April 24, 1879. We are told that 45 million people are in danger from an army nominally of 25,000 men scattered over a continent, most of them beyond the frontiers of civilized abode. Military power has become an affrighting specter. Soldiers at the polls are displeasing to a political party. What party? That party whose administration ordered soldiers, who obeyed, to shoot down and kill unoffending citizens here in the streets of Washington on Election Day. That party which has arrested and dispersed legislatures at the point of the bayonet. That party which has employed troops to carry elections, to decide that a state should be slave and should not be free. That party which has corralled courts of justice with national bayonets and hunted panting fugitive slaves in peaceful communities with artillery and dragoons. That party which would have today no majority in either House of Congress except for elections dominated and decided by violence and fraud. That party under whose sway, in several states, not only the right to vote, but the right to be is now trampled underfoot. Such is the source of an insulting summons to the executive to become particeps criminis in prostrating wholesome laws, and this is the condition on which the money of the people, paid by the people, shall be permitted to be used for the purposes for which the people paid it. Has the present national administration been officiously robust in checking the encroachments and turbulence of Democrats, either by the use of troops or otherwise? I ask this question because the next election is to occur during the term of the present administration. What is the need of revolutionary measures now? What is all this uproar and commotion, this daring venture of partisan experiment for? Why not make your issue against these laws and carry your issue to the people? If you can elect a president and a Congress of your thinking, you will have it all your own way. Why now should there be an attempt to block the wheels of government on the eve of an election at which this whole question is triable before the principals and masters of us all? The answer is inevitable. But one truthful explanation can be made of this daring enterprise. It is a political, a partisan maneuver. It is a strike for party advantage. With a fair election and an honest count, the Democratic Party cannot carry the country. These laws, if executed, ensure some approach to a fair election. Therefore, they stand in the way, and therefore they are to be broken down. I reflect upon no man's motives, but I believe that the sentiment which finds expression in the transaction now proceeding in the two houses of Congress has its origin in the idea I have stated. I believe that the managers and charioteers of the Democratic Party think that with a fair election and a fair count they cannot carry the state of New York. They know that with free course, such as existed in 1868, to the ballot box and count, no matter what majority may be given in that state where the green grass grows, the great cities will overbalance and swamp it. They know that with the ability to give 80, 90, 100,000 majority in the county of New York and the county of Kings, half of it fraudulently added, "It is idle for the 3 million people living above the highlands of the Hudson to vote." This is a struggle for power. It is a fight for empire. It is a contrivance to clutch the national government. That we believe, that I believe. The nation has tasted and drunk to the dregs the sway of the Democratic Party, organized and dominated by the same influences which dominate it again and still. You want to restore that dominion. We mean to resist you at every step and by every lawful means that opportunity places in our hands. We believe that it is good for the country, good for every man, North and South, who loves the country now, that the government should remain in the hands of those who were never against it. We believe that it is not wise or safe to give over our nationality to the dominion of the forces which formerly and now again rule the Democratic Party. We do not mean to connive at further conquests, and we tell you that if you gain further political power, you must gain it by fair means and not by foul. We believe that these laws are wholesome. We believe that they are necessary barriers against wrongs, necessary defenses for rights, and so believing, we will keep and defend them even to the uttermost of lawful, honest effort. The other day, it was Tuesday, I think, it pleased the honorable senator from Illinois, Mr. Davis, to deliver to the Senate an address, I had rather said an opinion, able and carefully prepared. That honorable senator knows well the regard not only, but the sincere respect in which I hold him, and he will not misunderstand the freedom with which I shall refer to some of his utterances. Whatever else his sayings fail to prove, they did, I think, prove their author, after Mrs. Winslow, the most copious and inexhaustible fountain of soothing syrup. The honorable senator seemed like one slumbering in a storm and dreaming of a calm. He said there was no uproar anywhere. One could infer you could hear a pin drop from center to circumference. Rights, he said, are secure. I have his language here. If I do not seem to give the substance a right, I will stop and read it. Rights secure north and south, peace and tranquility everywhere. The law obeyed, and no need of special provisions or anxiety. It was in this strain that the senator discoursed. Are rights secure when fresh-done barbarities show that local government in one portion of our land is no better than despotism tempered by assassination? Rights secure when such things can be as stand proved and recorded by committees of the Senate? Rights secure when the old and the young fly in terror from their homes and from the graves of their murdered dead? Rights secure when thousands brave cold, hunger, death, seeking among strangers in a far country a humanity which will remember that, quote, before man made them citizens, great nature made them men, end quote. Read the memorial signed by Judge Dillon, by the Democratic mayor of St. Louis, by Mr. Henderson, once a member of the Senate, and by other men known to the nation, detailing what has been done in recent weeks on the southern Mississippi. Read the affidavits accompanying this memorial. Has anyone a copy of the memorial here? I have seen the memorial. I have seen the signatures. I hope the honorable senator from Illinois will read it and read the affidavits which accompany it. When he does, he will read one of the most sickening recitals of modern times. He will look upon one of the bloodiest and blackest pictures in the book of recent years. Yet the senator says all is quiet. Quote, "There is not such faith, no, not in Israel." End quote. Verily, quote, "order reigns in Warsaw." End quote. Solitudinem faciunt passum appellant. Mr. President, the Republican Party everywhere wants peace and prosperity. Peace and prosperity in the South as much and as sincerely as elsewhere. Disguising the truth will not bring peace and prosperity. Soft phrases will not bring peace. Quote, "Fair words butter no parsnips." End quote. We hear a great deal of loose, flabby talk about, quote, "fanning dying embers," end quote, quote, "rekindling smoldering fires," end quote, and so on. Whenever the plain truth is spoken, these unctuous monitions, with a Peter Parley benevolence, fall copiously upon us. This lullaby and hush has been, in my belief, a mistake from the beginning. It has misled the South and misled the North. In Andrew Johnson's time, a convention was worked up at Philadelphia, and men were brought from the North and South for ecstasy and gush. A man from Massachusetts and a man from South Carolina locked arms and walked into the convention, arm in arm, and sensation and credulity palpitated and clapped their hands, and thought a universal solvent had been found. Serenades were held at which, quote, "Dixie," end quote, was played. Later on, anniversaries of battles fought in the War of Independence were made occasions by men from the North and men from the South for emotional, dramatic hugging ceremonies. General Sherman, I remember, attended one of them, and I remember also that with the bluntness of a soldier and the wisdom and hard sense of a statesman, he plainly cautioned all concerned not to be carried away and not to be fooled. But many have been fooled, and being fooled have helped to swell the Democratic majorities which now display themselves before the public eye. Of all such effusive demonstrations I have this to say. Honest, serious convictions are not ecstatic or emotional. Grave affairs and lasting purposes do not express or vent themselves in honeyed phrase or sickly sentimentality, rhapsody, or profuse professions. This is as true of political as of religious duties. The Divine Master tells us, quote, "Not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven." End quote. Facts are stubborn things, but the better way to deal with them is to look them squarely in the face. The Republican Party and the Northern people preached no crusade against the South. I will say nothing of the past beyond a single fact. When the war was over, no man who fought against his flag was punished even by imprisonment. No estate was confiscated. Every man was left free to enjoy life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. After the Southern states were restored to their relations in the Union, no man was ever disfranchised by national authority. Not one. If this statement be denied, I invite any senator to correct me. I repeat it. After the Southern state governments were rebuilded and the states were restored to their relations in the Union, by national authority, not one man for one moment was ever denied the right to vote or hindered in the right. From the time that Mississippi was restored, there never has been an hour when Jefferson Davis might not vote as freely as the honorable senator in his state of Illinois. The North, burdened with taxes, draped in mourning, dotted over with newly made graves, tenanted by her bravest and her best, sought to inflict no penalty upon those who had stricken her with the greatest and, as she believed, the guiltiest rebellion that ever crimsoned the annals of the human race. As an example of generosity and magnanimity, the conduct of the nation in victory was the grandest the world has ever seen. The same spirit prevails now. Yet our ears are laroomed with the charge that the Republicans of the North seek to revive and intensify the wounds and pangs and passions of the war, and that the Southern Democrats seek to bury them in oblivion of kind forgetfulness. End of section 28. Section 29 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Against Senator Sumner, by Roscoe Conkling. From the debate in the United States Senate on Chinese naturalization, March 1870. The senator from Massachusetts says, quote, "Let us have a recess," end quote. I fear the Greeks. He has no good will for this bill, and if New York ever hold an honest election, it is to be in spite of the honorable senator from Massachusetts, and not because he gives 1 ounce of aid to the Republican Party in that state. Mr. Sumner, I took the liberty of saying from my seat, quote, "have a recess," end quote. I said so sincerely. I am always in my place. I intended to be here tonight. I know not why the senator from New York should strike back at me because I made that simple suggestion. He says that I gave no aid to his bill. I have voted for his bill from beginning to end on every proposition, and, as I now understand it, I shall to the end as faithfully as the senator himself. But allow me to say that there is something higher than this bill. It is a great American principle which that senator now, on the 4th of July, declares his readiness to sacrifice. It shall not be sacrificed if I can save it. Mr. Conkling, I shall never be able, with the ostentation of the honorable senator from Massachusetts, to vaunt my great achievements in the cause of human progress, human equality, and human rights. Yet when the volume is closed, though it should close with the now setting sun, I will put against the record of that senator the humbler consistency of my own record from first to last. Nor do I fear that those who vote with me, having some regard for common sense and not alone for declamation, sensation, and high-sounding professions, will find, quote, their ineffectual fires, end quote, paled before the blazing light of the distinguished senator from Massachusetts. I will vote to eliminate this amendment from the bill, and going to my constituents will say, quote, as the last sands were running out, when the time had come when, if ever, the protecting shield could be thrown around the ballot box, I had too much sincerity and too little regard for personal effect in the galleries and in the country to trample underfoot a practical opportunity to do a good thing for the sake of a flourish of rhetoric or a vain and empty profession of love of human rights, end quote. And pointing to the record of my votes, insignificant as that record may be, which has at least no vacant place where an entry might have been made in behalf of human progress and human rights, I will trust the intelligence and honesty of my constituents, by which they discern light from darkness, to discern also the difference between improving practically an occasion to do good and trifling it away by vaulting and hollow attempts which everybody knows can result in no good, and which mean nothing but popular pretension and striving after effect. End of section 29. Section 30 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Free Speech Necessary for Good Government by Benjamin Constant. 1767 through 1830. Henry Benjamin Constant de Rebecque was born October 25, 1767, at Lausanne in Switzerland. In 1795, he removed to Paris, and attracting at once the attention of influential people, soon became prominent in the disturbed politics of that period. He was a member of the Tribunate from 1799 until 1802. Napoleon banished him, but he returned in 1814 and held office under Napoleon during the 100 Days. As a result of the Bourbon victory, he was again driven into exile, but returning in 1816, he was re-elected to the Chamber of Deputies, holding that position from 1819 to 1830. He published a number of works on political and ethical questions, at the head of which is generally ranked the Cours de politique constitutionnelle. He died at Paris, December 8, 1830. Constant stands in France for the advocacy of constitutional and representative government, such as that under which America and England have had their remarkable development. He has been admired for his earnestness and for his power of logical expression, but he had faults of delivery which impaired what might otherwise have been his commanding influence as an orator. It is said that his voice was dry and his manner stiff, and that his mind, though powerful, did not readily respond on the spur of the moment to demands made upon it for impromptus, so necessary for everyone who aspires to political leadership. Free speech necessary for good government. Delivered in the Chamber of Deputies at Paris, March 23, 1820, against restricting the liberty of the press. I would ask the minister if he has reflected on the inevitable consequences incident to the suspension, temporary or otherwise, of the free circulation of our newspapers. It may render him ignorant of all that is passing in the cliques of parasites and flatterers at court. All governments, whether liberal or despotic, you see, I eschew the words, quote, foreign to the interests or rights of the people, end quote, must rely for security on some means of knowing what is transpiring in the state. Even in Turkey, the viziers are sometimes irritated at being deceived by their pashas as to the situation of the provinces, and perhaps much may be attributed to the inexact knowledge a neighbor prince had of the dispositions of his garrisons when he saw them declare against him. Now, gentlemen, I assert as a fact that, in suspending the free circulation of newspapers, the government condemns itself to know nothing except from the advices of its salaried servants, that is to say, it will never know more than half the facts, and frequently it will believe the opposite of the true conditions. To prove this truth, I shall not resort to reasoning. Reasoning is too near liberty to need to be availed of. I shall invoke only a few facts, because facts are always the same. As we have seen, the chartered rights of the people may be demolished, but the facts remain impregnable. Well then, gentlemen, will you remember the occurrence in Lyon in June 1817? France was then under the exceptional laws under which you had placed her, Individual liberty was then, as it again will be, at the mercy of a ministry, and the censor made of journalism what you will do here in a week, if you adopt this proposed law. What was the result then, gentlemen? A real or a sham conspiracy resulted. The severest measures were taken. Many men were put to death, and for a long time persecution was a political method. Well, all this was done, and the government did not know just what it was agitating for. The government saw its error itself, for after all these executions had taken place, when, as a result, the conditions were irreparable, a marshal of France was sent to the field of these bloody severities to enlighten the ministry on the true state of things. In the meanwhile, they incarcerated, judged, condemned, executed, and all without knowing wherefore. For had it not been felt necessary to inform them, the tardy mission of Monsieur le Maréchal Marmont would not have been thought necessary. I shall not enter into this lugubrious history, nor judge between those who affirm or deny their authority in the conspiracy. Who is right or wrong, this has no bearing on what I would prove. What is important is that for months the government was in ignorance of the facts, and they had to send a personal messenger to report eyewitness on which they could depend. But, gentlemen, it might have been otherwise. If in the department of Rhône there had been a single liberal journal, this journal, Jacobin, revolutionary, or whatever you would call it, might present things from a different point of view from the local authorities. The government might hear the two sides. It should not commence by striking without reason, afterwards to send to find if it had any cause for striking. I may be mistaken, but I think this side of the question has never been indicated, and that it is worth examination. In suspending the free circulation of newspapers, the ministry announce that they desire to hear or learn nothing, save by their own agents. That is to say, if their agents are by imprudence, by any personal motives or passions, on a false route, they will learn from them only that which they think plausible to place their merit in evidence or to assure their justification. Is this to the interest of government? I ask the ministry to reflect. If at all times I treat this only from the standpoint of the interest of the ministry, it is because I would address them words they would hear. If it concerned them alone, I need not speak. All authority brings with it the penalties of its responsibilities, its vexations and false measures. Nothing can be more just, and what the result would be to the ministry is to me indifferent. But as the example at Lyon has shown us, the people resent this, and I would save the poor people a part of the sufferings towards which this new regime is inevitably conducting us. I call this a new regime because it is different from what the Charter had commenced to introduce in France. But I might as well and more justly call it the old regime, for it is the old regime which we are reconstructing piece by piece. Lettres de cachet, censures, oligarchic elections, these are the bases of the edifice. The columns and the capitals will come later. I ask the ministry if they intend to govern France without knowing her. Will they adopt measures depending on events of which they are informed only by men whose interests are presumably to disguise them? To commit thus, without profit to themselves, much injustice which they can never repair? If this be their intent, the suspension of the liberty of the press is a sure method of its fulfillment. But if they find that the French people value the right of being heard before being condemned, and that 28 million citizens should not be struck upon uncertain and possibly false reports, then the journals must be left free in their field of labor. Whatever the result, I am happy to have thus put the question. France will know, if this be refused, how much importance the ministry attach to her requests by the lightness with which they treat them. I ask if they will do me the honor to reply that they refute the example cited in the case of Lyon, and not lose themselves in vague declamations in reply to the citation of a precise case. Let us pass to another subject on which 2 words of explanation will be useful. To suspend the free circulation of the press is to place the newspapers in the hands of a minister and to authorize the insertion in them of what he pleases. Have you forgotten, gentlemen, what occurred when a law, similar to the one you would resurrect, gave to a cabinet minister this power? I would not speak of the elections. I should be ashamed to recapitulate facts so well known. It were idle almost to tell the damage caused, for in 3 successive elections the minister discredited the official articles attacking the candidates. He only contributed to their election. On my part, I owe him gratitude in this respect, and I pardon his intentions for their favorable results. The facts I want you to consider are much more important. You will probably remember that in the summer of the year 1818, several individuals who had filled responsible functions were arrested because they were suspected of conspiracy. I am not called on to explain or to defend these individuals. Their innocence or their guilt has nothing to do with this matter. They were detained. They were ironed. They had yet to be judged, and as they were to be exposed to the rigors of justice, they had a rightful claim on its safeguards. General Canwell was among the number. Well, gentlemen, while General Canwell was incarcerated, what did the minister do? He selected a journal of which the editors were friendly to the inculpated, and in it inserted the most damaging articles, and as they related to a man who was untried and unconvicted, I call them the most infamous. These articles circulated throughout France, and he against whom they had been directed had not the power to respond with a line. Do you find in this ministerial usage of the press anything delicate, loyal, legitimate? It is this slavish use of the press they would solicit you to enact anew. This condition can never be renewed. The constituency of our present ministry is a guarantee against it. By a law against universal liberty, you place the rights of all citizens at the discretion of a ministry. By suspending the freedom of the press, you will place at their mercy all reputations. I will not stop to examine the promise of the Minister of the Interior on this anodyne measure, which is to, quote, stop personalities, end quote, to, quote, encourage enlightenment, end quote, and to, quote, leave writers free, end quote. What opinions have the censors? Censors are to thought what spies are to innocence. They both find their gains in guilt, and where it does not exist, they create it. Censors class themselves as lettered. Producing nothing themselves, they are always in the humor of their sterility. No writer who respects himself would consent to be a censor. The title of royal censor was almost a reproach under the ancient regime. Has it been rehabilitated under the imperial censorship? These men will bring into the monarchy all the traditions of the empire. They will treat the liberty of the press as they do the administration, and we shall be marching under the guidance of the errors of Bonaparte without the prestige of his imperial glory and the quiet of its unity. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Ultimate America, Part 1. Joseph Cooke. The address on Ultimate America, delivered by Reverend Joseph Cooke in New York City in 1884, is perhaps the most celebrated of those striking addresses which gave him his reputation, and at the same time caused him to be attacked as few other platform orators have been in the history of the country. Concerning the correctness of Mr. Cooke's judgment on any given point, his opponents may find room to assert their own opinions as suit them best, but regardless of all such questions as they have raised against him, there is scarcely room for two opinions concerning his native ability as an orator. The facile expression which others have achieved at the expense of the greatest pains, he seems to have under some natural compulsion. To some men, the effort of expressing themselves is always great and painful, while others, possessed by ideas which drive them into the arena of public debate, would have even greater trouble in refraining from expressing themselves. To this latter class, Mr. Cooke undoubtedly belongs. His address on Ultimate America, of which the exordium and peroration are here given complete with a verbatim extract from the body of the address, was delivered in New York City, July 4th, 1884. The verbatim report in the New York Independent of July 10th, 1884, has been authoritatively recommended and accordingly used for the purposes of this work. Ultimate America, from an address delivered in New York City, July 4th, 1884. Sir Charles Dilke says that after he had seen cultured New England, he looked backward over his course of travel and did not seem to have seen America, and that after he had visited the torrid South and the spacious West and the brave Pacific coast, he had no feeling that he had seen America, and that it was only after he had sailed on the Pacific out of sight of the continent and looked backward that he first, by a combination of all his impressions, obtained suddenly a conception of America and of the American character. This English baronet should have been yet more cautious. He should have floated in imagination above the lakes and the Gulf, and have looked down on the continent when it shall have developed the capacities of its soil as fully as Europe now has those of hers. He should have asked what our population can be, and therefore probably will be. He should have seen how numerous and corrupt great cities may become, a London on the Hudson, a London on the lakes, a London at the mouth of the Mississippi, a London on the Pacific coast, tossing up, it may be, and playing with commonwealths in the giant arms of capital as a conjurer tosses up and plays with his flying balls. He should have inquired how wide may ultimately become the separation between rich and poor when the larger part of New England is a factory and half the West a rented farm, and the Pacific, on 100 new lines of commerce, is vexed with unaccustomed keels. He should have estimated how far commercial and political vices will spread, and how much school and church will do for the healing of the average millions whose intelligence and virtue will probably not be as they are now in proportion to their political power. He should have breathed the air of the marshes, as well as of the highlands and of the peaks with everlasting snowy tents in the spiritual landscapes of a new world, in which the formation of mountains and of marshes has but just begun. He should, in short, have taken counsel with Orion, as that constellation shall stand in the zenith, shaking his locks of sidereal fire above the Amazonian palms, when the stars have wheeled and burned above our good and evil another 100 years, for then and then only would he have seen ultimate America. When Edmund Burke was a young man, he wrote a letter to a friend stating that he had a plan of taking up his residence in Massachusetts for life. His reasons for this purpose were that, in his opinion, the Western continent was sure to have a great future, that it was in the infancy of momentous changes, and that it was, therefore, undoubtedly that quarter of the world in which right efforts put forth early would be the most certain of usefulness on a gigantic scale. Would this statesman and political philosopher hold a different opinion if alive today and young? The Roman eagles, when their wings were strongest, never flew so far as from Plymouth Rock to the Golden Gate, the longest straight line that can be drawn inside the limits of the old Roman Empire will not reach from Boston to San Francisco. Neither Caesar's empire nor Alexander's had the vast and multiplex physical opportunity possessed by America. Gibraltar and London, Thebes and the frosty Caucasus were the four corners of imperial Rome, and Alexander ruled from the Adriatic to the Indus. But stretch your compasses on the globe from London to the Egyptian Thebes, or from Gibraltar to the Caucasian summits, or from the Macedonian Adriatic to the Indus at the foot of the Himalayas, and you have not opened them as far as you must separate them to span the green fields and steepled cities beyond the surf of the Bay of Fundy and the waterfalls of the Yosemite, or to touch on the one side the Florida Keys and on the other the continuous woods. Where rolls the Oregon and hears no sound save his own dashings. On the British Empire the sun never sets. In the short summer nights, it never sets on the American Republic. San Francisco is the middle city in our territory. It is literally true that in August, the sunset has not ceased to flash on the spears of the fishermen in the Aleutian Islands before it begins to glint and blaze on the axes of the woodsmen in the forests of Maine. Roll up the map of New England. Unroll that of your whole country. How large is Texas? You could bury in it the German Empire and have room enough left for England and Wales. How large is California? You could bury in it England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and have room enough left for Switzerland and Belgium. How large is Colorado? You could bury in it Norway and have room enough left for Denmark. How large is Iowa? You could bury in it Portugal and Switzerland. How large is Lake Superior? You could sink Scotland in it. How large is New York? You could bury in it Belgium and Switzerland and Greece. How large is the estimated area of arable land in the American Union? Half as large as the United States. How fully is this occupied? In 1880, the area occupied by the corn crop made a region only about as large as Kansas. That occupied by the wheat crop a space only as large as Alabama. That occupied by the cotton crop a region less than half the size of Ohio. How many countries of Europe must be put together to make a region equal in extent to that of the good arable soil of the United States? Austria, Germany, and France? These and more. Spain, Sweden, and Norway added? These and more. England, Scotland, and Ireland in addition. These and more. Portugal, the Netherlands, Greece, Switzerland, Denmark, and Belgium. All these 16 regions must be thrown together to cover not our territory as a whole, but that half of it which is good arable soil. These countries, with their good and poor soil, maintain 200 millions of people. The good land of the United States will certainly sustain as many people as their good and poor land taken together. In 1870, the pivotal point or center about which all the population of the United States would balance was a little east of Baltimore. It has been moving westward. In the year of Lincoln's election, for a divine sign, it had crossed the Ohio and obtained secure lodgment on free soil. In 1870, it was near Cincinnati, and it is now in Indiana. If its position were, as it should be, marked by a blazing star at the summit of a monumental shaft, carried from time to time toward the setting sun, that shaft would move westward more than 50 feet in every 24 hours. It is a narrow outlook that pauses at a time when a continent that can sustain a larger population than the old world shall have 100 million people. But at that date, the popular imagination stops. North and South America will probably have 100 millions of people before the 20th century, whose upstretching auroras, already appearing at the rim of the sky, shall rise above the horizon of history. At the place where the popular foresight pauses, I would begin. Daniel Webster said, when we had but 20 millions of people, "I do not know whose imagination is fertile enough. I do not know whose conjectures, I may almost say, are wild enough to tell what may be the progress of wealth and population in the United States." England and Prussia, two of the most thickly populated parts of Europe, now increase at the rate of more than 1% annually. But let our immigration fall away, let wars storm over our territory from time to time, who shall say that our rate of increase, now 3% annually, will in 100 or 200 years not be at least equal to that of suffocated England and Prussia today? Call it less or only 1% annually after the year 2000. Even at that percentage of increase, we should double once each 100 years. Stand on this ocean shore. We see the curvature of a part of the surface of the sea. We know the law of the curve. Carry on the arc which we can measure. Steady the imagination on the reason. Project the majestic meridians and bend them in and in until they meet 8,000 miles beneath your feet, and you feel the globe swim beneath you, afloat in the bosom of omnipotence. This is the privilege and sublime duty of exact science. Even at the far too cautious estimate that after the year 2000, our population will increase only 1% annually, or less rapidly than that of England and Prussia today, and that in the year 2000, all America now having, or soon to have, 100 million, will possess only 200 million of inhabitants, we should have in 2100, 400 million, in 2200, 800 million, in 2300, 1,600,000,000, in 2400, 3,200,000,000. The capacity of the continent is supposed to be equal to the support of 3,600,000,000. These figures, you say, represent a peculiarly American extravagance of hope. They represent German plodding. They are the outcome of Scotch sagacity. They are justified by haughty English condescension. It is certain that these calculations fall short of those which average German, Scottish, and English scholarship is now making as to the future of America. For 30 years, the Encyclopaedia Britannica has summarized the best investigation Europe has given to this topic by these amazing words. If the natural resources of the American continent were fully developed, it would afford sustenance to 3,600,000,000 of inhabitants, a number nearly 5 times as great as the entire mass of human beings now existing upon the globe. What is even more surprising, it is not improbable that this prodigious population will be in existence within 3 or at most 4 centuries. I think these numbers are not wisely chosen, but they represent the highest statistical authority. As early as 1853, the Encyclopaedia Britannica said, "The great-grandsons of those now in existence may live to see the new world contain a greater mass of civilized men than the old." I am aware of but 3 methods of estimating the future of our population. We may take as a standard of judgment either the capacity of our soil, or the law of growth ascertained by our own experience, or the law of increase exhibited by other parts of the world. 2 of these methods I have already used. But take the last, and to what astonishing results it leads. This was the standard employed by de Tocqueville. Europe, under the bayonet and the cannon wheel and the hoofs of war, charging in squadron after squadron. Europe, which sent half of the population of Germany to death in the 30 Years' War. Europe, staggering under 1,000 impediments inherited from the Middle Ages and unknown and likely to remain unknown in America. Europe, from Charlemagne to Napoleon, smitten, seared, peeled, and sliced, has yet attained an average population of 80 inhabitants to the square mile. Will America have a harder fate in the next than Europe has had in the last 10 centuries? What shall hinder all America from ultimately having as large an average population as all Europe? but we have 15 millions of square miles and Europe only 3. Look forward then to a population in the whole New World equal to the average of that of Europe, that is, to 1,200 millions. With whatever telescope I sweep the horizon, I, for one, stand in awe. I set no dates. I seek to establish approximately no definite numbers. I assert only that America can sustain a larger population than Europe, Asia, and Africa taken together, that since it can, probably it ultimately will, that we may expect as large an average population as Europe now possesses, that America is therefore yet in its infancy, that for these immense numbers of the human family we stand in trust, and that the age therefore has not yet ceased to be a crisis. It would have been worth something at Thermopylae to have foreseen Salamis, and at Austerlitz, Sedan, and at Runnymede, America. It would have been worth something to Paul when he went out of the Ostian gate to die, to have foreseen Constantine and Augustine and Luther and churches on which the sun never sets. It would have been worth something at the parting from Delthaven, or among the secreted graves on Plymouth Hill, to have foreseen the savages shut up behind the Mississippi, and church bells mingling their murmurs with the Pacific seas. But undoubtedly, God's plans for the future are as majestic as those for the past, and so it ought to be worth something now to foresee what can be in America, and therefore probably will be, and to go out far in the dark beneath the wing under which infinities and eternities brood, for we know that the wing is there even in the dark. End of section 31. Section 32 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Ultimate America, Part 2. Joseph Cooke. The American system of equality is the source of astonishing energy and also of audacious and unscrupulous greed. Our greatest virtues and our greatest vices are both fostered by liberty. Through spaces stretched from sea to sea, our maker and our victim she. Vastness of commercial opportunities and the value of success even in short courses tempt individuals, and especially corporations in America, to unscrupulousness. The absorption of citizens with their own exacting private enterprises leaves law with too lax execution. The preoccupation of the good is the opportunity of the bad. Plato said that there will be no ideal state until kings are philosophers and philosophers kings. There will be no ideal republic until active citizens are active Christians and active Christians are active citizens. Plutarch and Cicero take notice of a law of Solon which declared every man infamous who in civil discussions continued neutral. The able American citizen, however, except on great occasions, is absorbed in his personal business and leaves that of the public to the political machine. In America, everything stimulates the will, and by no means everything the conscience. Our national character exhibits at its best the Anglo-Saxon strength and the Anglo-Saxon infirmity. But the American climate is producing a Latinized American temperament, and with the Latin temperament always goes finesse. The magnetic pole of the world is in Boothia Felix, in the forehead of the North American continent. Boston and Berlin are on the same climate line, but Berlin and Mexico are on the same magnetic line. On the American side of the Atlantic, the auroral arch of the north rises higher and flames more intensely in electrical storms than on the European. Between the old and new world is no contrast of physical conditions subtler in its influence than that of the electric. Our dry and stimulating climate has produced a distinctively American face, in which as yet I, for one, find more acuteness than elevation, more venturesomeness than veracity. But join Latin finesse to Anglo-Saxon daring, and you have the audacities of modern Anglo-Saxon dishonesty. The ostrich buries her thin, wilful head in the sand and thinks her whole body covered. In circles, only half-educated in morals, but aspiring, great is the American eagle, greater is the American peacock, and greatest is the American ostrich. Charles Dickens wrote to his friend in England that a man with 7 heads would attract less attention in Boston than a man who could not read and write. I wish the day to come in American politics and average commerce when a man with 7 heads will attract less attention than one with 7 faces. There are 2 nations in England, says Gasperin, conscientious England and unscrupulous England. The humiliations of the American church in the conflict with slavery should make forever clear the fact that, under the voluntary system, the vices of the powerful part of society easily spread into the church, and that most easy of all is the infection of the commercial vices. But while there are fears, there are hopes. In 1800, the proportion of church members to our whole population was as 1 to 15. Now it is as 1 to 5. Competition encourages pretense and also the exposure of pretense. In this work, the higher American press, the best representative of the American people, has earned a good name for itself at home and almost given the nation a bad one abroad. Publicity in America is the chief penalty of meanness and crime, not easily visited by legal punishment. Democratic manners are not dignified, but they are tolerably transparent, whether good or bad. We have carried our civilization more rapidly toward the setting sun than any nation has ever done before. In her settlements, the question is whether a man is efficient rather than whether he has blameless antecedents. Thus, standards of judgment as to character have been made lax while we have conquered the wilderness. Undoubtedly, when America is older and the land fuller, society will be more exacting, for it will cost more to let thieves run. The mobility of the upper and lower ranks in American society is such that in our great cities, the dangerous classes do not become fixed and hereditary as in Europe. The United States has no ignorant peasantry in its rural districts. Aspiration marks the middle and lower orders of the American population, and this to a degree unknown among the middle and lower classes in Europe, and such aspiration favors religious and all other culture. Church and state being separate from each other, the people do not hate the church for political reasons as in Europe. The Puritan religious ideals have established their national supremacy in a great civil war, abolishing the chief sin of the nation. America has left behind it, in its passage over the ocean, the feudal system, hereditary aristocracy, primogeniture, entails, and the established church. There is nothing in the world, said Goldwin Smith, so sound as American society, with its intimate union of all classes, its general diffusion of property, its common schools, and its free religion. Every American, said John Stuart Mill, is in some sense a patriot and a person of cultivated intelligence. No such wide diffusion of the ideas, tastes, and sentiments of educated minds has ever been seen elsewhere or even conceived of as attainable. The people at large, Aristotle wrote, however contemptible soever they may appear, when taken individually, are yet, when collectively considered, not perhaps unworthy of sovereignty. The people at large are allowed to be the best judges of music and poetry. Supply follows demand in history. As in recent ages, there has been a demand for the diffusion of liberty, property, and intelligence. There will be soon a demand for the diffusion of conscientiousness, and there will come slowly and through much anguish of the ages a supply. I foresee a great day for a scientific, biblical, and practical church. Wordsworth talked of an aristocracy. It will not come. Carlyle talks of a government of the best. It cannot be elected. Soon the church, and a true church, will be all the hope of the world. It will save the world by goodness and by truth, by practice and by doctrines also. The church needed by the American future must be scientific, biblical, and practical. It must be scientific by a reasonable theology, by the absorption of all established science, by intellectual supremacy over rationalism, by mental primacy in literature and art, by indisputable authority in all philosophical research, by incisive triumph over popular crudity, by the courage to think syllogistically and on its knees and to the 32 points of the compass. It must be biblical by the spirit of the founder of Christianity, by finding in the Holy Spirit a present Christ, by a sense that the nations are a theocracy and our Lord the world's Lord, by the doctrine of sin, by the doctrine of atonement, by the hope of immortality, by a far and fixed gaze on an eternal judgment. It must be practical by carrying vital piety to every deathbed, every hearthstone, every cradle, by enlisting all believers in religious effort, by sleepless religious printing, by schools saturated by devout science, by making human legislation a close copy of natural law, by leadership in all just popular reforms, by righteousness as a river, by everyday integrity and holiness to the Lord, written on the bells of the horses, on bank vaults, and on the very dust of the streets, and by making of all secular pursuits spiritual avocations. Cromwell and Hampden were once on shipboard in England for the purpose of coming to America for life. Their spirits seem to stand among those of our later martyrs. Once in the blue midnight in my study on Beacon Hill in Boston, I fell into long thought as I looked out on the land and on the sea, and passing through the gate of dreams, I saw the angel having charge of America stand in the air above the continent, and his wings shadowed either shore. Around him were gathered all who at Valley Forge and at Andersonville and the other sacred places suffered for the preservation of a virtuous republic, and they conversed of what was and is to be. There was about the angel a multitude whom no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and tribes and tongues, and their voices were as the sound of many waters. And I heard thunderings and saw lightnings, but the face of the angel was above the brightness of the lightnings, and the majesty of his words above that of the thunders. Then came forth before the angel 3 spirits, whose garments were as white as the light, and I saw not their faces, but I heard the 10,000 times 10,000 call them by names known on earth, Washington and Lincoln and Garfield. And behind them stood Hampden and Tell and Miltiades and Leonidas, and a multitude who had scars and crowns. And they said to the angel, "We will go on earth and teach the diffusion of liberty. We will heal America by equality." And the angel said, "Go, you will be efficient, but not sufficient." Meanwhile, under emigrant wharves and under the hovels of the perishing poor, and under crowded factories and under the poisonous alleys of great cities, I heard, far in the subterranean depths, the black angels laugh. Then came forward before the angel 3 other spirits, whose garments were white as the light, and I saw not their faces, but I heard the 10,000 times 10,000 call them by names known on earth, Franklin and Hamilton and Irving. And behind them stood Pestalozzi and Shakespeare and Bacon and Aristotle, and a multitude who had scrolls and crowns. And they said to the angel, "We will go on earth and teach the diffusion of intelligence. We will heal America by knowledge." And the angel said, "Go, you will be efficient, but not sufficient." Meanwhile, under emigrant wharves and crowded factories, and under Washington, and under scheming conclaves of men acute and unscrupulous, and under many newspaper presses, and beneath Wall Street, and under the poisonous alleys of great cities, I heard the black angels laugh. Then came forward before the angel 3 other spirits, whom I heard the 10,000 times 10,000 call by names known on earth, Adams and Jefferson and Webster. And behind them stood Chatham and Wilberforce and Howard and the Roman Gracchi and a multitude who had keys and crowns. And they said to the angel, "We will go on earth and teach diffusion of property. We will heal America by the self-respect of ownership." And the angel said, "Go, you will be efficient, but not sufficient." Meanwhile, under emigrant wharves and crowded factories, and beneath Wall Street, and under the poisonous alleys of suffocated great cities, I heard yet the black angels laugh. Then came lastly forward before the angel 3 other spirits, with garments white as the light, and I saw not their faces, but I heard the 10,000 times 10,000 call them by names known on earth, Edwards and Dwight and Whitefield, and behind them stood Wycliffe and Cranmer and Wesley and Luther, and a multitude who had harps and crowns. And they said to the angel, "We will go on earth and teach the diffusion of conscientiousness. We will heal America by righteousness." Then the angel arose and lifted up his far-gleaming hand to the heaven of heavens and said, "Go, not in the first 3, but only in all 4 of these leaves from the tree of life is to be found the healing of the nations, the diffusion of liberty, the diffusion of intelligence, the diffusion of property, the diffusion of conscientiousness. You will be more than very efficient, but not sufficient." I listened, and under Plymouth Rock and the universities there was no sound, but under emigrant wharves and crowded factories, and under Wall Street, and in poisonous alleys of great cities, I heard yet the black angels laugh, but with the laughter there came up now from beneath a clanking of chains. Then I looked, and the whole firmament above the angel was as if it were one azure eye, and into it the 10,000 times 10,000 gazed, and I saw that they stood in one palm of a hand of him into whose face they gazed, and that the soft axle of the world stood upon the finger of another palm, and that both palms were pierced. I saw the 12 spirits which had gone forth, and they joined hands with each other, and with the 12 hours, and moved perpetually about the globe. And I heard a voice, after which there was no laughter. "Ye are efficient, but I am sufficient." End of section 32.
Section 33 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Answering Patrick Henry, Francis Corbin. 1760 to 1821. It is probable that the principles of government have never been so earnestly and thoroughly discussed elsewhere as they were in the Virginia, New York, and Massachusetts conventions, called in 1788 to ratify the federal Constitution. It is a matter of curious interest to see how the orators in these conventions were carried forward into the history of the future and rendered prophetic by their adherence to one or the other of contending ideas of federal or state sovereignty. Each side saw clearly that as ultimate sovereignty was left to reside with the state or was vested in the federal government, the history of the future would inevitably be controlled in the one direction or the other, in spite of all that could be done after the Constitution was adopted. Patrick Henry in Virginia opposed with all his force the nationalization of the government under the Constitution as he had opposed the continuance of the Federation. He wanted a federal union instead of a loosely joined confederation, but he was more hostile to a national government than he was to a confederacy. He declared with vehemence that under the Constitution as proposed to the states, the government would necessarily cease to be federal and become national as a result of the inherent force of principles which had been, as he thought, designedly introduced into the Constitution by those he believed were really opponents of the popular supremacy appealed to in the clause, "We the people." Among the replies to his denunciation of what he considered the anti-federal principles of the Constitution, that of Francis Corbin is one of the ablest. Corbin argued openly that the national government should have such power of coercion against the states as it was not possible for it to exercise under the Confederation. He was far from being terrified by Henry's assertions that under a national government, militarism, and the coercion of the states, when they undertook to resist national authority, would become inevitable. In fact, he seems to have been convinced that what Henry and others considered formidable was necessary and likely to be distinctly advantageous. Perhaps the very lucidity with which he expresses himself accounts for the fact that after the convention he disappeared almost completely from history. He was born in 1760 of one of the powerful colonial families of Virginia. After his return from England, where he was educated at Cambridge and in the Middle Temple, he was sent as a delegate to the Constitutional Convention, and though only 28 years old, he made one of the most notable speeches of the time. From 1787 to 1793, he represented Middlesex County in the Virginia legislature. He died June 15, 1821. Answering Patrick Henry, delivered Saturday, June 7, 1788, during the debate on the coercive powers of the federal government in the Virginia Convention called to ratify the federal Constitution. Mr. Chairman, permit me to make a few observations on this great question. It is with great difficulty I prevail on myself to enter into the debate when I consider the great abilities of those gentlemen who have already spoken on the subject. But as I am urged by my duty to my constituents, and as I conceive that the different manner of treating the subject may make different impressions, I shall offer my observations with diffident respect, but with firmness and independence. I will promise my acknowledgments to those honorable gentlemen who were in the Federal Convention for the able and satisfactory manner in which they discharged their duty to their country. The introductory expression of "we the people" has been thought improper by the honorable gentlemen. I expected no such objection as this. Ought not the people, sir, to judge of that government whereby they are to be ruled? We are, sir, deliberating on a question of great consequence to the people of America and to the world in general. We ought, therefore, to decide with extreme caution and circumspection. It is incumbent upon us to proceed without prejudice or prepossession. No member of the committee entertains a greater regard than myself for the gentleman on the other side who has placed himself in the front of opposition, Mr. Henry. No man admires more than I do his declamatory talents, but I trust that neither declamation nor elegance of periods will mislead the judgment of any member here, and that nothing but the force of reasoning will operate conviction. He has asked with an air of triumph whether the Confederation was not adequate to the purposes of the federal government. Permit me to say no. If, sir, perfection existed in that system, why was the Federal Convention called? Why did every state except Rhode Island send deputies to that convention? Was it not from a persuasion of its inefficacy? If this be not sufficient to convince him, let me call the recollection of the honorable gentleman to other circumstances. Let him go into the interior parts of the country and inquire into the situation of the farmers. He will be told that tobacco and other produce are miserably low, merchandise dear, and taxes high. Let him go through the United States. He will perceive appearances of ruin and decay everywhere. Let him visit the sea-coast, go to our ports and inlets. In those ports, sir, where we had every reason to see the fleets of all nations, he will behold but a few trifling little boats. He will everywhere see commerce languish, the disconsolate merchant, with his arms folded, ruminating in despair on the wretched ruins of his fortune and deploring the impossibility of retrieving it. The West Indies are blocked up against us. Not the British only, but other nations exclude us from those islands. Our fur trade has gone to Canada. British sentinels are within our own territories. Our imposts are withheld. To these distresses we may add the derangement of our finances, yet the honorable gentleman tells us they are not sufficient to justify so radical a change. Does he know the consequences of deranged finances? What confusions, disorders, and even revolutions have resulted from this cause in many nations? Look at France at this time. That kingdom is almost convulsed. Ministers of state and first princes of the blood banished. Manufacturers and merchants become bankrupt and the people discontented, all owing to the derangement of their finances. The honorable gentleman must be well acquainted with the debts due by the United States and how much is due to foreign nations. Has not the payment of these been shamefully withheld? How long, sir, shall we be able by fair promises to satisfy these creditors? How long can we amuse by idle words those who are amply possessed of the means of doing themselves justice? No parts of the principal is paid to those nations, nor has even the interest been paid as honorably and punctually as it ought. Nay, we were obliged to borrow money last year to pay the interest. What? Borrow money to discharge the interest of what was borrowed and continually augment the amount of the public debt. Such a plan would destroy the richest country on earth. What is to be done? Compel the delinquent states to pay requisitions to Congress? How are they to be compelled? By the instrumentality of such a scheme as was proposed to be introduced in the year 1784? Is this cruel mode of compulsion eligible? Is it consistent with the spirit of republicanism? This savage mode, which could be made use of under the Confederation, leads directly to civil war and destruction. How different is this from the genius of the proposed Constitution? By this proposed plan, the public money is to be collected by mild and gentle means, by a peaceable and friendly application to the individuals of the community, whereas by the other scheme the public treasury must be supplied through the medium of the sword, by desolation and murder, by the blood of the citizens. Yet we are told that there is too much energy in this system. Coercion is necessary in every government. Justice, sir, cannot be done without it. It is more necessary in federal governments than any other because of the natural imbecility of such governments. The honorable gentleman is possessed of much historical knowledge. I appeal to that knowledge, therefore. Will he not agree that there was a coercive power in the federal government of the Amphictyonics? The coercive power of the Amphictyonic Council was so great as to enable it to punish disobedience and refractory behavior in the most severe manner. Is there not an instance of its carrying fire and sword through the territories, and leveling to the ground the towns of those who disobeyed it? Here Mr. Corbin mentions particular instances. Is there no coercion in the Germanic body? This body, though composed of 300 different component sovereignties, principalities, and cities, and divided into 9 circles, is controlled by one superintending power, the Emperor. Is there no coercive power in the Confederate government of the Swiss? In the alliance between them and France, there is a provision whereby the latter is to interpose and settle differences that may arise among them, and this interposition has been more than once used. Is there none in Holland? What is the stadtholder? This power is necessary in all governments. A superintending coercive power is absolutely indispensable. This does not exist under the present Articles of Confederation. To vest it with such a power on its present construction without any alteration would be extremely dangerous and might lead to civil war. Gentlemen must, before this, have been convinced of the necessity of an alteration. Our state vessel has sprung a leak. We must embark in a new bottom, or sink into perdition. The honorable gentleman has objected to the Constitution on the old, worn-out idea that a republican government is best calculated for a small territory. If a republic, sir, cannot be accommodated to an extensive country, let me ask, how small must a country be to suit the genius of republicanism? In what particular extent of country can a republican government exist? If contracted into as small a compass as you please, it must labor under many disadvantages. Too small an extent will render a republic weak, vulnerable, and contemptible. Liberty in such a petty state must be on a precarious footing. Its existence must depend on the philanthropy and good nature of its neighbors. Too large an extent, it is said, will produce confusion and tyranny. What has been so often deprecated will be removed by this plan. The extent of the United States cannot render the government oppressive. The powers of the general government are only of a general nature, and their object is to protect, defend, and strengthen the United States. But the internal administration of government is left to the state legislatures, who exclusively retain such powers as will give the states the advantages of small republics without the danger commonly attendant on the weakness of such governments. There are controversies even about the name of this government. It is denominated by some a federal, by others a consolidated government. The definition given of it by my honorable friend Mr. Madison is, in my opinion, accurate. Let me, however, call it by another name, a representative federal republic, as contradistinguished from a confederacy. The former is more wisely constructed than the latter. It places the remedy in the hands which feel the disorder. The other places the remedy in the hands which cause the disorder. The evils that are most complained of in such governments, and with justice, are faction, dissension, and consequent subjection of the minority to the caprice and arbitrary decisions of the majority, who, instead of consulting the interest of the whole community collectively, attend sometimes to partial and local advantages. To avoid this evil is perhaps the great desideratum of republican wisdom. It may be termed the philosopher's stone. Yet, sir, the evil will be avoided by this Constitution. Faction will be removed by the system now under consideration, because all the causes which are not generally productive of faction are removed. This evil does not take its flight entirely, for were jealousies and divisions entirely at an end, it might produce such lethargy as would ultimately terminate in the destruction of liberty, to the preservation of which watchfulness is absolutely necessary. It is transferred from the state legislatures to Congress, where it will be more easily controlled. Faction will decrease in proportion to the diminution of councilors. It is much easier to control it in small than in large bodies. Our state legislature consists of upwards of 160, which is a greater number than Congress will consist of at first. Will not more concord and unanimity exist in one than 13 such bodies? Faction will more probably decrease or be entirely removed if the interests of a nation be entirely concentrated than if entirely diversified. If 13 men agree, there will be no faction. Yet, if opposite and of heterogeneous dispositions, it is impossible that a majority of such clashing minds can ever concur to oppress the minority. It is impossible that this government, which will make us one people, will have a tendency to assimilate our situations, and is admirably calculated to produce harmony and unanimity, can ever admit of an oppressive combination by one part of the Union against the other. A confederate government is, of all others, best calculated for an extensive country. Its component individual governments are, of all others, best calculated for an extensive country. Its component individual governments administer and afford all the local conveniences that the most compact governments can do, and the strength and energy of the Confederacy may be equal to those of any government. A government of this kind may extend to all the Western world. Nay, I may say ad infinitum. But it is needless to dwell any longer on this subject, for the objection that an extensive territory is repugnant to a republican government applies against this in every state in the Union except Delaware and Rhode Island. Were the objection well-founded, a republican government could exist in none of the states except those two. Such an argument goes to the dissolution of the Union, and its absurdity is demonstrated by our own experience. But an objection is urged against this government because of its power of laying direct taxes. Let us ask the honorable gentleman who opposes it on this ground, if he reflect whether this power be indispensable or not. Sir, if it be not vested with the power of commanding all the resources of the state, when necessary it will be trifling. Wars are as much and more carried on by the length of the purse as by that of the sword. They cannot be carried on without money. Unless this power be given to Congress, foreign nations may crush you. The concession of this power is necessary to do Virginia justice by compelling the delinquent states to pay as well as she. While she paid her quotas and her citizens were much distressed to pay their taxes, other states most shamefully neglected or refused to pay their proportions. I trust gentlemen need not be alarmed on the subject of taxation, nor intimidated by the idea of double collectors, who, they tell us, will oppress and ruin the people. From our attention to our situation, we shall see that this mode of levying money, though indispensably necessary on great emergencies, will be but seldom recurred to. Let us attend to the finances of this country. The honorable gentleman declared in the most solemn manner that, if he could see one single trade in that government to secure liberty, he would not object to it. I meet him on this ground. Liberty is secured, sir, by the limitation of its powers, which are clearly and unequivocally defined, and which are to be exercised by our own representatives freely chosen. What power is given that will endanger liberty? I consider all the traits of this system as having a tendency to the security of our liberty. I consider all its powers necessary and only give to avoid greater evils. And if this conclusion of mine be well-founded, let me ask if public liberty is not secured by bars and adamantine bolts, secured by the strongest guards and checks which human ingenuity can invent. Will this dread power of taxation render liberty insecure? Sir, without this power, other powers will answer no purpose. Government cannot exist without the means of procuring money. My honorable friend told us he considered this clause as the vitals of the Constitution. I will change the phrase and say that I consider this part as the lungs of the Constitution. If it be sick, the whole system is consumptive and must soon decay, and this power can never be dangerous if the principles of equal and free representation be fully attended to. While the right of suffrage is secured, we have little to fear. This government, sir, fully secures us this noble privilege on the purest and simplest principles of equality. That number which in any part of the country has a right to send a representative has the same right in another part. What does the Constitution say? That 30,000 shall have one representative no matter where. If this be not equal representation, what in the name of God is equal representation? But, says the honorable gentleman, the Constitution may be satisfied by one from each state. I conceive there is no fear of this. There is not a power to diminish the number. Does it not say that representatives shall be appointed according to the number of the people, and that direct taxes shall be regulated by the same rules? Virginia, in the first instance, will have 10 times as many as Delaware, and afterwards in proportion to their numbers. What is the criterion of representation? They have their wish, for the qualifications which the laws of the state require to entitle a man to vote for a state representative are the qualifications required by this plan to vote for a representative to Congress. And in this state, and most of the others, the possession of a freehold is necessary to entitle a man to the privilege of a vote. Do they wish persons to be represented? Here also they are indulged, for the number of representatives is determined by the number of people. This idea is so well attended to that even 3/5 of those who are not free are included among those of whom 30,000 shall have a right to elect one representative, so that, in either point of view, their wish is gratified. Is not liberty secured on this foundation? If it be not secured by one or the other mode, or by both, I am totally without reason. Liberty seems entrenched on this ground. But the gentleman objects that the number is not sufficient. My opinion, with deference to that gentleman and others who may be of different opinion from me, is that it is fully sufficient. Being delegated solely for general purposes, a few intelligent men will suffice. At least one from every 30,000 aided by the Senate seems sufficient. Are combinations or factions so often formed in small as in numerous bodies? Are laws better made in large than in small assemblies? Is not the influence of popular disclaimers less in small than in great bodies? Would not a more numerous representation be very expensive? Is economy of no consideration? We ought, sir, to attend to the situation of the people, and our measures should be as economical as possible, without extending, however, our parsimony to a dangerous length. Objections should be founded on just and real grounds, and ought not to be urged out of a mere obstinacy. Besides, it is by no means certain that a very numerous body is more independent or upright than a small one. Why should the number of our representatives be greater, Mr. Chairman? The county of Middlesex in England, which includes the cities of London and Westminster, contains upwards of 990,000 souls, and yet sends to Parliament no more than 8 members. Among all the clamours of the people there, it never entered the brain of any of them that these 8 were not enough. They complain that the boroughs of Old Sarum, Newton, and Gatton, and other such places should send each 2 members to Parliament, although without houses or inhabitants, while the richest city sends but 4. They also complain of the influence of the landed interest in some cases, that the county of Cornwall sends 40 members to Parliament, although it pays but 18 parts out of 513 to the subsidy and land tax, when the county of Middlesex, which is calculated to pay 250 parts out of 513, sends but 8 members. In that country it has been uniformly found that those members, who are chosen by numerous respectable electors, make the greatest opposition to oppression and corruption, and signalize themselves for the preservation of liberty. The collective body of the Commons there have generally exerted themselves in the defense of freedom, and have been successful in their exertions, notwithstanding the inequality of their election. Our representatives are chosen in the fairest manner. Their election is founded in absolute equality. Is the American spirit so degenerated, notwithstanding these advantages, that the love of liberty is more predominant and warm in the breast of a Briton than in that of an American? When liberty is on a more solid foundation here than in Britain, will Americans be less ready to maintain and defend it than Britons? No, sir. The spirit of liberty and independence of the people of this country at present is such that they could not be enslaved under any government that could be described. What danger is there then to be apprehended from a government which is theoretically perfect, and the possible blemishes of which can only be demonstrated by actual experience? The honourable gentleman then urges an objection respecting the militia, who, he tells us, will be made the instruments of tyranny to deprive us of our liberty. Your militia, says he, will fight against you. Who are the militia? Are we not militia? Shall we fight against ourselves? No, sir, the idea is absurd. We are also terrified by the dread of a standing army. It cannot be denied that we ought to have the means of defense, and be able to repel an attack. If some of the community are exclusively inured to its defense and the rest attend to agriculture, the consequence will be that the arts of war and defense and of cultivating the soil will be understood. Agriculture will flourish and military discipline will be perfect. If, on the contrary, our defense be solely entrusted to militia, ignorance of arms and negligence of farming will ensue. The former plan is, in every respect, more to the interest of the state. By it we shall have good farmers and soldiers. By the latter we shall have neither. If the inhabitants be called out on sudden emergencies of war, their crops, the means of their subsistence, may be destroyed by it. If we are called in the time of sowing seed or of harvest, the means of subsistence might be lost, and the loss of 1 year's crop might have been prevented by a trivial expense if appropriated to the purpose of supporting a part of the community exclusively occupied in the defense of the whole. I conceive that this idea, if it be a new one, is yet founded on solid and very substantial reasons. But, sir, we are told of the expediency and propriety of previous amendments. What end would it answer to attempt it? Will the states which have adopted the Constitution rescind their adopting resolutions? Had we adopted it, would we recede from it to please the caprice of any other state? Pride, sir, revolts at the idea. Admitting this state proposes amendments previous to her adoption, must there not be another federal convention? Must there not also be a convention in each state? Suppose some of our proposed conditions be rejected, will not our exclusion from the Union be the consequence? Or would other conventions again be called and be eternally revolving and devising expedients without coming to a final decision? The loss of the Union, sir, must be the result of a pertinacious demand of precedent conditions. My idea is that we should go hand in hand with Massachusetts. Adopt it first, and then propose amendments of a general nature for local ones cannot be expected. Consider the situation of Massachusetts commanding the north and the importance and respectability of Virginia to the south. These, sir, are the two most populous, wealthy, and powerful states in the Union. Is it not very probable that their influence would have very great weight in carrying any amendments? Would any gentleman turn a deaf ear to their solicitations? By union alone can we exist. By no other means can we be happy. Union must be the object of every gentleman here. I never yet have heard any gentleman so wild and frantic in his opposition as to avow an attachment to partial confederacies. By previous adoption, the Union will be preserved. By insisting on alterations previous to our adoption, the Union may be lost, and our political happiness destroyed by internal dissensions. I trust, therefore, that this convention, after deliberate discussion, will not hesitate to determine on a previous ratification of a system which, even in its present form, seems competent to the perpetual preservation of our security and happiness. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Against Dismembering Mexico, Part 1. Thomas Corwin, 1794 to 1865. The speech on the Mexican War, made in the United States Senate, February 11, 1847, by Thomas Corwin, then a senator from Ohio, is one of the most remarkable ever delivered in America. Seemingly futile, and apparently leaving Corwin almost in a minority of one among the public men of his day, it gave him an assured immortality and an influence that will endure in America as long as American institutions continue to be inspired by the love of justice which animated him in that supreme effort of his life. His prophecy of civil war as a result of the acquisition of territory by conquest from Mexico was literally fulfilled. In 3 years after the speech was delivered, the Civil War had virtually begun when lines were drawn on the admission of California, and, the influence of such conservatives as Clay and Webster being broken, the extremists of both sections gained such an overwhelming influence that the maintenance of peace became impossible. It is sometimes supposed that the speech retired Corwin from politics, but this was not the case. Although he was left to make his stand alone, He was really representative in making it, and he had the silent sympathy perhaps of a majority, and certainly, as the result shows, of a controlling balance of power not only in Ohio but in the country at large. The Whig party had been disorganized by the blunders and the vacillation of its leaders on the questions of the tariff, of nullification, of the annexation of Texas, and of slavery as a permanent institution, but the latent sentiment of repugnance to the conquest and dismemberment of Mexico, which Corwin represented, gave the party what has been called a post-mortem victory, the last it ever achieved in national politics. The Democratic Party in administration had fought the war with almost no expense to the national treasury, had achieved a series of almost remarkable victories, had marched triumphantly through the heart of the enemy's country, and had occupied their capital, and, without a single reverse to dim the military glory for which it had striven, had added to the country an immense domain, secured at a merely nominal price. Nevertheless, the immediate result was the defeat of the Democratic presidential ticket by the Whigs in the campaign immediately ensuing, and, hard on this reverse, the successful organization of the Republican Party, whose radical sentiment was represented by James Russell Lowell in his characteristic line, "You have got to get up early if you hope to get round God." Corwin, after making his speech of 1847, and probably as a result of it, became Secretary of the Treasury in the Whig cabinet, holding that place from 1850 to 1853, and thereafter working to assist the Republican Party, which, as a result of the forces he represented in his speech of 1847, carried the election of 1860 and held power continuously for a quarter of a century. Corwin himself was elected to Congress from Ohio in 1859 and served to 1861, when President Lincoln appointed him United States Minister to Mexico, an office he held until 1864. He was born in Bourbon County, Kentucky, July 29, 1794, and died at Washington, December 18, 1865. In reading his impassioned protests against dismembering Mexico, it is often difficult to imagine what he lacked of the highest rank as an orator, but the speech, when read as a whole, suggests that he failed of leadership, not because of the courage and the compelling sense of justice which inspired him, but rather because of lacking the sustained force necessary for great achievement. He was content to go on record in a splendid outburst of impassioned protest against what his whole nature condemned as a wrong, and, being so content, he left to others the work of inflicting that retribution which he had seen so clearly was inevitable as a result of the operation of laws which govern human as they do universal nature. Doubtless he lived more happily and died more contentedly than if it had been otherwise, but it is hard to see how anyone who studies American history can impute his failure to maintain leadership to the speech which gave him so remarkable an opportunity for it. W.V.B. Against Dismembering Mexico, from a speech in the United States Senate, February 11, 1847. You may wrest provinces from Mexico by war. You may hold them by the right of the strongest. You may rob her, but a treaty of peace to that effect with the people of Mexico, legitimately and freely made, you will never have. I thank God that it is so, as well for the sake of the Mexican people as ourselves. For, unlike the senator from Alabama, Mr. Bagby, I do not value the life of a citizen of the United States above the lives of 100,000 Mexican women and children. A rather cold sort of philanthropy, in my judgment. For the sake of Mexico, then, as well as our own country, I rejoice that it is an impossibility that you can obtain by treaty from her those territories under the existing state of things. I am somewhat at a loss to know on what plan gentlemen having charge of this war intend to proceed. We hear much said of the terror of your arms. The affrighted Mexican, it is said, when you have drenched his country in blood, will sue for peace, and thus you will indeed conquer peace. This is the heroic and savage tone in which we have heretofore been lectured by our friends on the other side of the chamber, especially by the senator from Michigan, Mr. Cass. But suddenly the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations comes to us with the smooth phrase of diplomacy, made potent by the gentle suasion of gold. The chairman of the Committee on Military Affairs calls for 30 millions of money and 10,000 regular troops. These, we are assured, shall conquer peace if the obstinate Celt refuses to treat till we shall whip him in another field of blood. What a delightful scene in the 19th century of the Christian era! What an interesting sight to see these two representatives of war and peace moving in grand procession through the halls of the Montezumas. The senator from Michigan, Mr. Cass, red with the blood of recent slaughter, the gory spear of Achilles in his hand, and the hoarse clarion of war at his mouth, blowing a blast so loud and deep that the sleeping echoes of the lofty Cordilleras start from their caverns and return to the sound, till every ear from Panama to Santa Fe is deafened with the roar. By his side, with modest mien and downcast look, comes the senator from Arkansas, Mr. Sevier, covered from head to foot with a gorgeous robe, glittering and embossed with 3 millions of shining gold, putting to shame the wealth of Ormus or of Ind. The olive of Minerva graces his brow. In his right hand is the delicate rebec, from which are breathed in Lydian measure notes that tell of naught but love and peace. I fear very much that you will scarcely be able to explain to the simple mind of the half-civilized Mexican the puzzling dualism of this scene, at once gorgeous and grotesque. Sir, I scarcely understand the meaning of all this myself. If we are to vindicate our rights by battles, in bloody fields of war, let us do it. If that is not the plan, why then let us call back our armies into our own territory, and propose a treaty with Mexico based on the proposition that money is better for her and land for us. Thus we can treat Mexico like an equal, and do honor to ourselves. But what is it, you ask? You have taken from Mexico 1/4 of her territory, and you now propose to run a line comprehending about another 1/3? And for what? I ask, Mr. President, for what? What has Mexico got from you for parting with 2/3 of her domain? She has given you ample redress for every injury of which you have complained. She has submitted to the award of your commissioners, and, up to the time of the rupture with Texas, faithfully paid it. And for all that she has lost, not through or by you, but which loss has been your gain, what requital do we, her strong, rich, robust neighbor, make? Do we send our missionaries there to point the way to heaven? Or do we send the schoolmasters to pour daylight into her dark plans, to aid her infant strength to conquer and reap the fruit of the independence herself alone had won? No, no, none of this do we. But we send regiments, storm towns, and our colonels prate of liberty in the midst of the solitudes their ravages have made. They proclaim the empty forms of social compact to a people bleeding and maimed with wounds received in defending their hearthstones against the invasion of these very men who shoot them down and then exhort them to be free. Your chaplains of the Navy throw away the New Testament and seize a Bill of Rights. The Reverend Don Walter Colton, I see, abandons the Sermon on the Mount, and betakes himself to Blackstone and Kent, and is elected a justice of the peace. He takes military possession of some town in California, and instead of teaching the plan of the atonement and the way of salvation to the poor ignorant Celt, he presents a Colt's pistol to his ear, and calls on him to take trial by jury and habeas corpus, or 9 bullets in his head. Ah, Mr. President, are you not the light of the earth, if not its salt? You are indeed opening the eyes of the blind in Mexico with a most emphatic and exoteric power. Sir, if all this were not a mournful truth, it would be the ne plus ultra of the ridiculous. But, sir, let us see what, as the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations explains it, we are to get by the combined processes of conquest and treaty. What is the territory, Mr. President, which you propose to wrest from Mexico? It is consecrated to the heart of the Mexican by many a well-fought battle with his old Castilian master. His Bunker Hills and Saratogas and Yorktowns are there. The Mexican can say, "There I bled for liberty," and shall I surrender that consecrated home of my affections to the Anglo-Saxon invaders? What do they want with it? They have Texas already. They have possessed themselves of the territory between the Nueces and the Rio Grande. What else do they want? To what shall I point my children as memorials of that independence which I bequeath to them, when those battlefields shall have passed from my possession? Sir, had one come and demanded Bunker Hill of the people of Massachusetts, had England's lion ever showed himself there, is there a man over 13 and under 90 who would not have been ready to meet him? Is there a river on this continent that would not have run red with blood? Is there a field but would have been piled high with unburied bones of slaughtered Americans before these consecrated battlefields of liberty should have been wrested from us? But this same American goes into a sister republic and says to poor, weak Mexico, "Give up your territory. You are unworthy to possess it. I have got 1/2 already, and all I ask of you is to give up the other." England might as well, in the circumstances I have described, have come and demanded of us, "Give up the Atlantic slope. Give up this trifling territory from the Allegheny Mountains to the sea. It is only from Maine to St. Mary's, only about 1/3 of your republic, and the least interesting portion of it." What would be the response? They would say we must give this up to John Bull. Why? He wants room. The senator from Michigan says he must have this. Why, my worthy Christian brother? On what principle of justice? I want room. Sir, look at this pretense of want of room. With 20 millions of people, you have about 1,000 millions of acres of land, inviting settlement by every conceivable argument, bringing them down to $0.25 an acre and allowing every man to squat where he pleases. But the senator from Michigan says we will be 200 millions in a few years, and we want room. If I were a Mexican, I would tell you, have you not room enough in your own country to bury your dead? If you come into mine, we will greet you with bloody hands and welcome you to hospitable graves. Why, says the chairman of this Committee on Foreign Relations, it is the most reasonable thing in the world. We ought to have the Bay of San Francisco. Why? Because it is the best harbor on the Pacific. It has been my fortune, Mr. President, to have practiced a good deal in criminal courts in the course of my life, but I never yet heard a thief, arraigned for stealing a horse, plead that it was the best horse he could find in the country. We want California. What for? Why, says the senator from Michigan, we will have it. And the senator from South Carolina, with a very mistaken view, I think, of policy, says you can't keep our people from going there. I don't desire to prevent them. Let them go and seek their happiness in whatever country or clime it pleases them. All I ask of them is, not to require this government to protect them with that banner consecrated to war waged for principles, eternal, enduring truth. Sir, it is not meet that our old flag should throw its protecting folds over expeditions for lucre or for land. But you will say you want room for your people. This has been the plea of every robber chief from Nimrod to the present hour. I dare say when Tamerlane descended from his throne, built of 70,000 human skulls, and marched his ferocious battalions to further slaughter, I dare say he said, I want room. Bajazet was another gentleman of kindred tastes and wants with us Anglo-Saxons. He wanted room. Alexander, too, the mighty Macedonian madman, when he wandered with his Greeks to the plains of India, and fought a bloody battle on the very ground where recently England and the Sikhs engaged in strife for room, was, no doubt, in quest of some California there. Many a Monterey had he to storm to get room. Sir, he made as much of that sort of history as you ever will. Mr. President, do you remember the last chapter in that history? It is soon read. Ah, I wish we could but understand its moral. Ammon's son, so was Alexander named, after all his victories, died drunk in Babylon. The vast empire he conquered to get room became the prey of the generals he had trained. It was dismembered, torn to pieces, and so ended. Sir, there is a very significant appendix. It is this: the descendants of the Greeks, Alexander's Greeks, are now governed by a descendant of Attila. Mr. President, while we are fighting for room, let us ponder deeply this appendix. I was somewhat amazed the other day to hear the senator from Michigan declare that Europe had quite forgotten us till these battles waked them up. I suppose the senator feels grateful to the president for waking up Europe. Does the president, who is, I hope, read in civic as well as military lore, remember the saying of one who had pondered upon history long, too, upon man, his nature, and true destiny? Montesquieu did not think highly of this way of waking up. Happy, says he, is that nation whose annals are tiresome. The senator from Michigan has a different view. He thinks that a nation is not distinguished until it is distinguished in war. He fears that the slumbering faculties of Europe have not been able to ascertain that there are 20 millions of Anglo-Saxons here, making railroads and canals, and speeding all the arts of peace to the utmost accomplishment of the most refined civilization. They do not know it. And what is the wonderful expedient which this democratic method of making history would adopt in order to make us known? Storming cities, desolating peaceful happy homes, shooting men, aye, sir, such is war, and shooting women too. Sir, I have read in some account of your battle of Monterey of a lovely Mexican girl who, with the benevolence of an angel in her bosom and the robust courage of a hero in her heart, was busily engaged during the bloody conflict, amid the crash of falling houses, the groans of the dying, and the wild shriek of battle, in carrying water to slake the burning thirst of the wounded of either host. While bending over a wounded American soldier, a cannon-ball struck her and blew her to atoms. Sir, I do not charge my brave, generous-hearted countrymen who fought that fight with this. No, no. We who send them, we who know that scenes like this, which might send tears of sorrow upon Pluto's iron cheek, are the invariable, inevitable attendants on war. We are accountable for this. And this is the way we are to be made known to Europe. This This is to be the undying renown of free, republican America. She has stormed a city, killed many of its inhabitants of both sexes. She has room. So it will read. Sir, if this were our only history, then may God in his mercy grant that its volume may speedily come to a close. Why is it, sir, that we of the United States, a people of yesterday compared with the older nations of the world, should be waging war for territory, for room? Look at your country extending from the Allegheny Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, capable itself of sustaining in comfort a larger population than will be in the whole Union for 100 years to come. Over this vast expanse of territory, your population is now so sparse that I believe we provided at the last session a regiment of mounted men to guard the mail from the frontier of Missouri to the mouth of the Columbia, and yet you persist in the ridiculous assertion, I want room. One would imagine from the frequent reiteration of the complaint that you had a bursting, teeming population, whose energy was paralyzed, whose enterprise was crushed for want of space. Why should we be so weak or wicked as to offer this idle apology for ravaging a neighboring republic? It will impose on no one, at home or abroad. Do we not know, Mr. President, that it is a law never to be repealed, that falsehood shall be short-lived? Was it not ordained of old that truth only shall abide forever? Whatever we may say today, or whatever we may write in our books, the stern tribunal of history will review it all, detect falsehood, and bring us to judgment before that posterity which shall bless or curse us as we may act now, wisely or otherwise. We may hide in the grave, which awaits us all, in vain. We may hope to be concealed there, like the foolish bird that hides its head in the sand, in the vain belief that its body is not seen. Yet, even there, this preposterous excuse of want of room shall be laid bare, and the quick coming future will decide that it was a hypocritical pretense, under which we sought to conceal the avarice which prompted us to covet and to seize, by force, that which was not ours. End of section 34. Section 35 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Against Dismembering Mexico, Part 2. Mr. President, this uneasy desire to augment our territory has depraved the moral sense and blighted the otherwise keen sagacity of our people. What has been the fate of all nations who have acted upon the idea that they must advance thus? Our young orators cherish this notion with a fervid but fatally mistaken zeal. They call it by the mysterious name of destiny. Our destiny, they say, is onward, and hence they argue, with ready sophistry, the propriety of seizing upon any territory and any people that may lie in the way of our fated advance. Recently, these progressives have grown classical. Some assiduous student of antiquities has helped them to a patron saint. They have wandered back into the desolated pantheon, and there, amongst the polytheistic relics of that pale mother of dead empires, they have found a god whom these Romans, centuries gone by, baptized Terminus. Sir, I have heard much and read somewhat of this gentleman, Terminus. Alexander, of whom I have spoken, was a devotee of this divinity. We have seen the end of him and his empire. It was said to be an attribute of this god that he must always advance and never recede. So both Republican and Imperial Rome believed. It was, as they said, their destiny. And for a while it did seem to be even so. Roman terminus did advance. Under the eagles of Rome, he was carried from his home on the Tiber to the farthest east on the one hand, and to the far west, amongst the then barbarous tribes of Western Europe, on the other. But at length the time came when retributive justice had become a destiny. The despised Gaul cries out to the contemned Goth, and Attila, with his Huns, answers back the battle shout to both. The blue-eyed nations of the north, in succession or united, pour forth their countless hosts of warriors upon Rome and Rome's always advancing god, Terminus. And now the battle-axe of the barbarian strikes down the conquering eagle of Rome. Terminus at last recedes, slowly at first, but finally he is driven to Rome, and from Rome to Byzantium. Whoever would know the further fate of this Roman deity, so recently taken under the patronage of American democracy, may find ample gratification of his curiosity in the luminous pages of Gibbon's Decline and Fall. Such will find that Rome thought, as you now think, that it was her destiny to conquer provinces and nations, and no doubt she sometimes said, as you say, I will conquer a peace. And where now is she, the mistress of the world? The spider weaves her web in her palaces. The owl sings his watch-song in her towers. Teutonic power now lords it over the servile remnant, the miserable memento of old and once omnipotent Rome. Sad, very sad, are the lessons which time has written for us. Through and in them all, I see nothing but the inflexible execution of that old law, which ordains as eternal that cardinal rule, Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods, nor anything which is his. Since I have lately heard so much about the dismemberment of Mexico, I have looked back to see how, in the course of events which some call Providence, it has fared with other nations who engaged in this work of dismemberment. I see that in the latter half of the 18th century, 3 powerful nations, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, united in the dismemberment of Poland. They said, too, as you say, it is our destiny. They wanted room. Doubtless each of these thought, with his share of Poland, his power was too strong ever to fear invasion or even insult. One had his California, another his New Mexico, and the third his Vera Cruz. Did they remain untouched and incapable of harm? Alas, no! Far, very far from it. Retributive justice must fulfill its destiny too. A very few years pass, and we hear of a new man, a Corsican lieutenant, the self-named armed soldier of democracy, Napoleon. He ravages Austria, covers her land with blood, drives the northern Caesar from his capital, and sleeps in his palace. Austria may now remember how her power trampled upon Poland. Did she not pay dear, very dear, for her California? But has Prussia no atonement to make? You see this same Napoleon, the blind instrument of Providence, at work there. The thunders of his cannon at Jena proclaim the work of retribution for Poland's wrongs, and the successors of the great Frederick, the drill sergeant of Europe, are seen flying across the sandy plain that surrounds their capital, right glad if they may escape captivity or death. But how fares it with the autocrat of Russia? Is he secure in his share of the spoils of Poland? No. Suddenly we see, sir, 600,000 armed men marching to Moscow. Does his Vera Cruz protect him now? Far from it. Blood, slaughter, desolation spread abroad over the land, and finally the conflagration of the old commercial metropolis of Russia closes the retribution. She must pay for her share in the dismemberment of her weak and impotent neighbor. Mr. President, a mind more prone to look for the judgments of heaven in the doings of men than mine, cannot fail in this to see the providence of God. When Moscow burned, it seemed as if the earth was lighted up that the nations might behold the scene. As that mighty sea of fire gathered and heaved and rolled upwards, higher and yet higher, till its flames aspired the stars and lit the whole heavens, it did seem as though the God of nations was writing, in characters of flame on the front of his throne, the doom that shall fall upon the strong nation, which tramples in scorn upon the weak. And what fortune awaits him, the appointed executor of this work, when it was all done? He, too, conceived the notion that his destiny pointed onward to universal dominion. France was too small. Europe, he thought, should bow down before him. But as soon as this idea took possession of his soul, he, too, became powerless. His terminus must recede, too. Right there, while he witnessed the humiliation, and doubtless meditated the subjugation of Russia, he who holds the winds in his fist gathered the snows of the north and blew them upon his 600,000 men. They fled, they froze, they perished. And now the mighty Napoleon, who had resolved on universal dominion, he too is summoned to answer for the violation of that ancient law. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's. How is the mighty fallen! He, beneath whose proud footstep Europe trembled, he is now an exile at Elba, and now finally a prisoner on the rock of St. Helena. And there, on a barren island, in an unfrequented sea in the crater of an extinguished volcano, there is the deathbed of the mighty conqueror. All his annexations have come to that. His last hour is now come, and he, the man of destiny, he who had rocked the world as with the throes of an earthquake, is now powerless and still. Even as the beggar dies, so he died. On the wings of a tempest that raged with unwonted fury, up to the throne of the only power that controlled him while he lived, went the fiery soul of that wonderful warrior, another witness to the existence of that eternal decree that they who do not rule in righteousness shall perish from the earth. He has found room at last. And France, she too has found room. Her eagles now no longer scream upon the banks of the Danube, the Po, and the Borysthenes. They have returned home to their old eyrie between the Alps, the Rhine, and the Pyrenees. So shall it be with your banners of conquest. You may carry them to the loftiest peaks of the Cordilleras. They may wave with insolent triumph in the halls of the Montezumas. The armed men of Mexico may quail before them, but the weakest hand in Mexico, uplifted in prayer to the God of justice, may call down against you a power in the presence of which the iron hearts of your warriors shall be turned into ashes. Mr. President, if the history of our race has established any truth, it is but a confirmation of what is written. The way of the transgressor is hard. Inordinate ambition, wantoning in power, and spurning the humble maxims of justice ever has ended and ever shall end in ruin. Strength cannot always trample upon weakness. The humble shall be exalted. The bowed down will at length be lifted up. It is by faith in the law of strict justice and the practice of its precepts that nations alone can be saved. All the annals of the human race, sacred and profane, are written over with this great truth in characters of living light. It is my fear, my fixed belief, that in this invasion, this war with Mexico, we have forgotten this vital truth. Why is it that we have been drawn into this whirlpool of war? How clear and strong was the light that shone upon the path of duty a year ago? The last disturbing question with England was settled. Our power extended its peaceful sway from the Atlantic to the Pacific. From the Alleghenies we looked out upon Europe, and from the tops of the Stony Mountains we could descry the shores of Asia. A rich commerce with all the nations of Europe poured wealth and abundance into our lap on the Atlantic side, while an unoccupied commerce of 300 millions of Asiatics waited on the Pacific for our enterprise to come and possess it. 100 millions of dollars will be wasted in this fruitless war. Had this money of the people been expended in making a railroad from your northern lakes to the Pacific, as one of your citizens has begged of you in vain, you would have made a highway for the world between Asia and Europe. Your capital then would be within 30 or 40 days' travel of any and every point on the map of the civilized world. Through this great artery of trade, you would have carried through the heart of your own country the teas of China and the spices of India to the markets of England and France. Why, Mr. President, did we abandon the enterprises of peace and betake ourselves to the barbarous achievements of war? Why did we forsake this fair and fertile field to batten on that moor? But, Mr. President, if further acquisition of territory is to be the result either of conquest or treaty, then I scarcely know which should be preferred. External war with Mexico, or the hazards of internal commotion at home, which last, I fear, may come if another province is to be added to our territory. There is one topic connected with this subject which I tremble when I approach, and yet I cannot forbear to notice it. It meets you in every step you take. It threatens you which way soever you go in the prosecution of this war. I allude to the question of slavery. Opposition to its further extension, it must be obvious to everyone, is a deeply rooted determination with men of all parties in what we call the non-slave-holding states. New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, three of the most powerful, have already sent their legislative instructions here. So it will be, I doubt not, in all the rest. It is vain now to speculate about the reasons for this. Gentlemen of the South may call it prejudice, passion, hypocrisy, fanaticism. I shall not dispute with them now on that point. The great fact that it is so, and not otherwise, is what it concerns us to know. You and I cannot alter or change this opinion if we could. These people only say, we will not, cannot consent that you shall carry slavery where it does not already exist. They do not seek to disturb you in that institution as it exists in your states. Enjoy it if you will, and as you will. This is their language, this their determination. How is it in the South? Can it be expected that they should expend in common their blood and their treasure in the acquisition of immense territory, and then willingly forego the right to carry thither their slaves, and inhabit the conquered country if they please to do so? Sir, I know the feelings and opinions of the South too well to calculate on this. Nay, I believe they would even contend to any extremity for the mere right, had they no wish to exert it. I believe, and I confess I tremble when the conviction presses upon me, that there is equal obstinacy on both sides of this fearful question. If, then, we persist in war, which, if it terminates in anything short of a mere wanton waste of blood as well as money, must end, as this bill proposes, in the acquisition of territory, to which at once this controversy must attach, This bill would seem to be nothing less than a bill to produce internal commotion. Should we prosecute this war another moment, or expend $1 in the purchase or conquest of a single acre of Mexican land, the North and the South are brought into collision on a point where neither will yield. Who can foresee or foretell the result? Who so bold or reckless as to look such a conflict in the face unmoved? I do not envy the heart of him who can realize the possibility of such a conflict without emotions too painful to be endured. Why, then, shall we, the representatives of the sovereign states of this Union, the chosen guardians of this confederated republic, why should we precipitate this fearful struggle by continuing a war, the result of which must be to force us at once upon a civil conflict? Sir, rightly considered, this is treason. Treason to the Union, treason to the dearest interests, the loftiest aspirations, the most cherished hopes of our constituents. It is a crime to risk the possibility of such a contest. It is a crime of such infernal hue that every other in the catalogue of iniquity, when compared with it, whitens into virtue. Oh, Mr. President, it does seem to me, if hell itself could yawn and vomit up the fiends that inhabit its penal abodes, commissioned to disturb the harmony of this world and dash the fairest prospect of happiness that ever allured the hopes of men, the first step in the consummation of this diabolical purpose would be to light up the fires of internal war and plunge the sister states of this Union into the bottomless gulf of civil strife. We stand this day on the crumbling brink of that gulf. We see its bloody eddies wheeling and boiling before us. Shall we not pause before it is too late? How plain again is here the path, I may add the only way, of duty, of prudence, of true patriotism. Let us abandon all idea of acquiring further territory, and by consequence cease at once to prosecute this war. Let us call home our armies, and bring them at once within our own acknowledged limits. Show Mexico that you are sincere when you say you desire nothing by conquest. She has learned that she cannot encounter you in war, and if she had not, she is too weak to disturb you here. Tender her peace, and, my life on it, she will then accept it. But whether she shall or not, you will have peace without her consent. It is your invasion that has made war, your retreat will restore peace. Let us then close forever the approaches of internal feud, and so return to the ancient concord and the old ways of national prosperity and permanent glory. Let us here, in this temple consecrated to the Union, perform a solemn lustration. Let us wash Mexican blood from our hands, and on these altars, and in the presence of the image of the Father of his country that looks down upon us, swear to preserve honorable peace with all the world, and eternal brotherhood with each other. End of section 35. Read by TriciaG.
Section 36 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Eloquence and the Fine Arts by Victor Cousin, 1792 through 1867. Victor Cousin, celebrated both as a statesman and a philosopher, ranks with Guizot among the most eminent of the great platform orators of the 19th century. It is as a lecturer rather than as a political speaker that he is celebrated, and among his addresses delivered from the lecture platform are to be found most admirable examples of that class of oratory which has characterized the intellectual movement of the 19th century, as in another way it did that of the golden age of intellect at Athens and at Rome. The orations of Cicero and of Demosthenes were prepared in advance of delivery with the same care shown in the preparation of such addresses as those of Cousin and Guizot in France, Schlegel in Germany, Ruskin in England, Emerson in America, and the other great orators of the lecture platform who have forced issues for progress in every line during the 19th century in advance of the great orators of the Forum and the Senate. Cousin's style is most attractive. While the tendencies of his mind are metaphysical and his reasoning abstract, he has what among philosophical thinkers is the rare faculty of clothing abstract thought in beauty of expression. His argument on some points of psychology frequently blossom out into eloquent metaphors, which are never forced and never florid. His statement is always sustained, and he is always master of his subject, of himself, and of the language in which he undertakes to give himself and his subject expression. He was born at Paris, November 28, 1792, and at a time when the, quote, fierce democracy, end quote, of France was attempting to stamp out every vestige of the Middle Ages. He won his first honors by a Latin oration, for which he was crowned in the medieval hall of the Sorbonne, quote, in the presence of the general concourse of his school competitors, end quote. In 1815 he began at the Sorbonne those lectures for which he is so justly celebrated, but in 1820 he was proscribed by the reactionist party under Louis XVIII, as was also Guizot. Leaving France for Germany, he was arrested and imprisoned at Berlin, as a result of the same influence which had driven him from France. Released, and in 1828 restored to his position as teacher, he became a member of the Council of Public Instruction in 1830, Peer of France in 1832, and Minister of Public Instruction in 1840 under Thiers. It is said that during the 3 years of his lectures after his return in 1828, quote, the hall of the Sorbonne was crowded with auditors, as the hall of no philosophical teacher in Paris had been since the days of Abelard, end quote. He died at Caen, January 13th, 1867. Eloquence and the Fine Arts. From the 9th lecture on the True, the Beautiful, and the Good. It will, perhaps, seem strange that we rank among the arts neither eloquence, nor history, nor philosophy. The arts are called the fine arts because their sole object is to produce the disinterested emotion of beauty, without regard to the utility either of the spectator or the artist. They are also called the liberal arts, because they are the arts of free men and not of slaves, which affranchise the soul, charm and ennoble existence, hence the sense and origin of those expressions of antiquity, arts liberales, arts ingénieux. There are arts without nobility, whose end is practical and material utility. They are called trades, such as that of the stove-maker and the mason. True art may be joined to them, may even shine in them, but only in the accessories and the details. Eloquence, history, philosophy are certainly high employments of intelligence. They have their dignity, their eminence, which nothing surpasses, but rigorously speaking, they are not arts. Eloquence does not propose to itself to produce in the soul of the auditors the disinterested sentiment of beauty. It may also produce this effect, but without having sought it. Its direct end, which it can subordinate to no other, is to convince, to persuade. Eloquence has a client which, before all, it must save or make triumph. It matters little whether this client be a man, a people, or an idea. Fortunate is the orator if he elicit the expression, "That is beautiful," for it is a noble homage rendered to his talent. Unfortunate is he if he does not elicit this, for he has missed his end. The two great types of political and religious eloquence, Demosthenes in antiquity, Bossuet among the moderns, think only of the interest of the cause confided to their genius. The sacred cause of country and that of religion, whilst at the bottom Phidias and Raphael work to make beautiful things. Let us hasten to say, what the names of Demosthenes and Bossuet command us to say, that true eloquence, very different from that of rhetoric, disdains certain means of success. It asks no more than to please, but without any sacrifice unworthy of it. Every foreign ornament degrades it. Its proper character is simplicity, earnestness. I do not mean affected earnestness, a designed and artful gravity, the worst of all deceptions. I mean true earnestness, that springs from sincere and profound conviction. This is what Socrates understood by true eloquence. As much as must be said of history and philosophy, the philosopher speaks and writes. Can he, then, like the orator, find accents which make truth enter the soul, colors and forms that make it shine forth evident and manifest to the eyes of intelligence? It would be betraying his cause to neglect the means that can serve it. But the profoundest art is here only a means. The aim of philosophy is elsewhere, whence it follows that philosophy is not an art. Without doubt, Plato is a great artist. He is the peer of Sophocles and Phidias, as Pascal is sometimes the rival of Demosthenes and Bossuet. But both would have blushed if they had discovered at the bottom of their souls another design, another aim than the service of truth and virtue. History does not relate for the sake of relating. It does not paint for the sake of painting. It relates and paints the past that it may be the living lesson of the future. It proposes to instruct new generations by the experience of those who have gone before them, by exhibiting to them a faithful picture of great and important events, with their causes and their effects, with general designs and particular passions, with the faults, virtues, and crimes that are found mingled together in human things. It teaches the excellence of prudence, courage, and great thoughts, profoundly meditated, constantly pursued, and executed with moderation and force. It shows the vanity of immoderate pretensions, the power of wisdom and virtue, the impotence of folly and crime. Thucydides, Polybius, and Tacitus undertake anything rather than procuring new emotions for an idle curiosity or a worn-out imagination. They doubtless desire to interest and attract, but more to instruct. They are the avowed masters of statesmen and the preceptors of mankind. The sole object of art is the beautiful. Art abandons itself as soon as it shuns this. It is often constrained to make concessions to circumstances, to external conditions that are imposed upon it, but it must always retain a just liberty. Architecture and the art of gardening are the least free of arts. They are subjected to unavoidable obstacles. It belongs to the genius of the artist to govern these obstacles, and even to draw from them happy effects, as the poet turns the slavery of meter and rhyme into a source of unexpected beauties. Extreme liberty may carry art to a caprice which degrades it, as chains too heavy crush it. It is the death of architecture to subject it to convenience, to comfort. Is the architect obliged to subordinate general effect and the proportions of the edifice to such and such a particular end that is prescribed to him? He takes refuge in details, in pediments, in friezes, in all the parts that have not utility for a special object, and in them he becomes a true artist. Sculpture and painting, especially music and poetry, are freer than architecture and the art of gardening. One can also shackle them, but they disengage themselves more easily. Similar by their common end, all the arts differ by the particular effects which they produce, and by the processes which they employ. They gain nothing by exchanging their means and confounding the limits that separate them. I bow before the authority of antiquity, but perhaps through habit and a remnant of prejudice, I have some difficulty in representing to myself with pleasure statues composed of several metals, especially painted statues. Without pretending that sculpture has not, to a certain point, its color, that of perfectly pure matter, that especially which the hand of time impresses upon it, in spite of all the seductions of the contemporaneous artist of great talent, I have little taste, I confess, for that artifice that is forced to give to the marble the morbidezza of painting. Sculpture is an austere muse. It has its graces, but they are those of no other art. Flesh color must remain a stranger to it. Nothing more would remain to communicate to it but the movement of poetry and the indefiniteness of music. And what will music gain by aiming at the picturesque, when its proper domain is the pathetic? Give to the most learned symphonist a storm to render. Nothing is easier to imitate than the whistling of the winds and the noise of thunder. But by what combinations of harmony will he exhibit to the eyes the glare of the lightning rending all of a sudden the veil of the night, and, what is most fearful in the tempest, the movement of the waves that now ascend like a mountain, now descend, and seem to precipitate themselves into bottomless abysses. If the auditor is not informed of the subject, he will never suspect it, and I defy him to distinguish a tempest from a battle. In spite of science and genius, sounds cannot paint forms. Music, when well guided, will guard itself from contending against the impossible. It will not undertake to express the tumult and strife of the waves, and other similar phenomena. It will do more. With sounds it will fill the soul with the sentiments that succeed each other in us during the different scenes of the tempest. Haydn will thus become the rival, even the vanquisher of the painter, because it has been given to music to move and agitate the soul more profoundly than painting. Since the, quote, "Lau Kuhn," of Lessing, it is no longer permitted to repeat, without great reserve, the famous axiom, "Aut pictura poesis," or, at least, it is very certain that painting cannot do everything that poetry can do. Everybody admires the picture of Rumour, drawn by Virgil, but let a painter try to realize this symbolic figure, let him represent to us a huge monster with 100 eyes, 100 mouths, and 100 ears, whose feet touch the earth, whose head is lost in the clouds, and such a figure will become very ridiculous. So the arts have a common end and entirely different means. Hence the general rules common to all, and particular rules for each. I have neither time nor space to enter into details on this point. I limit myself to repeating that the great law which governs all others is expression. Every work of art that does not express an idea signifies nothing. In addressing itself to such or such a sense, it must penetrate to the mind, to the soul, and bear thither a thought, a sentiment capable of touching or elevating it. From this fundamental rule all others are derived. For example, that which is continually and justly recommended, composition. To this is particularly applied the precept of unity and variety. But in saying this we have said nothing so long as we have not determined the nature of the unity of which we would speak. True unity is unity of expression, and variety is made only to spread over the entire work the idea or the single sentiment that it should express. It is useless to remark that between composition thus defined and what is often called composition as the symmetry and arrangement of parts according to artificial rules, there is an abyss. True composition is nothing else than the most powerful means of expression. Expression not only furnishes the general rules of art, it also gives a principle that allows of their classification. In fact, every classification supposes a principle that serves as a common measure. Such a principle has been sought in pleasure, and the first of arts has seemed that which gives the most vivid joys. But we have proved that the object of art is not pleasure. The more or less of pleasure that an art procures cannot, then, be the true measure of its value. This measure is nothing else than expression. Expression being the supreme end, the art that most nearly approaches it is the first of all. All true arts are expressive, but they are diversely so. Take music. It is without contradiction the most penetrating, the profoundest, the most intimate art. There is physically and morally between a sound and the soul a marvelous relation. It seems as though the soul were an echo, in which the sound takes a new power. Extraordinary things are recounted of the ancient music, and it must not be believed that the greatness of effect supposes here very complicated means. No, the less noise music makes, the more it touches. Give some notes to Pergolese, give him especially some pure and sweet voices, and he returns a celestial charm, bears you away into infinite spaces, plunges you into ineffable reveries. The peculiar power of music is to open to the imagination a limitless career, to lend itself with astonishing facility to all the moods of each one, to arouse or calm, with the sounds of the simplest melody, our accustomed sentiments, our favorite affections. In this respect, music is an art without a rival. However, it is not the first of arts. Between sculpture and music, those two opposite extremes, is painting, nearly as precise as the one, nearly as touching as the other. Like sculpture, it marks the visible forms of objects, but adds to them life, like music. It expresses the profoundest sentiments of the soul, and expresses them all. Tell me what sentiment does not come within the province of the painter. He has entire nature at his disposal, the physical world and the moral world, a churchyard, a landscape, a sunset, the ocean, the great scenes of civil and religious life, all the beings of creation, above all, the figure of man and its expression, the living mirror of what passes in the soul. More pathetic than sculpture, clearer than music, painting is elevated, in my opinion, above both, because it expresses beauty more under all its forms, and the human soul in all the richness and variety of its sentiments. But the art par excellence, that which surpasses all others, because it is incomparably the most expressive, is poetry. Speech is the instrument of poetry. Poetry fashions it to its use and idealizes it, in order to make it express ideal beauty. Poetry gives to it the charm and power of measure. It makes of it something intermediary between the ordinary voice and music, something at once material and immaterial, finite, clear, and precise, like contours and forms the most definite, living, and animated, like color, pathetic, and infinite, like sound. A word in itself, especially a word chosen and transfigured by poetry, is the most energetic and universal symbol. Armed with this talisman, poetry reflects all the images of the sensible world. Like sculpture and painting, it reflects sentiment like painting and music, with all its varieties, which music does not attain, and in their rapid succession that painting cannot follow, as precise and immobile as sculpture, and it not only expresses all that, it expresses what is inaccessible to every other art. I mean thought, entirely distinct from the senses, and even from sentiment. Thought that has no forms, thought that has no color, that lets no sound escape, that does not manifest itself in any way. Thought in its highest flight, in its most refined abstraction. Think of it. What a world of images, of sentiments, of thoughts, at once distinct and confused, are excited within us by this one word, country, and by this other word, brief and immense, God. What is more clear and altogether more profound and vast? Tell the architect, the sculptor, the painter, even the musician, to call forth also by a single stroke all the powers of nature and the soul. They cannot, and by that they acknowledge the superiority of speech and poetry. They proclaim it themselves, for they take poetry for their own measure, they esteem their own works, and demand that they should be esteemed in proportion as they approach the poetic ideal. And the human race does as artists do. A beautiful picture, a noble melody, a living and expressive statue, gives rise to the exclamation, "How poetical!" This is not an arbitrary comparison. It is a natural judgment which makes poetry the type of perfection of all the arts, the art par excellence, which comprises all others, to which they aspire, which none can reach. When the other arts would imitate the works of poetry, they usually err, losing their own genius, without robbing poetry of its genius. But poetry constructs, according to its own taste, palaces and temples. Like architecture, it makes them simple or magnificent. All orders as well as all systems obey it. The different ages of art are the same to it. It reproduces, if it please, the classic or the Gothic, the beautiful or the sublime, the measured or the infinite. Lessing has been able, with the exactest justice, to compare Homer to the most perfect sculptor. With such precision are the forms which that marvelous chisel gives to all beings determined. And what a painter, too, is Homer, and, of a different kind, Dante. Music alone has something more penetrating than poetry, but it is vague, limited, and fugitive. Besides its clearness, its variety, its durability, poetry has also the most pathetic accents. Call to mind the words that Priam utters at the feet of Achilles, while asking him for the dead body of his son, more than one verse of Virgil, entire scenes of the Cid and the Polyeucte, the prayer of Esther kneeling before the Lord, or the choruses of Esther and Athalie. In the celebrated songs of Pergolesis, Stabat Mater Dolorosa, we may ask which moves most, the music or the words. The Dies Irae, Dies Illa, recited only, produces the most terrible effect. In those fearful words every blow tells, so to speak. Each word contains a distinct sentiment, an idea at once profound and determinate. The intellect advances at each step, and the heart rushes on in its turn. Human speech, idealized by poetry, has the depth and brilliancy of musical notes. It is luminous as well as pathetic. It speaks to the mind as well as to the heart. It is, in that, inimitable, unique, and embraces all extremes and all contraries in a harmony that redoubles their reciprocal effect, in which, by turns, appear and are developed all images, all sentiments, all ideas, all the human faculties, all the inmost recesses of the soul, all the forms of things, all real and all intelligible worlds. End of section 36. Section 37 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Liberty, an Inalienable Right, by Victor Cousin. From the 14th lecture on the true, the beautiful, and the good. Passions abandoning themselves to their caprices are anarchy. Passions concentrated upon a dominant passion are tyranny. Liberty consists in the struggle of will against this tyranny and this anarchy. But this combat must have an aim, and this aim is the duty of obeying reason, which is our true sovereign, and justice, which reason reveals to us and prescribes for us. The duty of obeying reason is the law of will, and will is never more itself than when it submits to its law. We do not possess ourselves as long as to the domination of desire, of passion, of interest, reason does not oppose the counterpoise of justice. Reason and justice free us from the yoke of passions, without imposing upon us another yoke. For, once more, to obey them is not to abdicate liberty, but to save it, to apply it to its legitimate use. It is in liberty and in the agreement of liberty with reason and justice that man belongs to himself, to speak properly. He is a person only because he is a free being, enlightened by reason. What distinguishes a person from a simple thing is especially the difference between liberty and its opposite. A thing is that which is not free, consequently, that which does not belong to itself, that which has no self, which has only a numerical individuality, a perfect effigy of true individuality, which is that of person. A thing not belonging to itself belongs to the first person that takes possession of it, and puts his mark on it. A thing is not responsible for the movements which it has not willed, of which it is even ignorant. Person alone is responsible, for it is intelligent and free, and it is responsible for the use of its intelligence and freedom. A thing has no dignity. Dignity is only attached to person. A thing has no value by itself. It has only that which person confers on it. It is purely an instrument, whose whole value consists in the use that the person using it derives from it. Obligation implies liberty. Where liberty is not duty, is wanting, and with duty, right is wanting also. It is because there is in me a being worthy of respect that I have the duty of respecting it, and the right to make it respected by you. My duty is the exact measure of my right. The one is in direct ratio with the other. If I had no sacred duty to respect what makes my person, that is to say, my intelligence and my liberty, I should not have the right to defend it against your injuries. But as my person is inviolable and sacred in itself, it follows that, considered in relation to me, it imposes on me a duty, and, considered in relation to you, it confers on me a right. I am not myself permitted to degrade the person that I am, by abandoning myself to passion, to vice, and to crime, and I am not permitted to let it be degraded by you. The person is inviolable, and it alone is inviolable. It is inviolable not only in the intimate sanctuary of consciousness, but in all its legitimate manifestations, in its acts, in the product of its acts, even in the instruments that it makes its own by using them. Therein is the foundation of the sanctity of property. The first property is the person. All other properties are derived from that. Think of it well. It is not property in itself that has rights. It is the proprietor. It is the person that stamps upon it, with its own character, its right, and its title. The person cannot cease to belong to itself without degrading itself. It is to itself inalienable. The person has no right over itself. It cannot treat itself as a thing, cannot sell itself, cannot destroy itself, cannot in any way abolish its free will and its liberty, which are its constituent elements. Why has the child already some rights? Because it will be a free being. Why have the old man returned to infancy and the insane man still some rights? Because they have been free beings. We even respect liberty in its first glimmerings or its last vestiges. Why, on the other hand, have the insane man and the imbecile old man no longer all their rights? Because they have lost liberty. Why do we enchain nefarious madmen? Because he has lost knowledge and liberty. Why is slavery an abominable institution? Because it is an outrage upon what constitutes humanity. This is the reason why, in fine, certain extreme devotions are sometimes sublime faults, and no one is permitted to offer them, much less to demand them. There is no legitimate devotion against the very essence of right, against liberty, against justice, against the dignity of the human person. End of section 37. Section 38 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. The Foundations of Law, by Victor Cousin. There is an education of liberty as well as our other faculties. It is sometimes in subduing the body, sometimes in governing our intelligence, especially in resisting our passions, that we learn to be free. We encounter opposition at each step. The only question is not to shun it. In this constant struggle, liberty is formed and augmented until it becomes a habit. Finally, there is a culture of sensibility itself. Fortunate are those who have received from nature the sacred fire of enthusiasm. They ought religiously to preserve it. But there is no soul that does not conceal some fortunate vein of it. It is necessary to watch it and pursue, to avoid what restrains it, to seek what favors it, and, by an assiduous culture, draw from it, little by little, some treasures. If we cannot give ourselves sensibility, we can at least develop what we have. We can do this by giving ourselves up to it, by seizing all the occasions of giving ourselves up to it, by calling to its aid intelligence itself. For the more we know of the beautiful and the good, the more we love it. Sentiment thereby only borrows from intelligence what it returns with usury. Intelligence in its turn finds, in the heart, a rampart against sophism. Noble sentiments, nourished and developed, preserve from those sad systems that please certain spirits so much, only because their hearts are so small. Man would still have duties, should he cease to be in relation with other men. As long as he preserves any intelligence and any liberty, the idea of the good dwells in him, and with it duty. Were we cast upon a desert island, duty would follow us thither. It would be beyond belief strange that it should be in the power of certain external circumstances to affranchise an intelligent and free being from all obligation towards his liberty and his intelligence. In the deepest solitude he is always and consciously under the empire of a law attached to the person itself, which, by obligating him to keep continual watch over himself, makes at once his torment and his grandeur. If the moral person is sacred to me, it is not because it is in me, it is because it is the moral person. It is in itself respectable. It will be so, then, wherever we meet it. It is in you as in me, and for the same reason. In relation to me, it imposes on me a duty. In you, it becomes the foundation of a right, and thereby imposes on me a new duty in relation to you. I owe to you truth as I owe it to myself, for truth is the law of your reason, as of mine. Without doubt there ought to be measure in the communication of truth. All are not capable of it at the same moment, and in the same degree. It is necessary to portion it out to them in order that they may be able to receive it. But, in fine, the truth is the proper good of the intelligence, and it is for me a strict duty to respect the development of your mind, not to arrest, and even to favor its progress towards truth. I ought also to respect your liberty. I have not even always the right to hinder you from committing a fault. Liberty is so sacred that, even when it goes astray, it still deserves, up to a certain point, to be managed. We are often wrong in wishing to prevent too much the evil that God himself permits. Souls may be corrupted by an attempt to purify them. I ought to respect you in your affections, which make part of yourself, and of all the affections there are none more holy than those of the family. There is in us a need of expanding ourselves beyond ourselves, yet without dispelling ourselves, of establishing ourselves in some souls by a regular and consecrated affection. To this need the family responds. The love of men is something of the general good. The family is still almost the individual, and not merely the individual. It only requires us to love as much as ourselves what is almost ourselves. It attaches one to the other by the sweetest and strongest of all ties, father, mother, child. It gives to this sure succor in the love of its parents. To these hope, joy, new life in their child. To violate the conjugal or paternal right is to violate the person in what is perhaps its most sacred possession. I ought to respect your body, inasmuch as it belongs to you, inasmuch as it is the necessary instrument of your person. I have neither the right to kill you, nor to wound you, unless I am attacked and threatened. Then my violated liberty is armed with a new right, the right of defense and even constraint. I owe respect to your goods, for they are the product of your labor. I owe respect to your labor, which is your liberty itself in exercise. And if your goods come from an inheritance, I still owe respect to the free will that has transmitted them to you. Respect for the rights of others is called justice. Every violation of a right is an injustice. Every injustice is an encroachment upon our person. To retrench the least of our rights is to diminish our moral person, is, at least, so far as that retrenchment goes, to abase us to the condition of a thing. The greatest of all injustices, because it comprises all others, is slavery. Slavery is the subjecting of all the faculties of one man to the profit of another man. The slave develops his intelligence a little only in the interest of another. It is not for the purpose of enlightening him, but to render him more useful, that some exercise of mind is allowed him. The slave has not the liberty of his movements. He is attached to the soil, is sold with it, or he is chained to the person of a master. The slave should have no affection. He has no family, no wife, no children. He has a female and little ones. His activity does not belong to him, for the product of his labor is another's. But that nothing may be wanting to slavery, it is necessary to go further. In the slave must be destroyed the inborn sentiment of liberty. In him must be extinguished all idea of right. For, as long as this idea subsists, slavery is uncertain, and to an odious power may respond the terrible right of insurrection, that last resort of the oppressed against the abuse of force. Justice, respect for the person in everything that constitutes the person, is the first duty of man towards his fellow man. Is this duty the only one? When we have respected the person of others, when we have neither restrained their liberty, nor smothered their intelligence, nor maltreated their body, nor outraged their family, nor injured their goods, are we able to say that we have fulfilled the whole law in regard to them? One who is unfortunate is suffering before us. Is our conscience satisfied if we are able to bear witness to ourselves that we have not contributed to his sufferings? No, something tells us that it is still good to give him bread, succor, consolation. There is here an important distinction to be made. If you have remained hard and insensible at the sight of another's misery, conscience cries out against you, and yet this man who is suffering, who, perhaps, is ready to die, has not the least right over the least part of your fortune, were it immense, and if he used violence for the purpose of wresting from you a single penny, he would commit a crime. We here meet a new order of duties that do not correspond to rights. Man may resort to force in order to make his rights respected. He cannot impose on another any sacrifice whatever. Justice respects or restores. Charity gives and gives freely. Charity takes from us something in order to give it to our fellow men. If it goes so far as to inspire us to renounce our dearest interests, it is called devotedness. It certainly cannot be said that to be charitable is not obligatory, but this obligation must not be regarded as precise, as inflexible as the obligation to be just. Charity is a sacrifice, and who can find the rule of sacrifice, the formula of self-renunciation? For justice, the formula is clear, to respect the rights of another. But charity knows neither rule nor limit. It transcends all obligation. Its beauty is precisely in its liberty. End of section 38. Section 39 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. True Politics, by Victor Cousin. True politics does not depend on more or less well-directed historical researches into the profound night of a past forever vanished, and of which no vestige subsists. It rests on the knowledge of human nature. Wherever society is, wherever it was, it has for its foundation, first, the need that we have of our fellow creatures, and the social instincts that man bears in himself. Second, the permanent and indestructible idea and sentiment of justice and right. Man, feeble and powerless when he is alone, profoundly feels the need that he has of the succor of his fellow creatures in order to develop his faculties, to embellish his life, and even to preserve it. Without reflection, without convention, he claims the hand, the experience, the love of those whom he sees made like himself. The instinct of society is in the first cry of the child that calls for the mother's help, without knowing that it has a mother, and in the eagerness of the mother to respond to the cries of the child. It is in the feelings for others that nature has put in us pity, sympathy, benevolence. It is in the attraction of the sexes, in their union, in the love of parents for their children, and in the ties of every kind that these first ties engender. If Providence has attached so much sadness to solitude, so much charm to society, it is because society is indispensable for the preservation of man and for his happiness, for his intellect and moral development. But if need and instinct begin society, it is justice that completes it. In the presence of another man without any external law, without any compact, it is sufficient that I know that he is a man, that is to say, that he is intelligent and free, in order to know that he has rights, and to know that I ought to respect his rights as he ought to respect mine. As he is no freer than I am, nor I than he, we recognize towards each other equal rights and equal duties. If he abuse his force to violate the equality of our rights, I know that I have the right to defend myself, and make myself respected. And if a third party be found between us, without any personal interest in the quarrel, he knows that it is his right and his duty to use force in order to protect the feeble, and even to make the oppressor expiate his injustice by a chastisement. Therein is already seen entire society with its essential principles: justice, liberty, equality, government, and punishment. Justice is the guarantee of liberty. True liberty does not consist in doing what we will, but in doing what we have a right to do. Liberty of passion and caprice would have for its consequence the enslavement of the weakest to the strongest, and the enslavement of the strongest themselves to their unbridled desires. Man is truly free in the interior of his consciousness only in resisting passion and obeying justice. Therein also is the type of true social liberty. Nothing is falser than the opinion that society diminishes our mutual liberty. Far from that. It secures it, develops it. What it suppresses is not liberty, it is its opposite, passion. Society no more injures liberty than justice, for society is nothing else than the very idea of justice realized. In securing liberty, justice secures equality also. If men are unequal in physical force and intelligence, they are equal in so far as they are free beings, and consequently equally worthy of respect. All men, when they bear the sacred character of the moral person, are to be respected by the same title and in the same degree. The limit of liberty is in liberty itself. The limit of right is in duty. Liberty is to be respected, provided it injure not the liberty of another. I ought to let you do what you please, but on the condition that nothing which you do will injure my liberty. For then, in virtue of my right of liberty, I should regard myself as obligated to repress the aberrations of your will, in order to protect my own and that of others. Society guarantees the liberty of each one, and if one citizen attack that of another, he is arrested in the name of liberty. For example, religious liberty is sacred. You may, in the secret of consciousness, invent for yourself the most extravagant superstition. But if you wish publicly to inculcate an immoral worship, you threaten the liberty and reason of your citizens. Such preaching is interdicted. From the necessity of repressing springs the necessity of a constituted repressive force. Rigorously, this force is in us, for if I am unjustly attacked, I have the right to defend myself. But, in the first place, I may not be the strongest. In the second place, no one is an impartial judge in his own cause, and what I regard or give out as an act of legitimate defense may be an act of violence and oppression. So the protection of the rights of each one demands an impartial and disinterested force. that may be superior to all particular forces. This disinterested party, armed with the power necessary to secure and defend the liberty of all, is called government. The right of government expresses the rights of all and each. It is the right of personal defense transferred to a public force, to the profit of common liberty. Government is not, then, a power distinct from and independent of society. It draws from society its whole force. It is not what it has seemed to two opposite schools of publicists, to those who sacrifice society to government, to those who consider government as the enemy of society. If government did not represent society, it would be only a material, illegitimate, and soon powerless force, and without government, society would be a war of all against all. Society makes the moral power of government, as government makes the security of society. Pascal is wrong when he says that not being able to make what is just powerful, men have made what is powerful just. Government, in principle at least, is precisely what Pascal desired, justice armed with force. It is a sad and false political system that places society and government, authority and liberty, in opposition to each other, by making them come from two different sources, by presenting them as two contrary principles. I often hear the principle of authority spoken of as a principle apart, independent, deriving from itself its force and legitimacy, and consequently made to rule. No error is deeper and more dangerous. Thereby it is thought to confirm the principle of authority. Far from that. From it is taken away its solidest foundation. Authority, that is to say, legitimate and moral authority, is nothing else than justice, and justice is nothing else than the respect of liberty. So that there is not therein two different and contrary opinions, but one and the same principle of equal certainty and equal grandeur, under all its forms and in all its applications. End of section 39.
Section 40 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Against the Iron-Clad Oath, Samuel Sullivan Cox. 1824 to 1889. Always one of the readiest and most fluent, and often one of the most instructive and forcible speakers of his day, Sunset Cox narrowly missed becoming a very great orator. He had every faculty which characterizes a great orator, in addition to one which no political orator can have and remain great, a governing sense of humor. He was never safe from the temptation to become humorous at the expense of power. His speech of June 3, 1879, against the Iron-Clad Oath might easily have become one of the great orations of Congress. Mr. Cox had mastered the entire literature of the subject he was intensely in earnest. He looked beyond the passions of his day to the eternal verities, but arguing toward a climax in which he intended to appeal to the principles of the Sermon on the Mount, he could not resist the temptation to stop, midway his triumphant progress towards great success, to convulse the House with the story of how Cornelius O'Flaherty swore off from drinking. In spite of his humor, in a certain sense, because of it, Mr. Cox exerted a wide influence during his generation, but so accustomed did the public grow to expecting humor from him that the serious work of his life has never been fully recognized. Political life was a serious business for him, however, from the beginning, so serious that his reactions into humor are not to be wondered at. He was born in Ohio, September 30th, 1824. When he entered Congress as a member of the House of Representatives, elected from Ohio, he found himself as a Democrat almost completely isolated by the events which followed the fall of Fort Sumter. He was an earnest and logical supporter of the constitutional union of the states, but his sympathies for all Americans, North and South, were strong. He was more actively a war Democrat than Vallandigham, or even than Pendleton, but the whole Civil War was a grief to him, and during the period of scarcely less violent political struggle which followed the cessation of actual hostilities, his efforts were directed to mollify prejudice, mitigate animosity, and restore as much as possible of the goodwill between all Americans on which the American institutions he believed in were necessarily based. He entered politics as a Douglas Democrat, and one of the best of his earliest speeches was delivered on the death of Douglas in 1861. He served in Congress as a representative from Ohio from 1857 to 1865. Removing to New York City, he was again elected to Congress as a Democrat in 1869, serving an intermission of one term until 1885, when he was appointed United States Minister to Turkey. After his return in 1886, he was re-elected to Congress and again re-elected in 1888. He died in New York City September 10, 1889. Of his books, his 3 Decades of Federal Legislation is the most valuable, while his Diversions of a Diplomat is the most characteristic and entertaining. Against the Iron-Clad Oath. From a speech in the House of Representatives, June 3, 1879. There was a bitter contest in England after the Revolution of 1640. It turned upon an oath. It was not merely prelacy, or the wearing of the surplice, or the use of a liturgy, or the Book of Common Prayer, or the sign of the cross which tried the soul of Richard Baxter and others like him who would not conform to the established church. It was the etc. oath. It had a clause from which it is named, "Nor will I ever give my consent to alter the government of the church by archbishops, bishops, deans, and archdeacons, etc., as it stands now established and ought to stand." This was an oath promissory, an oath binding fallible men never to change opinions. It included it in an etc., no one knew what. An adjuration thus indefinite was like our ironclad, so indefinite as to be the essence of folly and despotism. Applause. Instead of helping the prelacy to be unchangeable, it roused up the Baxters of that day to resist. It became an advantage to the cause of dissent. The Long Parliament seized upon it along with the ship money question to vindicate freedom and inflame the people against royalty. Puritanism thrived upon this insane proscription. It gave new truth to the French verse as to the English monarch. Le roi d'Angleterre est le roi d'Enfer. Pym, Fiennes, Digby, and other of the Puritan heroes of Parliament thundered against it. It was a part of the incitement which gave to the Commonwealth its synod in spiritual and its Parliament for temporal matters. After the Restoration, other oaths were enacted. Those in the service of the Church were required to promise subjection to the canons and abjure the solemn league and covenant. They were required to abjure the taking up of arms against the king and his officers. By this the English Church lost 2,000 of its best ministers. Still another law was passed requiring of ministers an oath which, if they refused, they should not come within 5 miles of any city or corporation, or any place where they had lived or which sent burgesses to Parliament. This is the oath. I, A.B., do swear that it is not lawful upon any pretense whatsoever to take arms against the king, and that I do abhor that traitorous position of taking arms by his authority against his person or against those that are commissioned by him, in pursuance of such commission, and that I will not at any time endeavor any alteration of the government, either in church or state. Some took this oath, for they had no subsistence for their families among the strange country places to which they were expelled. No severity, says Hallam, comparable to this cold-blooded persecution has been inflicted by the late powers, even in the ferment and fury of a civil war. All sorts of subterfuges and reservations were resorted to take the oath and not feel it binding in a certain sense. It was a fruitful source of prevarication and perjury. In the persecutions under this oath, and while Sidney and others were falling under the axe of the despot, Richard Baxter, the leader of nonconformity, fell under the tender mercy of Jeffreys at Westminster. This judicial fiend was well selected to execute such laws, for never in the career of infamous judges is there anything to compare with his brutal treatment of this meek and just man. "Does your lordship think any jury will pass a verdict upon me upon such a trial?" asked the author of the Holy Commonwealth of this judge. "I'll warrant you," said Jeffreys, "don't you trouble yourself about that." The packed and corrupt jury, summoned to do the bidding of the obsequious tool of a licentious court, laid their heads together and found him guilty without leaving the box. Out of the ordeal of these odious oaths and mock trials sprang the noble army of nonconformist confessors, whose labors and sufferings gave to them an immortalization on earth by the muse of history, and gave to their immortality in heaven the beauty of holiness which was their saints' rest forever. It gave that grace and spirituality to the better part of the Puritan character, of which there is so much just boasting in our own country, and that too by men who have forgotten their shining example. It is sad, almost savage satire on those who thus vaunt of these stanch men of spiritual faith and austere manners, that their stalwart descendants in the New World are the loud leaders in perpetuating the same system of proscriptive oath-taking and mock jury trial which gave to England her Revolution of 1688, and to America her earliest and bravest lovers of liberty. The lesson it teaches to New England is that those who on glorious ancestors enlarge produce their debt instead of their discharge. Laughter. These very test oaths, sir, drove many a Puritan, Quaker, and Catholic to the New World. It was reserved for their descendants to re-enact them here in the noon of our century, not only to affect religion and state, but to inflict penalties and perpetuate hatred. Ah, where is that old Puritan spirit which led to the abolition of the Star Chamber, the High Commission, and the Council of York, which demanded the execution of Strafford and the King, and which always held to the petition of right as a palladium of English liberty? Where is that spirit of parliamentary courage which arrested the attempt of the King upon the Commons when he strove to suppress Wentworth and to arrest Hampden, Pym, Hollis, Hasselrig, and Strode for high treason because they spoke for the Great Charter, the petition of right, and the privileges of the Commons? Where was the Puritan nerve and spirit which resisted the attempt of the King when he came to the Commons to demand the 5 members, with his guard of pensioners and Tories, exclaiming that he would not break their privileges, but that treason had no privilege? He found his birds had flown and retreated ignominiously from the Commons, saluted with the cry, "Privilege! Privilege!" This was at a time, too, when the axe hung over the heads of outspoken Puritans. I would not derogate from the Puritan character, nor unduly exalt it. It has been said that the Puritans who came to this country had not the heroism of those who remained at home to fight for freedom against the King. It is known that many of them became more intolerant here than their persecutors had been in England. It is not for me to praise their burning of witches, their persecution of Catholics, their cutting out the tongues of Quakers, and their exile of the Baptists. Nor would it be proper to refer to their trade in slaves or their treatment of the Indians. Enough remains of the history of the Puritans of New England during the many years preceding our own Revolution to show that the spirit of Pym, Hampden, and Wentworth was instinct and alive in the Warrens, Adamses, and Hancocks of our elder day. But alas, how have their descendants degenerated? They cannot read the history of these their own test oaths placed on our statute by them, even on revision, and the laws for the use of the army to control civil affairs and override by force local rights, without a blush. They were not merely the passive instruments of their enactment and execution, but the active instruments as well. When Macaulay describes the Puritans of Old England as looking down upon the rich and the eloquent, upon nobles, and upon priests, with contempt, esteeming themselves rich in a more enduring treasure, and eloquent in a more sublime language, nobles by the right of an earlier creation, and priests by the imposition of a mightier hand, could he have dreamed that out of a civil war in this land this domineering element, so proud and great, would fall so far as to keep on the statute tests, pains, and penalties which France, Turkey, Russia, and even Asiatic and African barbarians would be ashamed to defend? Thus, when we follow this quasi-Puritan of this latter day, we find nothing of heroism to worship. It is like going into old Egyptian temples. Its priests are of grave aspect, its porticos and vestibules and groves beautiful, its walls resplendent with paintings, gems, silver, and amber, its idata shaded with gold, but its god is a cat, a crocodile, or serpent rolling upon purple coverlets. What history has not been written, what poems not sung, in praise of the heroic Puritan element, yet how ignoble their descendants seem when their proscription and bigotry are exposed. One of the peculiar features of the Iron-Clad is that it compels a person to swear that while he is taking the oath he is not forswearing himself, i.e., that he has no mental reservations, that he is playing no sleights with his conscience, no thimble rig with words, or, in other words, he is sworn that while he is swearing he is not lying. I have here an illustration of a peculiar mode of swearing. It is an oath which reserves so many conditions and qualifications that it nullifies itself. Carleton publishes it of one of his Celtic characters. Being urged by his good priest to take a pledge against intemperance, the affiant went to the schoolmaster of his village and had the following drawn. Oath against liquor made by me, Cornelius O'Flaherty, Philomath, on behalf of Mr. Peter Connell of the Crossroads, merchant on one part, and of the soul of Mrs. Elish Connell, now in purgatory, merchantess, on the other. I solemnly and meritoriously and soberly swear that a single tumbler of whiskey punch shall not cross my lips during the 24 hours of the day, barring 12, the locality of which is as followeth. Imprimis, 2 tumblers at home. 2. Secundo, 2 more ditto at my son Dan's. 2. Tertio, 2 more ditto behind my own garden. 2. Quarto, 1 ditto at the Reverend Father Macaulay's. 1. Quinto, 2 more ditto at Frank McCarroll's of Kilclay. 2. Sexto, 1 ditto with Bartle Gorman of Carrig. 1. Septimo, 2 more ditto with honest Roger McGowie of New Chacery. 2. Total of 12. Nota bene. I accept in case any doctor of physic might think it right and medical to order me more for my health, or in case I could get Father Mulcahy to take the oath off of me for a start at a wedding or a christening or at any other meeting of friends where there's drink. Applause and laughter. I do not know whether congressmen would make these extensive reservations. Laughter. How would it affect my colleague, Mr. Chittenden, from the City of Churches? Laughter. He is our swearing member. Laughter. He could not take this oath after his orthodox apology. Laughter. Gentlemen here know how recruits were sworn and how they were prepared for the battles of the Republic. No custom-house officer ever administered a stressless oath with more haste and nonchalance than do some of our courts. Who feels their binding force? Who is not shocked by the irreverence and frivolity? When the captain of the Pinafore in a hasty fit of temper says damn, the chorus of good sailors is horrified. The burlesque is equally applicable to other oaths. Such trivial and frequent swearing is no swearing at all, and by extremes it comes near the Bible command, swear not at all. They remind one of the man who was swearing loudly to Hercules. His companion said, do not call so loud or the God may hear you. Laughter. Our statutes groan with oaths at every page, and like the ghost in Hamlet moan, swear, swear. They should evanguish with the dawn. Governments condemn thugs, carbonari, Ku Klux, nihilists, and secret societies generally for their mystic oaths. Let government set an example and abolish the custom. The wisest writers, like Bentham, hold them repugnant to the Christian religion. He wonders why, under such a religion, oaths should be so common. The answer is not complimentary to our civilization. In earlier days, society was cemented by oaths. Liberty was assured, as in Switzerland, by an oath. Patriotism, perhaps, is nerved and obligation sanctified by it, when the bonds of society become loose and require tightening. But now what a farce is this constant swearing! I doubt if all the oaths ever recorded in sacred or classical lore, or propounded in any land for political, religious, judicial, martial, or festive purposes, whether for jurors, witnesses, or officials, whether at custom houses or at marriage rites, whether to suspected patriots or supposed traitors, from Noah, who took the first oath, down to the cloud of investigation committee witnesses, can compare for one moment with what is known as our Iron-Clad oath for the ridiculousness and variety of its application. There is one exception, and that, too, is in our country. It is to be found in the Missouri Constitution made by the Republicans just before the end of the war. That oath illustrates that there are some laws and some men who defy the everlasting order and congruity of things to carry out their grudges. It is enough to damn the party which made it to an eternity of infamy. Luckily, the Supreme Court of the United States cut it up by the roots. Although it remained 5 years to blot the organic law of a great and growing state, and although its provisions again and again were used to give a small minority of the people of Missouri the ruling power, yet at last its authors hid from public execration, and the oath was stamped out by the decision of Mr. Justice Stephen J. Fields in an opinion which adds to his fame as an enlightened and liberal-minded jurist. The decision was made in the case of Cummings versus the State of Missouri, Wallace, page 277. The plaintiff was a Catholic priest. He was indicted and convicted of the crime of teaching and preaching the Christian religion without having first taken the oath required by the amended Constitution of April 1865. He was fined $500. Refusing to pay it, he was committed to jail and, like St. Paul, would not come out until by due process of the law which placed him there. The Supreme Court of Missouri had the effrontery and ignorance to confirm that judgment. That oath was divided in more than 30 district tests. Some of the tests were never even offenses by the laws of the state, and some of them were not even blameworthy, but grew out of charity and affection. The offendant was required on oath to affirm not only that he had never been in armed hostility to the United States, but never by act or word manifested his adherence to the enemy, or his desire or sympathy with those in rebellion, and had never harbored or aided or countenanced any person so engaged, and had never come into or left Missouri to avoid enrollment or draft or to escape his duty in the military service of the United States or the militia of the state, and had never indicated in any terms his disaffection. Those who could not or did not take this oath of loyalty, as it was called, within 60 days were ousted from office if in, and incapacitated from holding office if out. They were debarred from all kinds of offices, even of corporations, public and private. They could not be supervisors or even teachers of schools, nor hold real estate or property of any kind in trust for any purpose. All such offices of trust became ipso facto vacant on the failure to take this many-headed, many-clawed oath. Nor could anyone practice law or be bishop, priest, deacon, elder, or other clergyman of any religious sect. Neither could he teach, preach, or solemnize marriages. This oath is without precedent in history. This oath is without semblance among gods, prophets, saints, soldiers, men, women, or devils, and yet it remained 5 years. Besides, it required the fiat of our Supreme Court to tear it from the body politic of Missouri. The 14th section contained the penalty in which Cummings was immersed, as well as another penalty for false swearing. These were the devilfish tentacula, grappling the people of Missouri while toiling in the caverns of doubt and despair. In England and France, the old test oaths, which were so odious, were limited to an opposition of the predominant government or religion. Their oath was directed against overt acts of hostility. It never reached the humiliation of punishing men for their heart-throbs and kinship. Judge Field placed his heel upon this oath as if it were a viper. He found it not only to be in every sense a bill of attainder, but an ex post facto law. It was a law which imposed a punishment for an act not punishable at the time it was committed. He held that a deprivation of such offices and duties in life was in all senses a punishment, nor was it less a punishment because a way of escape from it was opened by an oath. Well did those vile bigots of Missouri understand that whole classes would be unable to take the oath prescribed, and thereby become incapable of jury or any other duty to society or to the state. Hence, comforted and protected by the proscriptive bigotry and hate of Congress with its Iron-Clad, they disenfranchised the majority of the state. How was this law, if it were a law, executed? Certainly it was not in the ordinary sense a law. It had not the excuse of a legislative inconsiderate haste. It had not even the flimsy excuse of Protestant bigotry against the Catholic faith. In some counties, Methodists as well as Catholics were indicted, tried, and convicted for preaching Christ's gospel of love, because, like Richard Baxter, they would not commit perjury or conform to the oath. These men had been preaching for years, but no amount of work in the vineyard of the Lord saved them from the remorseless clutch of these self-righteous loyal Pharisees. True, this constitutional clause was not directed against the body. It did not use torture, rack, and thumbscrew. It was a radical ukes against the sacred conscience of men, a torture of the soul, a devilish plot against the ministrations of all religions and the teachings of all classes of mind. It was worse than barbaric. In the recent wars of Europe, the Red Cross flag of Geneva upon the white ground of charity gave immunity to those who cared for the sick. It alleviated suffering and saved life. It earned the blessings and gratitude of all. It gave laws of kindness to war. But this infamous oath, which stopped the physician in his round of duty to the sick and dying, and the priest in his consolation, and that under the pressure of an oath to Almighty God, would have hauled down the Red Cross of Geneva. When it did not imprison the clergyman in his home, it did worse. It consigned him to the common jail. It was worse than the 5-mile act of episcopal bigotry against the dissenters. How was it executed? Let one instance illustrate. The radical ghouls of Cape Girardeau County, under this law, indicted the Sisters of Charity who taught in a convent. 3 of these angels of mercy were dragged into court several times, indicted and tried, and even the foreman of the grand jury sent his own child to the convent to be taught, so as to get proof of the teaching and so as to convict. They had not taken the oath. In their case, however, public opinion revolted, and the Titus Oatises of Missouri hid their heads for a time from public opinion, but not until they left for us lessons of their proscriptive meanness, which, in degenerating from the days of Pym and Hamden, Baxter and Defoe, left imperishable evidence of their unfitness to live as generous co-workers for good in human society. Ah, if those Sisters of Charity and Mercy, the Florence Nightingales of our conflict, have passed from earth and found their beatitudes in the yonder azure sheen, where they walk white-handed in celestial light, singing the praises of the good Savior they served here among men, with what pitying eye do they look down upon the foolish and spiteful human craftiness which sought to break the blessed utility and unity of their lives by relentless persecution. Language has no vehicle of expression, the mind no idea, fit to tell the burning shame which should blister forever the cowardice and cruelty of a test so odious and hateful. Applause. Sergeant Talford, in his Ion, exquisitely describes the solace and comfort of those who by benevolent endeavor mold their lives into benevolence. 'Tis a little thing to give a cup of water, yet its draught of cool refreshment drained by fevered lips may give a shock of pleasure to the frame, more exquisite than when nectarine juice renews a life of joy in happiest hours. It is a little thing to speak a phrase of common comfort which by daily use has almost lost its sense, yet on the ear of him who thought to die unmourned 'twill fall like choicest music. But these radical constitution makers and executors of infamous statutes would arrest and imprison the Sisters of Charity, who have gladdened our sad world by their merciful ministrations. The names of the sisterhood are not sounded by the brazen trumpets of publicity, nor mingled with the notes of sectarian discord, but they are found on the criminal records of radical Missouri, the disgrace of our generation. Applause. What execrations are not due to those who persecuted these loving laborers? From the earliest centuries after Christ, when the noble Roman lady Paula took up her residence in Bethlehem to care for and comfort the sick, from the time she laid their pillows aright, as the old chronicle tells us, and felt that the less service she did to the sick, the less she did to God, from the time of this first Sister of Mercy down to our day, when the kind Sours Hospitalaries of France, Béguine of Flanders, and the Sisters of Elizabeth in Germany, in their black gowns and white hoods, their complacent sweetness and holy living, gave to the stricken their self-devotion, so nobly illustrated by Florence Nightingale and her company of noble women, whose only prayer was to go where suffering and perils were greater. No one ever dared to lay secular or rude hands upon this sisterhood. It was to have been hoped that at the close of our Civil War, when the bugles had sounded the long truce, and war-broken soldiers were left stranded in the hospitals, there was no one in human shape who would be so regardless of those gentle and superior beings of the other sex, who had shown such self-abnegation, as to persecute them as outlaws of society. Had they not bent over the wounded and sick when pain and anguish wrung the brow, and whispered low the words of peace, patience, and divine hope while smoothing the pillow and holding the cup to the parched lip? Had they not aided the healing power with moral cheerfulness, and by their softening and purifying presence given good impulses and holy thoughts to the sick and dying? Why, even the Robespierre and the Dantons and the very devils of the French Reign of Terror respected this sisterhood. They were recalled by a special decree of the Republic, which recited their boundless love and charity, and their faithful head, Cbteddy, was given new authority to practice that beautiful vocation as described in Lucile, the poetical counterpart of Florence Nightingale. The mission of genius on earth, to uplift, purify, and confirm by its own gracious gift the world, in despite of the world's dull endeavor to degrade and drag down and oppose it forever. The mission of genius, to watch and to wait, to renew, redeem, and to regenerate. But had this sisterhood lived in Missouri and given their facile sympathy and good offices to the wounded rebels, fine and imprisonment would have been their punishment. The very fiends of the Reign of Terror put to shame these bigots of our day and generation. Spencer tells the story of 3 brothers. When one died, he did not go to join Pluto's grisly band, but his spirit entered into his brother, and when that brother died, the joint spirit entered into the survivor. The Republicans of this Congress seem to have inherited the spirit of their brother radicals of Missouri. How long will they live? End of section 40.
Section 41 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. The Sermon on the Mount. Samuel Sullivan Cox. Peroration of the speech of July 3, 1879, in the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, it may be a fancy, but I sometimes think that the loftiest and purest thoughts come down to us from the mountain. But in the mountains we do feel our faith, all things responsive to the writing there, breathed immortality, revolving life, and greatness still revolving, infinite. Their littleness was not, the least of things seemed infinite. I hope it may not be presuming to say, Mr. Speaker, that I have been something of a traveler, and have been upon many mountains of our star. I would that my observations had been better utilized for duty. I have been upon the Atlas, whose giant shoulders were fabled to have upheld the globe. I have learned from there that even to northern Africa the Goths brought their fueros, or bills of right, with their arms, from the cold forests of the north to the sunny plains and rugged mountains of that old granary of the Roman world. I have been amid the Alps, where the spirit of Tell and liberty is always tempered with mercy, and whose mountains are a monument through 1,000 of years of republican generosity. I have been among the Sierras of Spain, where the patriot Riego, whose hymn is the Marseillaise of the peninsula, was hunted after he had saved constitutional liberty and favored amnesty to all, the noblest exemplar of patriotism since the days of Brutus. From the 7 hills of Rome down through the corridors of time comes the story which Cicero relates from Thucydides, that a brazen monument was erected to the Thebans to celebrate their victory over the Lacedaemonians, but it was regarded as a memento of civil discord, and the trophy was abolished, because it was not fitting that any record should remain of the conflict between Greek and Greek. From the same throne of ancient power come the words which command only commemoration of foreign conquests, and not of domestic calamities. And that Rome, with her imperial grace, believed that it was wisest to erect a bridge of gold, that civil insurgents should pass back to their allegiance. From the Acropolis at Athens, there is the story of the herald at the Olympic Games, who announced the clemency of Rome to the conquered, who had long been subjected to the privations and calamities imposed by the conqueror. The historian says that the Greeks, when the herald announced such unexpected deliverance, wept for joy at the grace which had been bestowed. All these are but subordinate lights around the central light, which came from the mountain whence the great sermon was spoken. Its name is unknown. Its locality has no geography. All we know is that it was set apart. The mountains of our scriptures are full of inspiration for our guidance. Their teachings may well be carried into our political ethics. But it was not from Ararat, which lifted its head first above the flood and received the dove with its olive branch, not from Sinai, which looks proudly upon 3 nations and almost 3 countries and overlooks our kind with its great moral code, not from Horeb, where Jehovah with his fearful hand covered his face, that man might not look upon his brightness, not from Tabor, where the great transformation was enacted, not from Pisgah, where Moses made his farewell to the people he had delivered and led so long, not from Carmel, where the prayer of Elijah was answered in fire, not from Lebanon, whose cedars were the beauty of the earth, not from the Mount of Olives, which saw the agony of the Savior, not from Calvary, at whose great tragedy nature shuddered and the heavens were covered with gloom, not from one or all of these secular or sacred mountains, but our best teaching for duty comes. It comes from that nameless mountain, set apart, because from it emanated the great and benignant truths of him who spake as never man spake. Applause. Here is the sublime teaching. Ye have heard in the aforetime that it hath been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them that despitefully use you and persecute you, that ye may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust. The spirit of this teaching has no hospitality for test oaths, and asks no compensation for grace. Applause. Along with this teaching, and to the same good end, are the teachings of history, patriotism, chivalry, and even economic selfishness. Yet these teachers are often blind guides to duty. They are but molehills compared to the lofty mountain whose spiritual grandeur brings peace, order, and civilization. When these principles obtain in our hearts, then our legislation will conform to them. When they do obtain their hold in these halls, there will arise a brilliant day-star for America. When they do obtain recognition, we may hail a new advent of that Prince of Peace, whose other advent was chanted by the angelic choir. In conclusion, sir, let me say that in comparison with this celestial code, by which we should live and die, how little seem all the contests here about armies, appropriations, riders, and coercion, which so exasperate and threaten. Let our legislation be inspired by the lofty thought from that Judean mountain, and God will care for us. In our imperfections, here as legislators, let us look aloft, and then his greatness will flow around our incompleteness, and round our restlessness, his rest. Then measures which make for forgiveness, tranquility, and love, like the abolition of hateful oaths and other reminders of our sad and bloody strife, will rise in supernal dignity above the party passions of the day. And that party which vindicates right against might, freedom against force, popular will against federal power, rest against unrest, and God's goodness and mercy around and above all, will in that sign conquer. Applause. To those in our midst who have the spirit of violence, hate, and unforgiveness, and who delight in pains, penalty, test oaths, bayonets, and force, and who would not replace these instruments of turbulence with love, gentleness, and forgiveness, my only curse upon such is that God Almighty in his abundant and infinite mercy may forgive them, for they know not what they do. Long continued applause. End of section 41.
Section 42 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Stephen A. Douglas and His Place in History. Samuel Sullivan Cox. From a speech in the House of Representatives, July 9th, 1861. Scarcely with any of our public men can Douglas be compared. The people like to compare him to Jackson for his energy and honesty. He was like the great triumvirate, Clay, Webster, and Calhoun, but like in difference. Like them in his gift of political foresight, still he had a power over the masses not possessed by them. Like Clay in his charm to make and hold friends and to lead his party. Like Webster in the massive substance of his thought, clothed in apt political words. Like Calhoun in the tenacity of his purpose and the subtlety of his dialectics. He yet surpassed them all in the homely sense, the sturdy strength, and indomitable persistence with which he wielded the masses and electrified the Senate. In the onslaught of debate he was ever foremost, his crest high and his falchion clean. Whether his antagonists numbered 2 or 10, whether the whole of the Senate were against him, he could take a raking fire at the whole group. Like the shrouded Junius, he dared commons, lords, and king to the encounter. But unlike that terrible shadow, he sought no craven covert, but fought in the open lists with a muscular and mental might which defied the unreasoning cries of the mob and rolled back the thunders of the executive anathema. Douglas was no scholar, in the pedantic sense of the term. His reading was neither classical nor varied, neither was he a scholiast. His researches were ever in the line of his duty, but therein they were thorough. His library was never clear from dust. His favorite volume was the Book of Human Nature, which he consulted without much regard to the binding. He was skilled in the contests of the bar, but he was more than a lawyer. He easily separated the rubbish of the law from its essence. As a jurist, his decisions were not essays. They had in them something decisive, after the manner of the best English judges. As a legislator, his practicalness cut away the entanglements of theoretic learning and ancient precedent, and brought his mind into the presence of the thing to be done or undone. Hence he never criticized a wrong for which he did not provide a remedy. He never discussed a question that he did not propose a measure. His style was of that plain and tough fiber which needed no ornament. He had a felicity in the use of political language never equaled by any public man. He had the right word for the right place. His interrogative method and his ready and fit replies gave dramatic vivacity to his debates. Hence the newspapers readily copied them, and the people retentively remembered them. Gleams of humor were not infrequent in his speeches, as in his conversation. His logic had the reach of the rifled cannon, which annihilated while they silenced the batteries of his opponents. Douglas was a partisan, but he never wore his party uniform when his country was in danger. His zeal, like all excess, may have had its defect. But to him who observes the symmetry and magnanimity of his life, it will appear that he always strove to make his party conservative of his country. The tenacity with which he clung to his theory of territorial government and the extension of suffrage on local questions from state to territory, and the absolute non-intervention by Congress for the sake of peace and union, while it made him enemies, increased the admiration of his friends. His nature shines out with its loftiest grace and courage in his debates on these themes, so nearly connected as he thought them with the stability of the Republic. If it be that every true man is himself a cause, a country, or an age, if the height of a nation is the altitude of its best men, then indeed are these enlarged liberalities, which are now fixed as American institutions, but the lengthened shadow of Stephen A. Douglas. This is the cause, self-government in state and territory, with which he would love most to be identified in his country's history. He was ready to follow it to any logical conclusion, having faith in it as a principle of repose, justice, and union. Placed at the head of the Territorial Committee, it was his hand which, on this basis, fashioned territory after territory and led state after state into the Union. The latest constellation formed by California, Iowa, Oregon, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and I may add Kansas, received their charter to shine and revolve under his hand. These states, faithful to his fostering, will ever remain as monuments of his greatness. His comprehensive forecast was exhibited in his speech on the Clayton and Bulwer Treaty on the 4th of March, 1853, wherein he enforced a continental policy suitable and honorable to the New World and its destiny, now so unhappily obscured. That speech was regarded by Judge Douglas as among the most valuable, as I think it the most finished and cogent speech of his life. His Philippic against England, which today has its vindication in her selfish conduct towards us, will remind the scholar of Demosthenes, while his enlarged philosophy has the sweep and dignity of Edmund Burke. It was this speech which gave to Douglas the heart of young America. He refused to prescribe limits to the area over which democratic principles might safely spread. "I know not what our destiny may be, but," he continued, "I try to keep up with the spirit of the age, to keep in view the history of the country, see what we have done, whither we are going, and with what velocity we are moving, in order to be prepared for those events which it is not in the power of man to thwart." He would not then see the limits of this giant republic fettered by treaty, neither would he, in 1861, see them curtailed by treachery. If he were alive today, he would repeat with new emphasis his warning against England and her unforgiving spite, wounded pride, and selfish policy. When, in 1847, he advocated the policy of terminating her joint occupation with us of Oregon, he was ready to back it by military force, and, if war should result, "we might drive Great Britain and the last vestiges of royal authority from the continent of North America, and make the United States an ocean-bound republic." With ready tact and good sense, he brought to the fiscal and commercial problems of the country views suitable to this age of free interchange and scientific advancement. His position on the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Senate gave him a scope of view abroad, which was enriched by European travel and historic research, and which he ever used for the advancement of our flag and honor among the nations. His knowledge of our domestic troubles, with their hidden rocks and horrid breakers, and the measures he proposed to remove them, show that he was a statesman of the highest rank, fit for calm or storm. Some have lamented his death now as untimely and unfortunate for his own fame, since it has happened just at the moment when the politician was lost in the patriot, and when he had a chance to atone for past error by new devotion. Mr. Speaker, men do not change their natures so easily. The Douglas of 1861 was the Douglas of 1850, 1854, and 1858. The patriot who denounced this great rebellion was the patriot in every fold and lineament of his character. There is not a page of his history that we can afford to blot. The words which escaped him in the delirium of his last days, when he heard the battle afar off, the thunder of the captains, and the shouting, were the keynote to a harmonious life. Observant of the insidious processes, north and south, which have led us to this civil war, he ever strove, by adjustment, to avoid their disastrous effects. History will be false to her trust if she does not write that Stephen A. Douglas was a patriot of matchless purity, and a statesman who, foreseeing and warning, tried his utmost to avert the dangers which are now so hard to repress. Nor will she permit those who now praise his last great effort for the Union to qualify it by sinister reflection upon his former conduct, for thus they tarnish the luster of a life devoted, in peace and war, to the preservation of the Union. His fame never had eclipse. Its disk has been ever bright to the eye of history. It sank below the horizon, like the sun of the Morea, full-orbed and in the full blaze of its splendor. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Thomas Cranmer, 1489 to 1556. Perhaps in all English history there is nowhere else so striking an example of the sublimity of which human nature is capable in its utmost and most shameful weakness as that given by Cranmer in his speech at the stake. As a statesman he had vacillated and hesitated, sacrificing principle repeatedly for the sake of public policy, or his own safety and immediate advantage. But it is hard to imagine a nobler death than his. In the full consciousness of his weakness, having put away completely his regard for public opinion, as well as what is generally considered self-respect, he used his last moments to exhort Englishmen who would survive him not to hate and hurt each other, and to entreat those who had great substance and riches of this world to have mercy on the weak. Then, when no longer allowed to speak, and when the fire had been lighted, he gave the memorable exhibition of a self-mastery which redeemed him from surviving in history as a mere weakling and made him one of the great heroic figures of the English race. The scene after he was silenced is thus described by his biographer, John Strype, writing in 1693 on the authority of eyewitnesses. And here, being admonished of his recantation and dissembling, he said, "Alas, my lord, I have been a man that all my life loved plainness, and never dissembled till now against the truth, which I am most sorry for." He added thereunto that, for the sacrament, he believed as he had taught in his book against the Bishop of Winchester, and here he was suffered to speak no more. So that his speech contained chiefly 3 points: love to God, love to the king, love to neighbour. In the which talk he held men in very suspense, which all depended upon the conclusion, where he so far deceived all men's expectations that, at the hearing thereof, they were much amazed, and let him go on a while, to my Lord Williams bade him play the Christian man, and remember himself, to which he answered that he so did, for now he spake truth. Then he was carried away, and a great number that did run to see him go so wickedly to his death, ran after him, exhorting him while time was to remember himself. And one Friar John, a goodly and well-learned man, all the way travelled with him to reduce him. But it would not be. What they said in particular I cannot tell, but the effect appeared in the end. For at the stake he professed that he died in all such opinions as he had taught, and oft repented him of his recantation. Coming to the stake with a cheerful countenance and a willing mind, he put off his garments with haste, and stood upright in his shirt, and a Bachelor of Divinity, named Ely of Brazen-Nose College, laboured to convert him to his former recantation, with the 2 Spanish friars. But when the friars saw his constancy, they said in Latin one to another, "Let us go from him, we ought not to be nigh him, for the devil is with him." But the Bachelor of Divinity was more earnest with them, unto whom he answered that, as concerning his recantation, he repented it right sore, because he knew it was against the truth, with other words more. Whereupon the Lord Williams cried, "Make short, make short!" And the bishop took certain of his friends by the hand, but the Bachelor of Divinity refused to take him by the hand, and blamed all others that so did, and said he was sorry that he ever came in his company. And yet again he required him to agree to his former recantation. The bishop answered, showing his hand, "This is the hand that wrote it, and therefore it shall suffer first punishment." Fire being now put to him, he stretched out his right hand, and thrust it into the flame, and held it there a good pace before the fire came to any other part of his body, where his hand was seen of every man sensibly burning, crying with a loud voice, This hand hath offended. As soon as the fire got up, he was very soon dead, never stirring or crying all the while. From Memorials of Thomas Cranmer, by John Strype, M.A., 1693. 3 centuries after the best and greatest man of any period has done his work, the world can look back upon it and see that it is not given to any man to be eternally right in anything whatever, except in such renunciation and self-sacrifice as Cranmer, the martyr, showed at the last in his condemnation of Cranmer, the statesman, Cranmer the prelate, and Cranmer the politician. He was born in Nottinghamshire, July 2nd, 1489, and died at Oxford, March 21st, 1556. Educated at Cambridge, he became one of the most learned men of his day, and when, in 1529, he used his learning to enable Henry VIII to divorce Catherine of Aragon, he came at once into high favour at court. Appointed the king's chaplain, he was sent in 1532 on a mission to Germany, and in 1533 was appointed Archbishop of Canterbury. He used that position, as was expected, against the rights of Queen Catherine. Under Edward VI, in 1553, he was induced to sign a patent excluding Mary and Elizabeth from the succession in favour of Lady Jane Grey, and as a result, on the accession of Mary, daughter of Catherine of Aragon, he was sent to the Tower for treason, and subsequently to the stake on a charge of heresy. Though, of course, as generally happened in such cases during that period, the motive back of the charge of spiritual error was purely one of politics. Cranmer had pledged himself to respect the will of Henry VIII, by which the succession devolved upon Mary, and his breach of faith in violating this pledge has been called perjury, as his frequent shifting of position from the beginning of his political career up to the time when he collected all his faculties in his supreme effort at the stake has been called cowardice and lack of moral character. Macaulay denies, as others have done, his right to be called a martyr, but even if his life had been that of a coward in the last stages of moral infirmity up to the time when, with his hand seen by everyone to be sensibly burning, he cried with a loud voice, "This hand hath offended," and so died, his death would remain nevertheless one of the most admirable in history, so remarkable by reason of its very contrast with his life, that we can hardly imagine such strength possible for humanity, except as an antithesis to the extreme weakness, in repenting which Cranmer glorified himself in that common humanity of which his weaknesses were characteristic. His speech at the stake, as reported in the Memorials by John Strype, 1693. Good people, I had intended indeed to desire you to pray for me, which, because Mr. Doctor hath desired, and you have done already, I thank you most heartily for it. And now will I pray for myself, as I could best devise for mine own comfort, and say the prayer word for word as I have here written it. And he read it standing, and afterwards kneeled down and said the Lord's Prayer, and all the people on their knees devoutly praying with him. His prayer was thus: O Father of heaven, O Son of God, Redeemer of the world, O Holy Ghost proceeding from them both, 3 persons and one God, have mercy upon me, most wretched caitiff and miserable sinner. I who have offended both heaven and earth, and more grievously than any tongue can express, whither then may I go, or whither should I fly for succour? To heaven I may be ashamed to lift up mine eyes, and in earth I find no refuge. What shall I then do? Shall I despair? God forbid. O good God, thou art merciful, and refusest none that come unto thee for succour. To thee therefore do I run. To thee do I humble myself, saying, O Lord God, my sins be great, but yet have mercy upon me for thy great mercy. O God the Son, thou wast not made man. This great mystery was not wrought for few or small offences. Nor thou didst not give thy Son unto death, O God the Father, for our little and small sins only, but for all the greatest sins of the world, so that the sinner return unto thee with a penitent heart, as I do here at present. Wherefore have mercy upon me, O Lord, whose property is always to have mercy. For though my sins be great, yet thy mercy is greater. I crave nothing, O Lord, for mine own merits, but for thy name's sake, that it may be glorified thereby, and for thy dear Son, Jesus Christ's sake. Then rising, he said, All men desire, good people, at the time of their deaths, to give some good exhortation that others may remember after their deaths, and be the better thereby. So I beseech God grant me grace that I may speak something at this my departing, whereby God may be glorified, and you edified. First, it is in heavy case to see that many folks be so much doted upon the love of this false world, and so careful for it, that for the love of God, or the love of the world to come, they seem to care very little, or nothing therefore. This shall be my first exhortation, that you set not overmuch by this false glozing world, but upon God, and the world to come, and learn to know what this lesson meaneth, which St. John teacheth, that the love of this world is hatred against God. The second exhortation is that next unto God you obey your king and queen willingly and gladly, without murmur and grudging, and not for fear of them only, but much more for the fear of God, knowing that they be God's ministers, appointed by God to rule and govern you, and therefore whoso resisteth them resisteth God's ordinance. The third exhortation is, that you love altogether like brethren and sisters. For alas, pity it is to see what contention and hatred one Christian man hath toward another, not taking each other as sisters and brothers, but rather as strangers and mortal enemies. But I pray you learn and bear well away this one lesson, to do good to all men as much as in you lieth, and to hurt no man, no more than you would hurt your own natural and loving brother or sister. For this you may be sure of, that whosoever hateth any person, and goeth about maliciously to hinder or hurt him, surely, and without all doubt, God is not with that man, though he think himself never so much in God's favour. The fourth exhortation shall be to them that have great substance and riches of this world, that they will well consider and weigh those sayings of the Scripture. One is of our Saviour Christ himself, who saith, It is hard for a rich man to enter into heaven. A sore saying, and yet spoken by him that knew the truth. The second is of St. John, whose saying is this, He that hath the substance of this world, and seeth his brother in necessity, and shutteth up his mercy from him, how can he say he loveth God? Much more might I speak of every part, but time sufficeth not. I do but put you in remembrance of these things. Let all them that be rich ponder well these sentences. For if ever they had any occasion to show their charity, they have now at this present, the poor people being so many, and victuals so dear. For though I have been long in prison, yet I have heard of the great penury of the poor. Consider that which is given to the poor is given to God, whom we have not otherwise present corporally with us, but in the poor. And now, for so much as I am come to the last end of my life, whereupon hangeth all my life past and my life to come, either to live with my Saviour Christ in heaven and joy, or else to be in pain ever with wicked devils in hell. And I see before mine eyes presently either heaven ready to receive me, or hell ready to swallow me up. I shall therefore declare unto you my very faith, how I believe, without colour or dissimulation, for now is no time to dissemble whatsoever I have written in times past. First, I believe in God the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and every article of the Catholic faith, every word and sentence taught by our Saviour Christ, and his apostles and prophets in the Old and New Testaments. And now I come to the great thing that troubleth my conscience, more than any other thing that I ever said or did in my life, and that is the setting abroad of writings contrary to the truth, which here now I renounce and refuse as things written with my hand, contrary to the truth which I thought in my heart, and writ for fear of death, and to save my life, if it might be. And that is, all such bills which I have written or signed with mine own hand since my degradation, wherein I have written many things untrue. And forasmuch as my hand offended in writing contrary to my heart, therefore my hand shall be punished. For if I may come to the fire, it shall be first burnt. And as for the Pope, I refuse him as Christ's enemy, and as Antichrist with all his false doctrine. End of section 43. Section 44 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Against the Fear of Death, by Thomas Cranmer. From a sermon preserved in Strype's Memorials. If death of the body were to be feared, then them which have power to kill the body should we fear, lest they do their exercise over us, as they may at their pleasure. But our Saviour forbids us to fear them, because when they have killed the body, then they can do no more to us. Wherefore it is plain that our Saviour would not that we should fear death. To die, saith St. John Chrysostom, is to put off our old garments, and death is a pilgrimage of the spirit from the body. He means for a time. And a sleep somewhat longer than the old custom. The fear of it, saith he, is nothing more than the fear of bugs, and a childish fear of that thing cannot harm thee. Remember holy St. Ambrose's saying, which St. Augustine, lying on his deathbed, ever had in his mouth. I do not fear to die, for we have a good and merciful Lord and Master. Lactantius, the great learned man, confirms the saying of Cicero to be true, which said, that no man can be right wise which feareth death, pain, banishment, or poverty, and that he is the honest and virtuous man which regardeth not what he suffers, but how well he doth suffer. Sedulius defineth death to be the gate by which lieth the straight way unto our reign and kingdom. Basilius, who as a name, so both in virtue and learning, was great, thus he exhorteth us. O man, saith he, shrink not to withstand your adversaries, to suffer labours. Abhor not death, for it destroys not, nor makes an end of you, but it is the beginning and occasion of life. Nor death is the destruction of all things, but a departing and a translation unto honours. And St. Hierom, the strong and stout champion of Almighty God, saith, declaring this saying of holy Job, the day of death is better than the day of birth. That is, saith he, because either that by death it is declared that we are, or else because our birth doth bind our liberty of the soul with the body, and death do loose it. End of section 44.
Section 45 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Forgiveness of Injuries, Thomas Cranmer. From a sermon preserved in Strype's Memorials. These two may stand both well together, that we as private persons may forgive all such as have trespassed against us with all our heart, and yet that the public ministers of God may see a redress of the same trespasses that we have forgiven. For my forgiveness concerns only mine own person, but I cannot forgive the punishment and correction that by God's ordinance is to be ministered by the superior power. For insomuch as the same trespass which I do forgive may be the maintenance of vice, not only of the offender, but also of others taking evil example thereby, it lies not in me to forgive the same. For so should I enterprise in the office of another, which by the ordinance of God be deputed to the same. Yea, and that such justice may be ministered to the abolishment of vice and sin, I may, yea, and rather as the cause shall require, I am bound to make the relation to the superior powers, of the enormities and trespasses done to me and others. And being sorry that I should have caused so to do, seek the reformation of such evildoers, not as desirous of vengeance, but of their amendment of their lives. And yet I may not the more cruelly persecute the matter, because the offence is peradventure done towards me. But I am to handle it as if it were done to any other, only for the use of the extirpation of sin, the maintenance of justice and quietness, which may right well stand with the ferventness of charity, as the Scripture testifieth. Non oderis fraterem tuum in corde tuo, sed publicae ague uum, ne habeas super illo peccatum. Leviticus 19. So that this may stand with charity, and also the forgiveness that Christ requireth of every one of us. And yet in this doing I must forgive him with all my heart, as much as lies in me. I must be sorry that sin should have so much rule in him. I must pray to God to give him repentance for his misdeeds. I must desire God that for Christ's sake he will not impute the sin unto him, being truly repentant, and so to strengthen him in grace, that he fall not again so dangerously. I think I were no true Christian man if I should not thus do. And what other thing is this, that as much as lieth in me, with all my heart to remit the trespass? But I may by the laws require all that is due unto me of right. And as for punishment and correction, it is not in my power to enterprise therein, but that only belongeth to the superior powers, to whom, if the grievousness of the cause shall require by the commandment, which willeth us to take away the evil from among us, we ought to show the offence and complain thereof. For he would not that we should take away the evil, but after a just and lawful means, which is only by the ordinance of God, to show the same to the superior powers, that they may take an order in it, according to God's judgment and justice. End of section 45.
Section number 46 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Allen. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. The Issue and Control of Money Under the Constitution. William Harris Crawford, 1772 to 1834. William H. Crawford was one of the presidential candidates in a contest which resulted in a reconstruction of parties and the evolution of an ultimately disastrous sectionalism. He had been chosen to fill an unexpired term in the United States Senate in 1807, had been re-elected in 1811, had been sent as Minister of France in 1813, and in 1816 had succeeded Alexander James Dallas as Secretary of the Treasury, a post he filled throughout the 8 years of Monroe's 2 administrations, ending March 4, 1825. During his service in the Senate, he had taken a leading part, and had been in 2 duels, in one of which his opponent had fallen, while in the other he had himself been wounded. During the era of good feeling under Monroe, when old party lines had been practically effaced, there had been growing up a feeling that the presidency should go to some state other than Virginia, which had been honored with it during 32 years out of 36. Crawford of Georgia, being a native of Virginia and a member of Monroe's cabinet, was the favorite of the Virginia party and became the nominee of the congressional caucus. But Jackson of Tennessee, Clay of Kentucky, and John Quincy Adams of Massachusetts all remained in the field as Republican candidates in spite of the caucus. Crawford received the electoral votes of Virginia and Georgia in enough scattering to make 41, while Jackson received 99, Adams 84, and Clay 37. This threw the election into the House, where the election of Adams by the vote of Clay in the Kentucky delegation brought about the new division of parties into Whigs and Democrats. After this contest, Mr. Crawford retired from national politics, being in very poor health. He served, however, as criminal judge in Georgia from 1828 to 1831. He was born in Amherst County, Virginia, February 24, 1772, and died in Elbert County, Georgia, September 15, 1834. The Issue and Control of Money Under the Constitution. From a speech in the United States Senate, February 11, 1812, on the Bank of the United States. When I had the honor of addressing the Senate before, I questioned the authority of the state governments to create banks. I then stated, and I again explicitly state, that it is with reluctance that I have felt it my duty to make any inquiry into the constitutional right of the state governments to incorporate banks. The state legislatures ought to have recollected the Spanish proverb which says that those who live in glass houses ought not to throw stones. Before they undertook to question the constitutional authority of Congress, they ought to have thoroughly examined the foundation upon which their own right rested. The honorable gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Giles, says that the construction which I have given to that part of the Constitution which prohibits the states from emitting bills of credit would apply equally to the promissory notes given by one individual to another under the laws of a state, as to a bank bill. Permit me to inquire of that gentleman whether he ever saw a law authorizing one man to give another his promissory note? He may search the Pandects of Justinian, he may turn over the leaves of the musty volumes written upon the common law, from the days of Bracton and Fleta down to the present day, and his search will be in vain. For the right to make contracts, the right to give promissory notes, is antecedent to and independent of all municipal law. The gentleman will find laws and decisions in abundance regulating the effect of endorsements and other collateral circumstances, and prescribing the manner of enforcing the payment of promissory notes, but he will never find a law giving the right to execute the promissory note. But it is said that the bills of credit, which the states are prohibited from emitting, must be bills of credit emitted on the credit of the state. If this distinction should be well founded, many of the state banks are still subject to the charge of unconstitutionality, because in many of them the states are directly interested, and wherever that is the case, their bank bills are bills of credit emitted on the credit of the state. But the correctness of this distinction may well be denied, because the restriction is as general as it could possibly be made. But it is said that this restriction applies only to bills of credit which are made a legal tender in the payment of debts. That bills of credit designated in the Constitution are, ex vi termini, a legal tender. For the correctness of this exposition, an appeal is made to the restriction which immediately follows it, which restrains the right of the states to make anything but gold and silver a legal tender in the payment of debts. It appears to me that the latter restriction excludes most emphatically the construction contended for. If the states are prohibited from emitting bills of credit, it would have been, to say the least of it, wholly nugatory to say they should not have made them a legal tender. If the bills be not emitted, it is impossible that they could be made legal tender. To suppose that the restriction upon the right of the states to make anything but gold and silver legal tender has any connection with or influence upon the restriction to emit bills of credit is as absurd as to suppose that the Decalogue, after having declared that, quote, "thou shalt do no murder," should have added, "but if you will murder, you shall not rob and strike the dead." The construction of the restraint upon the right to make anything but gold or silver a tender is that they shall not make specific articles, as tobacco or cotton, a tender, as was the case in some of the states. But it is said that the history of the states will show that the bills of credit specified in the Constitution were those only which were a legal tender in the payment of debts. Let us examine this point. According to the rule of construction applied to another clause in the Constitution by a large majority of both houses of Congress during the present session, another clause in the Constitution gives Congress the power to admit new states into the Union under two limitations. First, that no new state shall be formed within the limits of any state without the consent of the state, and, second, that no new state should be formed by the junction of two or more states without the consent of such states and also of Congress. These limitations prove that the formation of new states within the limits of the United States was in view of the convention at the time that this clause was adopted, and the subsequent clause, which gives Congress the power to make rules for the government of its territories, proves that these territories were, at that moment, under consideration. In addition to these reasons for believing that the framers of the Constitution had no idea of forming new states beyond the limits of the United States, those who were opposed to the admission of Orleans as a state contended that the history of the United States proves that the power to erect new states and admit them into the Union was intended to be confined to new states within the limits of the United States at the formation of the Constitution, and that a different construction would disparage the rights of the original states and, of course, be a violation of the Constitution. What reply did the majority of Congress give to this train of reasoning? They said that the right to admit new states cannot be subject to any other limitations or restrictions than those which are contained in the clause which gives the right. And there is no restriction upon the right to erect new states without the then limits of the United States. Congress has an unlimited right to erect and admit them into the Union. Let us apply the same rule of construction to the restriction of the right of the states to emit bills of credit. The restriction is a general one. It has no exceptions, and every attempt to make exceptions ought to be repelled by the answer which was given to those who opposed the right of Congress to admit the territory of Orleans into the Union as a state. The construction I have contended for gains additional weight when we consider the restriction which immediately precedes that under consideration. Quote, "No state shall coin money, emit bills of credit, etc." Bills of credit are but the representatives of money. The Constitution gives Congress the right to coin money and to regulate its value. It takes from the states the right to coin money and emit bills of credit. Why give to Congress the right to coin money and regulate its value? Because the interest of the nation requires that the current coin of the nation should be uniform both as to its species and value. If this be the true reason why the right of coining money and fixing its value is given to Congress, does not the right to issue that which is to be the representative of this coin, which, in fact, is to usurp its place, which is to be the real currency of the nation, necessarily belong to Congress? Does not the right to create a bank, which shall issue this representative of money, come within the same reason? I think it does. To the fervid imagination of my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Clay, this power to create a bank appears to be more terrific than was the lever of Archimedes to the frightened imagination of the Romans when they beheld their galleys suddenly lifted up and whirled about in the air and in a moment plunged into the bosom of the ocean. Are these apprehensions founded in reason, or are they the chimeras of a fervid and perturbed imagination? What limitation does the Constitution contain upon the power to lay and collect taxes, imposts, duties, and excises? None but that they shall be uniform, which is no limitation to the amount which they can lay and collect. What limitation does it contain upon the power to raise and support armies? None, other than that appropriations shall not be made for a longer term than 2 years. What restriction is to be found in it upon the right to provide and maintain a navy? None. What upon the right to declare war and make peace? None. None. Thus the Constitution gives to the government of the United States unlimited power over your purses, unlimited power to raise armies and provide navies, unlimited power to make war and peace. And you are alarmed, you are terrified at the power to create a bank to aid it in the management of its fiscal operations. Sir, nothing short of my most profound respect for honorable gentlemen who have frightened themselves with this bugbear can induce me to treat the subject seriously. Gentlemen have said that they are alarmed at the exercise of this power, and I am bound to believe them. Sir, after giving Congress the right to make war and peace, the right to impose taxes, imposts, duties, and excises ad libitum, the right to raise and support armies without restriction as to the number or term of service, the right to provide and maintain a navy without a limitation, I cannot bring myself to tremble at the exercise of a power incidental to only one of these tremendous grants of power. End of section number 46.
Section 47 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. At the Unveiling of Garibaldi's Statue by Francesco Crispi, 1819 through unknown death date. Francesco Crispi was born at Ribera, in Sicily, October 4th, 1819. He began his public career as a major under Garibaldi, with whom he served at Calatafimi in 1860, and a year later he was elected from Palermo to the first Italian Parliament. In 1876 he became president of the Chamber of Deputies, and in 1877 Minister of the Interior, an office he held for a single year. He became Prime Minister of Italy in 1887, holding the position until 1891, and again from 1893 to 1896. The Italy of his later public life has been so heavily taxed, and the restrictions on the industrial and intellectual activities of its people have been so great, as a result of the attempt to keep up a display of militancy and give it a place with the, quote, great powers, end quote, that the people have shown, from time to time, in the usual blind way in which ignorance asserts itself, their sense of the injustice they cannot define, and the limitations they cannot understand. The result has been radical movements which found in Crispi a strong conservative opponent, more or less closely associated with the great financial and commercial interests which have succeeded the feudal nobility as the power behind the throne of European monarchy. His undoubted talents and his power as an orator, if they have not made him a heroic figure, have rendered great service to the conservative interests, with the growing power of which, as shown through increased militancy and the substitution of the standing army for the justice-declaring spirit of civil law, he now seems most likely to be identified in Italian history. His early sympathies with Garibaldi and his prominence in the Italian government made him the orator of the day when the Garibaldi monument was unveiled during the great fetes of 1895. He was never a thorough sympathizer, however, either with Garibaldi or with Mazzini, and it is said that his descent from Mazzini did much to perpetuate monarchy in Italy, preventing the establishment of the Republic so many of Mazzini's followers had ardently hoped for. At the unveiling of Garibaldi's statue, delivered at Rome, September 20th, 1895. The 20th of September, 1870 could not be better commemorated than by the inauguration in Rome of a monument to Garibaldi, the faithful and devoted friend of Victor Emmanuel, who, in 1860, accepted the plebiscite in favor of the liberation of Rome. The citizens of Rome could not be the helots of unity, the slaves of cosmopolitan patriotism. Their servitude meant the restriction of the national sovereignty, which was Italy's due in mere virtue of her existence. The day and the place remind us of the struggle against tyranny, so laborious, yet so fruitful of liberty. The years which elapsed between July 4th, 1849, and September 20th, 1870, were the last years of trial for the civil power. The Church, having shown that she was powerless to live by her own resources, had to rely upon foreign bayonets, of which she, in her turn, became completely the slave. It was here that on April 30th, after a bloody battle, Garibaldi repulsed the invader who, without provocation, had undertaken the barbarous mission of restoring tyranny. When hostilities were resumed, the defenders, although with right on their side, had to yield to force and await patiently the day of resurrection, the 20th of September, 1870. The enemies of Italian unity have endeavored to prove that the present celebration is an insult to the head of the Catholic Church. Their object is to excite conscientious scruples against our country, but the common sense of the people is proof against such tricks, because we all know that Christianity is a divine institution, which is not dependent upon earthly weapons for its existence. The religion of Christ, preached by Paul and Chrysostom, was able to subdue the world without the aid of temporal arms, and we cannot conceive that the Vatican should persist in wishing for temporal sovereignty to exercise its spiritual mission. The gospel, as we all believe, is truth. If it has been disseminated by apostolic teachings, such teachings are sufficient for its existence. It is not really for the protection and prestige of religion that our adversaries demand the restoration of the temporal power of the Holy See, but for worldly reasons, from lust of power and from earthly covetousness. They do not consider that temporal sovereignty cannot be saintly and above sin, that it cannot aspire to celestial perfection in this world. Material weapons and legal violence, justified by reasons of state, should not belong to the vicar of Christ on earth, who is to preach peace, to pray, and to pardon. Religion is not, and it cannot be, an affair of state. Its mission is to console believers with the hope of everlasting life, and to uphold the spirit of faith. The Catholic Church has never enjoyed in any country so much freedom and respect as in Italy. We alone of all nations have renounced every claim to jurisdiction in ecclesiastical matters. It is a maxim of modern law that the state should have no influence in spiritual things, which cannot be interfered with by the civil power without having recourse to violence. The spiritual autonomy which we protect and guarantee should be the stronghold of the Supreme Pontiff. In that stronghold he could not be assailed. Worldly matters elude his grasp, and it would be a virtue in him not to think of them. Souls are his kingdom, and he governs them so absolutely as to elicit the envy of other rulers of men. Protestant sovereigns and even princes who do not believe in Christ bow before him and reverently accept his judgments. The Italians, by promulgating the law of May 1871, have solved a problem which seemed incapable of solution. In this country, where freedom of thought and conscience is acknowledged, unlimited liberty has been granted to the head of the Church with reference to his sacred office and his irresponsibility and inviolability. In regard to his acts, the Pope is subject only to God, and no human potentate can reach him. He exercises a sovereign authority over all those who believe in him, and they are many millions, while he is surrounded by all the honors and privileges of royalty without the drawbacks of civil power, without the hatred, the resentment, and the penalties inseparable from such power. No earthly prince is in a similar position or on the same level. His position is unique. He has no territory to govern. Indeed, any extent of territory would be inadequate for his position, and yet all the world is subject to his spiritual empire. Were he a temporal prince, his authority would be diminished, because it would be equal to that of other rulers, and he would cease to be preeminent. He would be exposed to continual struggles, as he has struggled for centuries, to the detriment of the faith and of his spiritual authority. We have made him an independent sovereign, and as such he is superior to all other princes. In this lies his power. He exercises his office by virtue of his authority. He corresponds with all the world. He prays, he protects, without needing protection, because the Italian kingdom is his shield. Consequently, no earthly weapon can reach him, and the outrages inflicted upon Boniface VIII cannot be repeated. Catholics should be grateful to Italy for the services which we have rendered to the Roman Pontiff. Before September 20th, 1870, he was obliged to bow before the princes of the earth, and concordats were concessions of divine rights made to the prejudice of the Church. It was only when relieved of his temporal dominion that Pius IX could cope with Bismarck and make that man of iron feel the power of spiritual arms. All this is our handiwork, the work of our Parliament, and our king, and we are proud of the achievement. I will say more. It was the will of God, because the Almighty willed that Italy should gather her provinces together and become an equal of other nations. We regret to say that those who oppose this evident will of the Creator call themselves his ministers on earth, but they will not prevail, because Italy is strong and self-reliant and will crush any effort at revolution. These men will not prevail, and perhaps they may grow wiser. They are aware that so long as they keep within lawful bounds and do not infringe the law, they are inviolable. But they ought to remember that if they rebel, if they revile their country and attack our national institutions, they will lose all the benefits which they have secured by our law of guarantees, which was granted to religion and for religion, and not for the personal advantage of any man. They know, or ought to know, that by inciting others to break the law, they would help anarchism, which denies both God and King, and they would not escape punishment. End of section 47. Section 48 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Socialism and Discontent by Francesco Crispi. From a speech occasioned by the revolutionary outbreaks in Sicily. We have before us a great social problem, and one that must be solved. Not the problem which agitators love to pour out before an excited mob, advocating community of goods, the abolition of trustees, the destruction of all lawful rights of ownership. Today, the right of spoliation is being dignified to the rank of a science, but nonetheless, when attempts are made to realize such theories as I have referred to, a close approach is made to the domain of crime. A favorite field with the agitator is the island of Sicily, but the field is ill chosen, for there the sentiments of life and property are strongly rooted. Glance at the scenes of our recent riots, and you will not be able to say that they were caused by distress. In the province of Trapani and in the communes of Palermo, where the riots were fiercest, the conditions of the people are unusually good. There are few large estates in the district, and the land is distributed in small holdings among an industrious peasantry. The outbreaks in Sicily were the result of a well-organized conspiracy, and the effects would have been even more dire had not a vigilant government taken wise precautions. The country is thickly sown with socialistic clubs, which are well known as Fasci dei Lavoratori. Originally, they seemed to be harmless organizations created for benevolent objects. A year later, in 1892, the National Exposition was held in Palermo. Far too promising to neglect was this opportunity for disseminating pernicious doctrines, and agitators from the mainland flocked to the island and took contagion with them. From that time onward, by means of congresses and other incitements from revolutionaries who lived abroad, the real organization of the Fasci dei Lavoratori as revolutionary societies began. The Fasci numbered 166 and had 289,000 members. The chiefs declared that they had no trust in the labors of Parliament, but put their confidence in revolution. This was made manifest by passages in letters which had been seized. Unpatriotic as revolutionists of this type are sure to be, they had endeavored to come to an understanding with clerical societies in Italy and elsewhere, and of this also we have the clearest proof. Finally, a meeting was held in Marseille, and there it was decided that the, quote, new Garibaldi of anarchy, end quote, should go to Palermo. It had been determined to rise in insurrection about the middle of February, but fearing that the government had been warned, it was decided to anticipate the date originally fixed, and there was a 4th of April in which neither the, quote, new Garibaldi, end quote, nor any of his friends took any part. The peasants had been promised that during this year lands would be divided evenly among them, and the conspirators had planned to bring about a war by the help of Russia, to which country it was intended to cede a port. If you would understand the character of the movement, listen to this proclamation published in one commune. It describes the working classes as, quote, children of the Vespers, end quote, and closes with these words, quote, do you sleep? Hasten to the prison to rescue your brethren. Death to the king. Death to employers. Down with taxes. Burn the mayoralty. Burn the civilians' club. Long live the fascio. When the bells ring, let us rush to the castle, for all is ready for liberty. Listen for the signal. End quote. In the province of Massa Carrara, the revolution burst forth in its worst forms. There, as in Sicily, martial law had to be proclaimed. The conditions in Sicily are precisely the same as those in the balance of Italy, and the social laws which apply to the working classes on the mainland must apply to those on the island. The resources of Sicily are so great that the government desires to make use of them in repurchasing the latifundia, which it would divide among the people, and so put an end to the injustices of the communal administrations, especially in regard to tithes. Concerning this, we propose to ask for a magistrate, specially detailed to readjust the rates. Italy must consolidate and fortify herself, and for this, time and labor are still necessary. I ask you, therefore, to follow me in my program. Let us cleave to the King, the symbol of unity, the ark of salvation. I say now, as I said in 1864, that the monarchy alone guarantees unity and the future of the country. With this faith, which is the faith of the country, we must ward off dangers, oppose internal and external enemies, and carry Italy to the greatness to which we have aspired, and without which she cannot exist. End of section 48.
Section 49 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christina Roberts. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Henry Clay and the 19th-Century Spirit. John Jordan Crittenden. 1472. John Jordan Crittenden. 1787 to 1863. John J. Crittenden represented, from 1850 to his death in 1863, the strong Union sentiment of the border states. He ranks with B. Gratz Brown and Frank P. Blair among the leaders of the determined band of Unionists who prevented Kentucky and Missouri from following their natural bent towards the Confederacy. His instincts, however, like those of Henry Clay, were conservative, and by the Crittenden Compromise of 1860 to 1861, as well as by his work in the Peace Commission of 1861, which he was largely instrumental in organizing, he labored ineffectually to bring about reconciliation between the opposing sections. He was born in Woodford County, Kentucky, September 10, 1787. A graduate of William and Mary College, he made a military record during the War of 1812, and thereafter held his position in public life securely until his death, July 26, 1863. He was elected to the Kentucky legislature in 1816. and in 1817 was promoted to the United States Senate. He was Attorney General under Harrison and Tyler, and in 1842 was again elected to the Senate. From 1848 to 1850, he served as governor of Kentucky, leaving that office to become Attorney General in the cabinet of President Fillmore. Returning once more to the Senate in 1855, he served until 1861, when, the Whig Party being now completely disorganized, he was elected a member of the House of Representatives as a Unionist. His eulogy of Henry Clay is generally presented as the most representative of his many striking public speeches, but it scarcely equals, either in the dignity or the force of its eloquence, his speech of February 15, 1859, delivered in the Senate against the proposed acquisition of Cuba. Henry Clay and the 19th-Century Spirit, delivered in 1852. I am to address you in commemoration of the public services of Henry Clay, and in celebration of his obsequies. His death filled his whole country with mourning, and the loss of no citizen, save the father of his country, has ever produced such manifestations of the grief and homage of the public heart. His history has indeed been read, quote, in a nation's eyes, end quote. A nation's tears proclaim, with their silent eloquence, its sense of the national loss. Kentucky has more than a common share in this national bereavement. To her it is a domestic grief. To her belongs the sad privilege of being the chief mourner. He was her favorite son, her pride, and her glory. She mourns for him as a mother. But let her not mourn as those who have no hope nor consolation. She can find the richest and noblest solace in the memory of her son, and of his great and good actions, and his fame will come back, like a comforter, from his grave, to wipe away her tears. Even while she weeps for him, her tears shall be mingled with the proud feelings of triumph which his name will inspire, and old Kentucky, from the depths of her affectionate and heroic heart, shall exclaim, like the Duke of Ormond, when informed that his brave son had fallen in battle, quote, I would not exchange my dead son for any living son in Christendom, end quote. From these same abundant sources, we may hope that the widowed partner of his life, who now sits in sadness at Ashland, will derive some pleasing consolations. I presume not to offer any words of comfort of my own. Her grief is too sacred to permit me to use that privilege. Henry Clay lived in a most eventful period, and the history of his life for 40 years has been literally that of his country. He was so identified with the government for more than 2/3 of its existence that, during that time, hardly any act which has redounded to its honor, its prosperity, or its present rank among the nations of the earth can be spoken of without calling to mind involuntarily the lineaments of his noble person. It would be difficult to determine whether in peace or in war, in the field of legislation or of diplomacy, in the springtide of his life or in its golden ebb, he won the highest honor. It can be no disparagement to any one of his contemporaries to say that, in all the points of practical statesmanship, he encountered no superior in any of the employments which his constituents or his country conferred upon him. Henry Clay was indebted to no adventitious circumstances for the success and glory of his life. Sprung from a humble stock, quote, he was fashioned to much honor from his cradle, end quote, and he achieved it by the noble use of the means which God and nature had given him. He was no scholar, and had none of the advantages of collegiate education. But there was a, quote, divinity that stirred within him, end quote. He was a man of a genius mighty enough to supply all the defects of education. By its keen, penetrating observation, its quick apprehension, its comprehensive and quick conception, he gathered knowledge without the study of books. He could draw it from the fountainhead, pure and undefiled. It was unborrowed, the acquisition of his own observation, reflection, and experiences, and all his own. It entered into the composition of the man, forming part of his mind, and strengthening and preparing him for all those great scenes of intellectual exertion or controversy in which his life was spent. His armor was always on, and he was ever ready for the battle. This mighty genius was accompanied, in him, by all the qualities necessary to sustain its action, and to make it most irresistible. His person was tall and commanding, and his demeanor, quote, lofty and sour to them that loved him not, but to those men that sought him, sweet as summer, end quote. He was direct and honest, ardent and fearless, prompt to form his opinions, always bold in their avowal, and sometimes impetuous or even rash in their vindication. In the performance of his duties he feared no responsibility. He scorned all evasion or untruth. No pale thought ever troubled his decisive mind. Quote, be just, and fear not, end quote, was the sentiment of his heart and the principle of his action. It regulated his conduct in private and public life. All the ends he aimed at were his country's, his gods, and truths. Such was Henry Clay, and such were his talents, his qualities, and objects. Nothing but success and honor could attend such a character. For nearly half a century, he was an informing spirit, a brilliant and heroic figure in our political sphere, marshalling our country in the way she ought to go. The, quote, bright track of his fiery car, end quote, may be traced through the whole space over which, in his day, his country and its government have passed in the way to greatness and renown. It will still point the way to further greatness and renown. The great objects of his public life were to preserve and strengthen the Union, to maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States, to cherish industry, to protect labor, and to facilitate, by all proper national improvements, the communication between all parts of our widely extended country. This was his American system of policy. With inflexible patriotism, he pursued and advocated it to his end. He was every inch an American. His heart, and all there was of him, were devoted to his country, to its liberty, and its free institutions. He inherited the spirit of the Revolution, in the midst of which he was born, and the love of liberty and the pride of freedom were in him principles of action. A remarkable trait in the character of Mr. Clay was his inflexibility in defending the public interest against all schemes for its detriment. His exertions were, indeed, so steadily employed and so often successful in protecting the public against the injurious designs of visionary politicians or party demagogues, that he may be almost said to have been, during 40 years, the guardian angel of his country. He never would compromise the public interest for anybody, or for any personal advantage to himself. He was the advocate of liberty throughout the world, and his voice of cheer was raised in behalf of every people who struggled for freedom. Greece, awakened from a long sleep of servitude, heard his voice, and was reminded of her own Demosthenes. South America, too, in her struggle for independence, heard his brave words of encouragement, and her fainting heart was animated and her arm made strong. Henry Clay is the fair representative of the age in which he lived, an age which forms the greatest and brightest era in the history of man, an age teeming with new discoveries and developments, extending in all directions the limits of human knowledge, exploring the agencies and elements of the physical world, and turning and subjugating them to the uses of man, unfolding and establishing, practically, the great principles of popular rights and free government, and which, nothing doubting, nothing fearing, still advances in majesty, aspiring to and demanding further improvement and further amelioration of the condition of mankind. With the chivalrous and benignant spirit of this great era, Henry Clay was thoroughly imbued. He was, indeed, molded by it and made in its own image. That spirit, be it remembered, was not one of licentiousness, or turbulence, or blind innovation. It was a wise spirit, good and honest as it was resolute and brave, and truth and justice were its companions and guides. These noble qualities of truth and justice were conspicuous in the whole public life of Henry Clay. On that solid foundation he stood erect and fearless, and when the storms of state beat around and threatened to overwhelm him, his exclamation was still heard, quote, "Truth is mighty, and public justice certain." End quote. What a magnificent and heroic figure does Henry Clay here present to the world! We can but stand before and look upon it in silent reverence. His appeal was not in vain. The passions of party subsided, truth and justice resumed their sway, and his generous countrymen repaid him for all the wrong they had done him, with gratitude, affection, and admiration in his life, and tears in his death. It has been objected to Henry Clay that he was ambitious. So he was. But in him ambition was virtue. It sought only the proper, fair objects of honorable ambition, and it sought these by honorable means only, by so serving the country as to deserve its favors and its honors. If he sought office, it was for the purpose of enabling him, by the power it would give, to serve his country more effectually and preeminently, and, if he expected and desired thereby to advance his own fame, who will say that was a fault? Who will say that it was a fault to seek and desire office for any of the personal gratifications it may afford, so long as those gratifications are made subordinate to the public good? That Henry Clay's object in desiring office was to serve his country, and that he made all other considerations subservient, I have no doubt. I knew him well. I had full opportunity of observing him in his most unguarded moments and conversation, and I can say that I have never known a more unselfish, a more faithful or intrepid representative of the people, of the people's rights, and the people's interests than Henry Clay. It was most fortunate for Kentucky to have such a representative, and most fortunate for him to have such a constituent as Kentucky. Fortunate for him to have been thrown, in the early and susceptible period of his life, into the primitive society of her bold and free people. As one of her children, I am pleased to think that from that source he derived some of that magnanimity and energy which his afterlife so signally displayed. I am pleased to think that mingling with all his great qualities, there was a sort of Kentuckyism, I shall not undertake to define it, which, though it may not have polished or refined, gave to them additional point and power and free scope of action. You all know Mr. Clay. Your knowledge and recollection of him will present him more vividly to your minds than any picture I can draw of him. This I will add. He was in the highest, truest sense of the term a great man, and we shall never look upon his like again. He has gone to join the mighty dead in another and better world. How little is there of such a man that can die! His fame, the memory of his benefactions, the lessons of his wisdom all remain with us. Over these death has no power. How few of the great of this world have been so fortunate as he! How few of them have lived to see their labors so rewarded! He lived to see the country that he loved and served advance to great prosperity and renown, and still advancing. He lived till every prejudice which at any period of his life had existed against him was removed, and until he had become the object of the reverence, love, and gratitude of his whole country. His work seemed then to be completed, and fate could not have selected a happier moment to remove him from the troubles and vicissitudes of this life. Glorious as his life was, there was nothing that became him like the leaving of it. I saw him frequently during the slow and lingering disease which terminated his life. He was conscious of his approaching end, and prepared to meet it with all the resignation and fortitude of a Christian hero. He was all patience, meekness, and gentleness. These shone round him like a mild celestial light, breaking upon him from another world. Quote, and to add greater honors to his age than man can give, he died in fear of God. End quote. End of section 49. Read by Christina Roberts. Denver, November 10th, 2025.
Section 50 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Against Warring on the Weak, by John Jordan Crittenden. From a speech in the Senate, February 15, 1859, on the proposed acquisition of Cuba. It was once the great policy of this government to preserve amity and the kindest relations with all the states of North and South America, and we succeeded. A noble course of policy it was. I was here when they were springing into independence, emerging from that Spanish despotism into which they had been immersed for so many ages. I remember the sensibility and the sympathy with which we all regarded the struggles going on in South America, and, as a Kentuckian, I remember with especial pride that it was the trumpet-toned voice of Henry Clay that led on this great subject of American policy and American sympathy. In South America, at that early day, nothing was so much cherished, and the speeches of Henry Clay in their behalf, proffering peace and friendship and kindness to them, and encouragement in their efforts, were read at the head of their armies and hailed with shouts and enthusiasm. They came into the world as free nations, as it were, under our auspices, hailed, cheered on, and encouraged by the voice of America. All their eyes were turned on us. We were an exemplar to them. What has become of that feeling? Where is it, you rulers of our people? Where is it? Or how is it that you have lost all those good feelings on their part? The goodwill of a whole continent is a mighty fund of national strength, and we have lost it. The nations of South America were striving to establish such liberty as we had established, striving to connect themselves with us by all those bonds which unite republics, to take our stand against the great European world and the great European system. That was the object of this policy. At the close of the great wars of Europe, when Spain solicited assistance to resubjugate her South American colonies, when their menacing reached the ears of the rulers of this country, what was done? It was the mightiest question that had been presented to the world in this century, whether South America should be Europeanized and fall under the European system of government and policy, or whether it should be Americanized, according to the American system of republics. What a mighty question was it! By kindness, by encouragement, by offers of unlimited kindness and protection, we won their hearts, and they fell into our system. They gave us all their sympathy. But now, where has it gone? Read the last message of the President, and consider the troubled state of our relations with these states which it depicts. There is not a state where we do not find enemies, where our citizens are free from violence, where their property is not taken from them. It seems that the persons and property of our citizens are exposed continually to daily violence in every state of South America with which we have relations. It is so, too, in Mexico and Guatemala, and Costa Rica, and the various states of Central America. How has it been that this state of things has been brought about? How has it been that we have lost that mighty acquisition, an acquisition not of territory, but an acquisition of the hearts of men, an acquisition of the hearts of nations ready to follow our lead, to stand by us in a common cause, to fight the world if it were necessary. That great golden chain that bound freemen together from one end of the North to the end of the South American continent has been broken in 1,000 pieces, and the message tells us the sad tale that we are everywhere treated with enmity and hostility, and that it is necessary for us to avenge it. We are gathering up little accounts with these nations. We are making quarrels with them. They have done some wrong, practiced some enmity against our citizens, taken some property that they ought not to have taken, and, besides, we have claims against them. From the Fiji Islands to the Spanish throne, we have demands to be urged, and I think we are coming to a very summary process of collection, where no Congress is to sit to examine into the casus belli, but a ship of war, better than all the constables in the world, is to go around collecting, from the cannibals and others, whatever she is commissioned to say is due to us. What peace can we have? What goodwill can we have among men, if we are to depart from the noble course which governed our forefathers, who had no quarrels but those which they could make a fight out of, and ought to have made a fight out of, directly and at once, and be done with them? Do all these little clouds or specks of war that darken our horizon promise additional prosperity, or an increase of revenue to meet our debts? No, sir. If they portray anything, they portray the contrary. Increased expenditures, for however summary your collections, however summarily you take vengeance on other nations, it costs always, and it will cost a good deal. Fighting is an expensive luxury. Luxury it may be considered, but there is cost in it. Here, in view of all this, we propose to let the President make war as he pleases. The Constitution says the Congress of the United States shall have the power to make war. Has anybody else the power to make war but we and the House of Representatives? Is it a little inferior jurisdiction that we can transfer and delegate to others? Did the Constitution intend the President should exercise it? No, it gave it to us, and in the balance of powers just as much denied it to the President as it gave it to us. We subvert the whole system of our government. The whole constitutional framework of it is a wreck, if you take this most dangerous and most important of all powers and put it in the hands of the President of the United States. Can you abdicate this power which the people have given you as their trustees? You cannot do it. Does not this bill do it? To be sure, it will be observed that the right of summary redress is limited to weak states. There seems to be some saving understanding upon the part of the framers of this policy that it would not be applicable to large states. Some trouble, some resistance, might be anticipated from them, but you can safely thunder it over the heads of these poor little South American states. You can make them tremble, you can settle the accounts, and make them pay your own balances. Sir, what sort of heroism is that for your country, and my country, to triumph over the small and the weak? The bill on which I am commenting does not suppose that war is to require formal debate, but proposes, whenever it shall be made to appear to the President, that an American citizen in any of these countries has been the subject of violence or depredation in his property, to allow the President, at his ipse dixit, to make war. Unheard, unquestioned, at once the will of a single man is to let loose the dogs of war against these small, weak nations. It is a violation of the spirit of the Constitution, and besides, there is a pettiness about it that does not belong to our country. Surely it was in a thoughtless moment that the President intimated the necessity of such a measure, or that it was introduced into the Senate. There is nothing in it that can stand investigation. It is not more uncongenial to the Constitution of the United States than it is, I trust, to the magnanimous character of my countrymen, that they should be willing to hunt out the little and the weak and chastise them, and let the great go free, or leave them to the ordinary solemn course of proceeding by treaty or by congressional legislation. No, sir, far better is the maxim of the old Roman, debellare superbos, to put down the proud. End of section 50.
Section 51 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. A Raccoon in a Bag. David Crockett, 1786 to 1836. Educated and refined Americans of David Crockett's day refused to take him seriously, and it was only by dying in the angle of the Alamo among its last defenders that he escaped being remembered, if remembered at all, merely as a representative of the humor of the backwoods. He was a type of an uncultured but strong and persistent Americanism, which has done more, perhaps, than culture itself to give the country its possibilities of greatness. He won prominence among the backwoodsmen of what was then the West by his fluency of speech and his humor. Sent to Congress as a representative of the West Tennessee district, he attracted immediate notice by his strong individuality and the raciness of his stories, many of them the kind Lincoln loved so well. He was made much of in a semi-humorous way, until being at bottom entirely serious, he declined to be taken as a joke. Insisting on standing by his convictions, even against Andrew Jackson, he won much reputation and popularity in New England, where Jackson was then intensely unpopular. Unfortunately for his usefulness as a Tennessee congressman, the New England view did not prevail with the majority of his constituents, and he was retired from office. He left Tennessee disheartened, determined to make himself a new career in Texas. Finding the Alamo beleaguered by an overwhelming force of Mexicans, he managed, nevertheless, to make his way into the fort, where, a few days later, he was killed with the other riflemen whose courage and extraordinary marksmanship made the defense of the fort forever memorable. He was born at Limestone, Tennessee, August 17, 1786. He served in Congress from 1827 to 1831 and from 1833 to 1835. His autobiography, published in 1834, seems likely to keep a permanent place in American literature. His speech on the Buffalo and New Orleans Road Bill, reported by Benton, is characteristic, and it may be accepted as a sufficient illustration of his efforts at serious statesmanship. Crockett approximates the perfect type of those pioneer stump speakers whose rude eloquence had so much to do with making American history before the era of railroads and telegraphs. And, being thus typical, his place in the history of oratory is secure. A Raccoon in a Bag, delivered in March 1830 before a committee of the House of Representatives in support of an amendment to the Buffalo and New Orleans Road Bill. When I consider the few opportunities which I have had to obtain information on this important topic, I shrink at the idea of addressing so intelligent a body as this upon matters relating to it. My lips would be sealed in silence were I not fully convinced that there has been, in some instances, a partial and improper legislation resorted to during the present session. I was elected from the Western District of Tennessee after declaring myself a friend to this measure, and I came here quite hot for the road. Yes, the fever was upon me. But I confess that I am getting quite cold on the subject of expending money for the gratification of certain gentlemen who happen to have different views from those I entertain. Let us inquire where this money comes from. It will be found that even our poor citizens have to contribute towards the supply. I have not forgotten how I first found my way to this house. I pledged myself to the good people who have sent me here that I would oppose certain tariff measures and strive to remove the duties upon salt, sugar, coffee, and other articles, which the poor, as well as the rich, are from necessity compelled to consume. The duties on these articles are felt to be oppressive by my fellow citizens, and as long as I can raise my voice, I will oppose the odious system which sanctions them. Those who sustain the government and furnish the means have, by the illiberality of their servants, been kept in ignorance of the true cause of some of their sufferings. These servants, after the people entrust them with their confidence, too often forget the interest of their employers, and are led away by some designing gentlemen who, to gratify some wild notion, are almost willing to enslave the poorer class. At least, I am one of those who are called self-taught men. By the kindness of my neighbors and some exertion of my own, I have been raised from obscurity without an education. I am therefore compelled to address the committee in the language of a farmer, which I hope will be understood. I do not mean to oppose internal improvements. My votes on that subject will show that I am an internal improvement man, though I cannot go, as the Kentuckian said, the whole hog. I will go only as far as the situation of the country will admit, so far as not to oppress. I will not say that I will vote against the bill under all circumstances, yet at this moment I consider a wild notion to carry the load to the extent contemplated, from Buffalo to this city, and from this to New Orleans. I am astonished that certain of our Eastern friends have become so kind to us. They are quite willing to aid in distributing a portion of the national funds among us of the West. This was not so once, and if I am not deceived, their present kindness is merely a bait to cover the hook, which is intended to haul in the Western and Southern people, and when we are hooked over the barb, we will have to yield. Their policy reminds me of a certain man in the state of Ohio who, having caught a raccoon, placed it in a bag, and as he was on his way home, he met a neighbor who was anxious to know what he had in his bag. He was told to put his hand in and feel, and in doing so he was bit through the fingers. He then asked what it was, and he was told that it was only a bite. I fear that our good Eastern friends have a hook and a bite for us, and if we are once fastened, it will close the concern. We may then despair of paying the national debt. We may bid farewell to all other internal improvements, and finally, we may bid farewell to all hopes of ever reducing duties on anything. This is honestly my opinion, and again I say I cannot consent to go the whole hog. But I will go as far as Memphis. There let this great road strike the Mississippi, where the steamboats are passing every hour of the day and night, where you can board a steamboat and in 7 or 8 days go to New Orleans and back, where there is no obstruction in any time of the year. I would thank any man to show this committee the use of a road which will run parallel to the Mississippi for 500 or 600 miles. Will any man say that the road would be preferred to the river, either for transportation or traveling? No, sir. Then is not your project useless, and will it not prove an improper expenditure of the public funds to attempt to carry the road beyond Memphis? End of section 51.
Section 52 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Oliver Cromwell, 1599 to 1658. Carlyle says that Cromwell's speeches excel human belief in their unlikeness to all other speeches, in their utter disregard of all standards of oratory and logical sequence of thought. Some of them are certainly worthy to be called, as they have been called, agglomerations of opaque confusions, of darkness on the back of darkness, when they are judged by our standards. But the time was when they had as much weight in England as the most polished orations of Demosthenes had in Athens. Unlike anything else in the history of oratory, they represent a time and mode of thought unlike anything else in the history of the world. The Cromwellian Puritan, Carlyle says, represents a practical world based on belief in God. Our Puritan reformers, he writes, were, as all reformers that will ever much benefit the earth are always, inspired by a heavenly purpose. To see God's own law, then, universally acknowledged for complete as it stood in the holy written book, made good in this world, to see this, or the true unwearied aim and struggle towards this, was a thing worth living for and dying for. Eternal justice, that God's will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Corollaries enough will flow from that, if that there be. If that not be there, no corollary good for much will flow. It was the general spirit of England in the 17th century. In other somewhat sadly disfigured form, we have seen the same immortal hope take practical form in the French Revolution, and once more astonish the world. This may be accepted as a correct characterization of Puritan eloquence in general, but those who read Cromwell's speech in reply to Whitlock and the Committee of 99, when they offered him the crown, will readily understand that heroes are not always heroic. As a matter of fact, this speech, while it is one of the most characteristic Cromwell ever delivered, carefully refrains from announcing a definite conclusion, and is characteristic of Cromwell's great strength of intellect only in the skill with which he refrains from committing himself to any obligation which would have limited the absolute power he then exercised as Lord Protector. Preferring the substance of power to its dignity, and remembering that he was in power himself, but as a representative of the popular protest against royal prerogatives, he finally refused the crown and kept his historical consistency. As a speaker, he is marvellous in his incomprehensibility. It is impossible to believe the assertions made by his enemies that his speeches are the mere outpourings of an intellect in many respects radically disordered, but it does appear that he speaks extemporaneously with the utmost fluency without any idea of consistency of statement or of the cohesiveness of thought which should have existed between the different parts of his speeches. His sentences are apt to grow interminable, and he frequently despairs of completing them, and wisely abandons them without even waiting to come to a semicolon. It has been pointed out that among modern speakers Bismarck shows the same mental bent towards involved utterances, but never fails to extricate himself, even where escape from the involutions of his extemporaneous style has grown seemingly impossible. Cromwell, trained as a soldier to force his way by main strength, ceases to rely on mere skill when it does not serve his purpose. When a sentence does not suit him, instead of attempting to mend it, he abandons it and begins afresh, appearing to speak simply from the suggestion of uncoordinated ideas as they come into his mind, without making any great effort to control them. How such a style was possible for a great soldier who could marshal men as Cromwell did, it is not easy to imagine, but it is certain enough that only a Cromwell could afford to venture on it in any deliberative body of English-speaking people. Debating whether or not to become King of England. From the speech delivered Monday, April the 13th, 1657 at Whitehall, before the Committee of 99, addressing Whitlock as reporter of the committee. My Lord, I think I have a very hard task on my hand. Though it be but to give an account of myself, yet I see I am beset on all hands here. I say, but to give an account of myself, yet that is a business very comprehensive of others, comprehending us all in some sense, and, as the Parliament have been pleased to shape it, comprehending all the interests of these three nations. I confess I have two things in view. The first is to return some answer to what was so well and ably said the other day on behalf of the Parliament's putting that title in the instrument of settlement. I hope it will not be expected I should answer everything that was then said, because I suppose the main things that were spoken were arguments from ancient constitutions and settlements by the laws, in which I am sure I could never be well skilled, and therefore must the more ask pardon for what I have already transgressed in speaking of such matters, or shall now transgress through my ignorance of them in my present answer to you. Your arguments, which I say were chiefly upon the law, seem to carry with them a great deal of necessary conclusiveness to enforce that one thing of kingship. And if your arguments come upon me to enforce upon me the ground of necessity, why then I have no room to answer, for what must be, must be. And therefore I did reckon it much of my business to consider whether there were such a necessity, or would arise such a necessity from those arguments. It was said, kingship is not a title, but an office, so interwoven with the fundamental laws of this nation, that they cannot, or cannot well, be executed and exercised without it. Partly, if I may say so, upon a supposed ignorance which the law hath of any other title. It knows no other, neither doth any know another. And by reciprocation, this said title or name or office you were further pleased to say is understood, in the dimensions of it, in the power and prerogatives of it, which are by the law made certain, and the law can tell when it keeps within compass, and when it exceeds its limits. And the law knowing this, the people can know it also, and the people do love what they know, and it would neither be pro salute populi, nor for our safety to obtrude upon the people what they do not, nor cannot understand. It was said also that the people have always, by their representatives in Parliament, been unwilling to vary names, seeing they love settlement and known names, as was said before. And there were two good instances given of that, the one in King James's time about his desire to alter somewhat of the title, and the other in the Long Parliament, where they being otherwise rationally moved to adopt the word representative instead of Parliament, refused it for the same reason. It was said also that the holding to this word doth strengthen the new settlement, and hereby there is not anything de novo done, but merely things are revolved into their old current. It was said that it is the security of the chief magistrate, and that it secures all who act under him. Truly, these are the principle of those grounds that were offered the other day, so far as I do recollect. I cannot take upon me to repel those grounds. They are so strong and rational. But if I am to be able to make any answer to them, I must not grant that they are necessarily conclusive. I must take them only as arguments which perhaps have in them much conveniency, much probability towards conclusiveness. For if a remedy or expedient may be found, they are not of necessity, they are not inevitable grounds, and if not necessary or concluding grounds, why then, they will hang upon the reason of expediency or conveniency. And if so, I shall have a little liberty to speak. Otherwise I am concluded before I speak. Therefore it will behoove me to say what I can, why these are not necessary reasons, why they are not, why it is not, I should say, so interwoven in the laws, but that the laws may still be executed as justly and as much to the satisfaction of the people, and answering all objections equally well, without such a title as with it. And then, when I have done that, I shall only take the liberty to say a word or two for my own grounds. And when I have said what I can say as to that latter point, I hope you will think a great deal more than I say. Truly, though kingship be not a mere title, but the name of an office which runs through the whole of the law, yet it is not so ratione nominis by reason of the name, but by reason of what the name signifies. It is a name of office plainly implying a supreme authority. Is it more, or can it be stretched to more? I say it is the name of office plainly implying the supreme authority, and if so, why then should I suppose I am not peremptory in anything that is matter of deduction or inference of my own, but I should suppose that whatsoever name hath been or shall be the name unto which the supreme authority acts, why, I say, if it had been those 4 or 5 letters, or whatever else it had been, that signification goes to the thing, certainly it does, and not to the name. Why then, there can no more be said but this: as such a title hath been fixed, so it may be unfixed. And certainly in the right of the authority I mean the legislative power. In the right of the legislative power I think the authority that could christen it with such a name could have called it by another name. Therefore the name is only derived from that authority, and certainly they, the primary legislative authority, had the disposal of it, and might have detracted from it, changed it, and I hope it will be no offence to say to you, as the case now stands, so may you. And if it be so that you may, why then, I say, there is nothing of necessity in your argument, and all turns on consideration of the expedience of it. Truly I had rather, if I were to choose, if it were the original question, which I hope is altogether out of the question, I had rather have any name from this Parliament than any other name without it. So much do I value the authority of the Parliament. And I believe all men are of my mind in that. I believe the nation is very much of my mind, though it be an uncertain way of arguing what mind they are of. I think we may say it without offence, for I would give none. Though the Parliament be the truest way to know what the mind of the nation is, yet if the Parliament will be pleased to give me a liberty to reason for myself, and if that be one of your arguments, I hope I may urge against it that the reason of my own mind is not quite to that effect. But I do say undoubtingly, what the Parliament settles is what will run, and have currency through the law, and will lead the thread of government through this land equally well as what hath been. For I consider that what hath been was upon the same account by the same authority, save that there have been some long continuance of the thing. It is but upon the same account. It had its original somewhere, and it was worth consent of the whole. There is the original of it. And the consent of the whole will still, I say, be the needle that will lead the thread through all. I think no man will pretend right against it, or wrong. And if so, then, under favour to me, I think these arguments from the law are not all as of necessity, but are to be understood as of conveniency. It is in your power to dispose and settle, and beforehand we can have confidence that what you do settle will be as authentic as the things that were of old, especially as this individual thing, the name or title, according to the Parliament's appointment. Is not this so? It is a question not of necessity. We have power to settle it as conveniency directs. Why then there will, with leave, be way made for me to offer a reason or two to the other considerations you adduced. Otherwise, I say my mouth is stopped. There are very many enforcements to carry on this thing, but I suppose it will have to stand on its expediency. Truly, I should have urged one consideration more which I forgot, namely the argument not of reason only, but of experience. It is a short one, but it is a true one, and is known to you all in the fact of it, that the supreme authority going by another name, and under another title than that of king, hath been, why, it hath been already twice complied with, twice under the Custodes Libertatis Anglii, and also since I exercised the place it hath been complied with. And truly I may say that almost universal obedience hath been given to all ranks and sorts of men to both. Now this, on the part of both these authorities, was beginning with the highest degree of magistracy at the first alteration, and at a time when that kingship was the name established, and the new name, though it was the name of an invisible thing, the very name, I say, was obeyed, did pass current, was received, and did carry on the justice of the nation. I remember very well, my lords, the judges were somewhat startled, yet upon consideration, if I mistake not, I believe so, they there being among them as able and as learned as have sat there, though they did, I confess, at first demur a little, they did receive satisfaction, and did act, as I said before. And as for my own part, I profess I think I may say since the beginning of that change, though I should be loath to speak anything vainly, but since the beginning of that change to this day, I do not think there hath been a freer procedure of the laws, not even in those days called, and not unworthily, the halcyon days of peace, from the 20th of Elizabeth to King James's and King Charles's time. I do not think but the laws have proceeded with as much freedom and justice, and with less of private solicitation, since I came to the government, as they did in those years so named halcyon. I do not think, under favour, that the laws had a freer exercise, more uninterrupted by any hand of power in those years than now, or that the judge has been less solicited by letters or private interpositions either of my own or other men's, in double so many years in all those times named of peace. And if more of my lords the judges were here than now are, they could tell us perhaps somewhat further. And therefore I say under favour, those two experiences do manifestly show that it is not a title, though never so interwoven with our laws, that makes the law to have its free passage, and to do its office without interruption, as we venture to think it is now doing. And if a Parliament shall determine that another name run through the laws, I believe it will run with as free a passage as this of King ever did, which is all I have to say upon that head. I will now say something for myself. As for my own mind, I do profess it. I am not a man scrupulous about words or names or such things. I have not hitherto clear direction, but as I have the word of God, and I hope shall ever have, for the rule of my conscience, for my information and direction, so truly, if men have been led into dark paths through the providence and dispensations of God, why surely it is not to be objected to a man. For who can love to walk in the dark? But providence doth often so dispose. And though a man may impute his own folly and blindness to providence sinfully, yet this must be at a man's own peril. The case may be that it is the providence of God that doth lead men in darkness. I must needs say I have had a great deal of experience of providence, and though such experience is no rule without or against the word, yet it is a very good expositor of the word in many cases. Truly the providence of God hath laid aside this title of king providentially de facto, and that not by sudden humour or passion, but it hath been by issue of as great deliberation as ever was in a nation. It hath been by issue of 10 or 12 years' civil war, wherein much blood hath been shed. I will not dispute the justice of it when it was done, nor need I tell you what my opinion is in the case where it were de novo to be done. But if it be at all disputable, and a man come and find that God in his severity hath not only eradicated a whole family and thrust them out of the land, for reasons best known to himself, but also hath made the issue and close of that to be the very eradication of a name or title, which de facto is the case. It was not done by me, nor by them that tendered me the government I now act in. It was done by the Long Parliament. That was it. And God hath seemed providential, not only in striking at the family, but at the name. And, as I said before, it is blotted out. It is a thing cast out by an act of Parliament. It hath been kept out to this day. And as Jude saith, in another case, speaking of abominable sins that shall be in the latter times, he doth further say, when he comes to exhort the saints, he tells them they should hate even the garments spotted with the flesh. I beseech you think not that I bring this as an argument to prove anything. God hath seemed so to deal with the persons and the family that he blasted the very title. And you know when a man comes apart to post, to reflect, and to see this done, this title laid in the dust. I confess I can come to no other conclusion. The like of this may make a strong impression upon such weak men as I am, and perhaps upon weaker men, if there be any such, it will make a stronger. I will not seek to set up that which Providence hath destroyed and laid in the dust. I would not build Jericho again. And this is somewhat to me, and to my judgment and my conscience. This in truth it is that hath an awe upon my spirit. And I must confess, as the times are, they are very fickle, very uncertain. Nay, God knows you need have a great deal of faith to strengthen you in your work. You would need look at settlement. I would rather I were in my grave than hinder you in anything that may be for the settlement of the nation, For the nation needs it, never needed it more, and therefore, out of the love and honour I bear you, I am for ever bound, whatever becomes of me, to do what is best for that, and I am for ever bound to acknowledge you have dealt most honourably and worthily with me, and lovingly, and have had respect for one who deserves nothing. Indeed, out of the love and faithfulness I bear you, out of the sense I have of the difficulty of your work, I would not have you lose any help that may serve you, that may stand instead to you. I would willingly be a sacrifice, that there might be, so long as God should please to let this Parliament sit, a harmony and better and good understanding between all of you. And, whatever any man may think, it equally concerns one of us as another to go on to settlement. And where I meet with any that is of another mind, indeed I could almost curse him in my heart, and therefore to deal heartily and freely, I would have you lose nothing that may stand you instead in this way. I would advise, if there be found any of a froward, unmannerly, or womanish spirit, I would not that you should lose them. I would not that you should lose any servant or friend who might help in this work, that any such should be offended by a thing that signifies no more to me than I have told you it does. That is to say, I do not think the thing necessary. I do not. I would not that you should lose a friend for it. If I could help you to many friends and multiply myself into many, that would be to serve you in regard to settlement. And therefore I would not that any, especially any of these who indeed perhaps are men that do think themselves engaged to continue with you, and to serve you, should be anywise disobliged from you. I have now no more to say. The truth is, I did indicate this as my conclusion to you at the first, when I told you what method I would speak to you in. I may say that I cannot, with conveniency to myself, nor good to the service which I wish so well to, speak out all my arguments as to the safety of your proposal, as to its tendency to the effectual carrying on of this work. I say I do not think it fit to use all the thoughts I have in my mind as that point of safety. But I shall pray to God Almighty that he would direct you to do what is according to his will, and this is that poor account I am able to give of myself in this thing. End of section 52.
Section 53 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. Against Monopolies by Sir John Culpeper. Unknown birth date through 1660. Among the remarkable speeches reported by John Nelson in his Impartial Collection of Great Affairs of State, London, 1682, perhaps the most remarkable is that in which Sir John Culpeper, afterwards Lord Culpeper, denounced monopolies. Sir John Culpeper was elected to represent Kent in the Parliament of 1640, at a time when English eloquence was just beginning to develop its full powers under the stimulus of passion provoked by Charles I's abuse of what he claimed as his divine right. In a speech delivered on the same day on which Culpeper spoke, Lord Digby defined the chief of these abuses as follows. 1. The great and intolerable burthen of ship money, touching the legality whereof they are unsatisfied. 2. The great many abuses in pressing the soldiers and raising moneys concerning the same. 3. The multitude of monopolies. 4. The new canon and the oath to be taken by lawyers, divines, etc. 5. The oath required to be taken by church officers according to articles new and unusual. Culpeper's celebrated characterization of the monopolies under Charles I has not had general currency as a quotation in later discussions of the same subject, but it is doubtful if it has been equaled, or even closely approached by the greater orators who have spoken since under the inspiration of the same ideas. The fact that the, quote, Sir John Culpeper, end quote, familiar to readers of Nelson, appears in later history as, quote, Colepepper, end quote, is significant. Elected to the Long Parliament in 1640, his speech against monopolies was probably the strongest of its kind delivered during the session. It marked Culpeper as a man capable of popular leadership with force of character enough to direct the revolution. He figures in later history, however, on the side of the king. Leaving the opposition to monopoly to take care of itself, he became a member of the Privy Council and Chancellor of the Exchequer. The king made him, quote, Lord Colepepper of Thorsway, end quote. After many vicissitudes in following Charles I to his downfall, he went into exile, and on the death of Cromwell was materially instrumental in winning over Monk and bringing about the Restoration. He died June 11th, 1660. Against Monopolies. Delivered in the English Parliament, November 9th, 1640. Mr. Speaker, I stand not up with a petition in my hand, I have it in my mouth, and have it in charge from them that sent me hither, humbly, to present to the consideration of this House the grievances of the county of Kent. I shall only sum them up. They are these. First, the great increase of papists by the remiss execution of those laws which were made to suppress them. The life of the law is execution. Without this they become but a dead letter. This is wanting, and a great grievance. The second is the obtruding and countenancing of divers new ceremonies in matters of religion, as placing the communion table altar-wise, and bowing and cringing towards it, and refusing the holy sacrament to such as refuse to come up to the rails. These carry with them some scandal and much offense. The third is military charges, and therein first coat and conduct money, required as a loan or pressed as a due, and in each respect equally a grievance. The second is the enhancing the price of powder, whereby the trained bands are much discouraged in their exercising. However this may appear prima facie, upon due examination it will appear a great grievance. The third is more particular to our county. It is this. The last summer was 12-month, 10,000 of our best arms were taken from the owners, and sent to Scotland. The compulsory way was this, quote, If you will not send your arms, you shall go yourselves, end quote. Mr. Speaker, the trained band is a militia of great strength and honor, without charges to the king, and deserves all due encouragement. The fourth is the canons. I assign these to be a grievance. First, in the respect of the matter, besides the oath. Secondly, in respect of the makers, they were chosen to serve in a convocation, that falling with the Parliament, the scene was altered, and the same men without any new election were shuffled into a sacred synod. Thirdly, in respect of the consequence, which in this age, when the second ill precedent becomes a law, is full of danger. The clergy, without confirmation of a Parliament, have assumed unto themselves power to make laws, to grant relief by the name of benevolence, and to intermeddle with our freehold by suspensions and deprivation. This is a grievance of a high nature. The next grievance is the ship money. This cries aloud. I may say, I hope without offense, this strikes the firstborn of every family. I mean our inheritance. If the laws give the king power, in any danger of the kingdom, whereof he is judge, to impose what and when he please, we owe all that is left to the goodness of the king, not to the law, Mr. Speaker. This makes the farmers faint, and the plough go heavy. The next is the great decay of clothing and fall of our wools. These are the golden mines of England, which give a foundation to that trade which we drive with all the world. I know there are many stars concur in this constellation. I will not trouble you with more than one cause of it, which I dare affirm to be the greatest. It is the great custom and impositions laid upon our cloth and new draperies. I speak not this with a wish to lessen the king's revenues, so it be done by Parliament. I shall give my voice to lay more charge upon the superfluities, due regard being had to trade, which we import from all other nations. Sure I am that all those impositions upon our native commodities are dangerous, give liberty to our neighbors to undersell, and I take it for a rule that besides our loss in trade, which is 5 times as much as the king receiveth, which is imposed upon our cloths, this is taken from the rent of our lands. I have but one grievance more to offer you, but this one compriseth many. It is a nest of wasps or swarm of vermin, which have overcrept the land. I mean the monopolies and pollers of the people. These, like the frogs of Egypt, have gotten possession of our dwellings, and we have a room scarce free from them. They sup in our cup, they dip in our dish, they sit by our fire. We find them in the dye-vat, wash-bowl, and powdering tub. They share with the butler in his box. They have marked and sealed us from head to foot. Mr. Speaker, they will not bate us a pin. We may not buy our own clothes without their brokerage. These are the leeches that have sucked the Commonwealth so hard that it is almost become hectical. And, Mr. Speaker, some of these are ashamed of their right names. They have a vizard to hide the brand made by that good law in the last Parliament of King James. They shelter themselves under the name of a corporation. They make bylaws which serve their turns to squeeze us and fill their purses. Unface these, and they will prove as bad cards as any in the pack. These are not petty chapmen, but wholesale men. Mr. Speaker, I have echoed to you the cries of the kingdom. I will tell you their hopes. They look to heaven for a blessing upon this Parliament. They hang upon his Majesty's exemplary piety and great justice, which renders his ears open to the just complaints of his subjects. We have had lately a gracious assurance of it. It is the wise conduct of this, whereby the other great affairs of the kingdom, and this our grievance of no less importance, may go hand in preparation and resolution. Then, by the blessing of God, we shall return home with an olive branch in our mouths, and a full confirmation of the privileges which we received from our ancestors, and owe to our posterity, and which every free-born Englishman hath received with the air he breathed in. End of section 53. Section 54 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. In the Case of Justice Johnson, Civil Liberty and Arbitrary Arrests, Part 1 of 5. By John Philpot Curran, 1750 to 1817. No one is likely to argue against the proposition of Principal Caird that oratory, to be genuine, must have its mainspring in deep emotion, expressing itself through the processes of an habitually active intellect. The great thought or the deep emotion will always be painful to anyone capable of it until he can find for it at least an approximately adequate expression. In this expression, the melody and rhythm of the language which embodies it will always coordinate with the thought which inspires it, in some definite, if indefinable, relation to the strength of the emotion which compels the thought. But there is a wide distinction of, quote, personal equation, end quote. The question, first, of the nobility of the thought carries with it the secondary question of adequacy to express it, and that must be decided in each given moment by the whole of the speaker's past life, by the entire complex network of his intellectual processes, by every habit, moral as well as intellectual, which makes him what he is. We often see men of cold and unemotional natures transported out of themselves by some great event, and moved by it from what may have been mere fluency of speech to genuine oratory, which, however badly sustained, is, for the time being, of the highest order. But between the mere fluency of the commonplace orator and the facility of speech habitual to such a man as Curran, there is a distinction which forces itself at once on attention. Curran, when he is speaking in his habitual manner, has the faculty of compelling language to sonorous music, so wedded to the thought, so much a part of the thought itself, so fully in harmony with the deep laws of the mind itself, that it delights us, unconsciously, merely as so much sound, without any regard whatever to the meaning of it, leaving us, however, unaware of the source of this pleasure, and never distracting our attention from ideas to which, when noble, all nature, as it operates through the process of human expression, strives to give the noblest possible vehicle. Such men as Curran master us first by mere expression, that they may shackle us with their thought. They compel us with music, that they may hold us with intellect. They take us captive through melody, that they may compel our unwilling natures to suffer as they suffer all the pathos of the universal human life as its wrongs and its sufferings take hold upon them. Of the sources of Curran's inspiration, his compatriot, Reverend R. M. Buckley, writes, quote, "There is an Irish school of oratory, and it was about Curran's time it came into vogue. When, indeed, was there such occasion for it? When the speaker's passions were roused by the contemplation of the cruelty with which his country was visited, and the sufferings his countrymen endured. The coldest nature should be eloquent when speaking of those atrocious deeds. The grandest specimens of eloquence ever recorded in history were delivered in times of great social strife, great national upheaving, amid the ruins of a country, or over the cradle of a young revolution. It was towards the close of the Hebrew nationality that their prophets started up and proclaimed the ruin and captivity about to befall their fellow countrymen. What eloquence can compare with that of Isaiah, sublime and impassioned, or with Jeremiah, wailing and despondent over the calamities of his race? Demosthenes flourished, the greatest orator the world ever saw, amid the crash of the Grecian republics. Cicero was the last orator of Rome, standing on the bridge that separated the prosperous Rome of the consuls from the effete and degenerate Rome of the Caesars. Mirabeau's eloquence flamed like a meteor amid the chaos of the French Revolution. So it was with Curran. He lived and spoke when his native land was steeped to the very lips in woe, when, quote, "'twas treason to love her, and death to defend." End quote. Manifold were the thoughts that stirred his brain and quickened his tongue, the ancient glory of his country, the virtues of her children, their courage and constancy through every peril and misfortune, the gleam of sunshine, short and transient, beaming from the Irish Parliament, and its sudden extinction in the Act of Union. Here was food for thought. Here was fuel for the fire of eloquence, pride, passion, glory, hope, and, last of all, despair. End quote. Curran was born at Newmarket, County Cork, July 24th, 1750, and educated at Trinity College, Dublin, and the Middle Temple, London. He was admitted to the Irish bar in 1775, and although after his election to the Irish Parliament in 1783 he made many speeches supporting the patriotic party, of which Grattan was the leader, it is only as a lawyer, defending his countrymen against charges of libel, sedition, and treason, preferred against them because of their determination to establish Irish nationality, that he is at his best. He defended the leaders of the insurrection of 1798, and although he managed to remain sufficiently loyal to the English administration to be appointed Master of the Rolls under Fox in 1806, a position from which, at the expiration of 8 years, he retired with a pension of £3,000, his sympathy with Irish struggles for national individuality was so intense that the Union caused him the bitterest disappointment, and made him contemplate voluntary exile from his country. A romantic incident of his biography was the attachment between his daughter and the celebrated Robert Emmet, at whose arrest Corwin himself was examined before Privy Council, which discharged him, as it appears, on his own evidence. After his retirement as Master of the Rolls, he spent several years in London, in the society of such men as Sheridan, Erskine, Thomas Moore, and William Godwin. He died at Brompton, near London, October 14th, 1817. It was during his residence in London that Byron, speaking of Corwin as, quote, longbow, end quote, made this famous comparison between him and, quote, strongbow, end quote, by whom Erskine is meant. Quote, there also were 2 wits by acclamation, Longbow from Ireland, Strongbow from the Tweed, both lawyers and both men of education, but Strongbow's wit was of more polished breed. Longbow was rich in an imagination, as beautiful and bounding as a steed, but sometimes stumbling over a potato, while Strongbow's best things might have come from Cato. Strongbow was like a new-tuned harpsichord, but Longbow wild as an Aeolian harp, with which the winds of heaven can claim a chord, and make a music either flat or sharp. Of Strongbow's talk you would not change a word, at Longbow's phrases you would sometimes carp. Both wits, one born so, and the other bred, this by the heart, his rival by the head. End quote. In the case of Justice Johnson, Civil Liberty and Arbitrary Arrests, Part 1 of 5. In the cause of the King against the Justice Johnson, in the Court of Exchequer, Dublin, February 4th, 1805. My lords, it has fallen to my lot, either fortunately or unfortunately, as the event may be, to rise as counsel for my client on this most important and momentous occasion. I appear before you, my lords, in consequence of a writ issued by His Majesty, commanding that cause be shown to this his court why his subject has been deprived of his liberty, and upon the cause shown, in obedience to this writ, it is my duty to address you on the most awful question, if awfulness is to be judged by consequences and events, on which you have been ever called upon to decide. Sorry am I that the task has not been confided to more adequate powers, but feeble as they are, they will at least not shrink from it. I move you, therefore, that Mr. Justice Johnson be released from illegal imprisonment. I cannot but observe the sort of scenic preparation with which this sad drama is sought to be brought forward. In part, I approve it. In part, it excites my disgust and indignation. I am glad to find that the Attorney and Solicitor General, the natural and official prosecutors for the state, do not appear, and I infer from their absence that His Excellency, the Lord Lieutenant, disclaims any personal concern in this execrable transaction. I think it does him much honor. It is a conduct that equally agrees with the dignity of his character and the feelings of his heart. to his private virtues, whenever he is left to their influence, I willingly concur in giving the most unqualified tribute of respect. And I do firmly believe it is with no small regret that he suffers his name to be even formally made use of, in avowing for a return of one of the judges of the land with as much indifference and nonchalance as if he were a beast of the plough. I observe, too, the dead silence into which the public is frowned by authority for this sad occasion. No man dares to mutter, no newspaper dares to whisper that such a question is afloat. It seems an inquiry among the tombs, or rather, in the shades beyond them. Aebant sola sub nocte per umbram. I am glad it is so. I am glad of this factitious dumbness, for if murmurs dared to become audible, my voice would be too feeble to drown them. But when all is hushed, when nature sleeps, cum quies mortalibus agris, the weakest voice is heard. The shepherd's whistle shoots across the listening darkness of the interminable heath, and gives notice that the wolf is upon his walk. And the same gloom and stillness that tempt the monster to come abroad facilitate the communication of the warning to beware. Yes, through that silence the voice shall be heard. Yes, through that silence the shepherd shall be put upon his guard. Yes, through that silence shall the felon savage be chased into the toil. Yes, my lords, I feel myself cheered and impressed by the composed and dignified attention with which I see you are disposed to hear me on the most important question that has ever been subjected to your consideration, the most important to the dearest rights of the human being, the most deeply interesting and animating that can beat in his heart or burn upon his tongue. Oh, how recreating is it to feel that occasions may arise in which the soul of man may resume her pretensions, in which she hears the voice of nature whisper to her, Os homini sublime dedi calimque turi, in which even I can look up with calm security to the court, and down with the most profound contempt upon the reptile I mean to tread upon. I say reptile, because when the proudest man in society becomes so the dupe of his childish malice as to wish to inflict on the object of his vengeance the poison of his sting, to do a reptile's work, he must shrink into a reptile's dimension, and so shrunk, the only way to assail him is to tread upon him. But to the subject, this writ of habeas corpus has had a return. That return states that Lord Ellenborough, Chief Justice of England, issued a warrant reciting the foundation of this dismal transaction, that one of the clerks of the Crown Office had certified to him that an indictment had been found at Westminster, charging the Honourable Robert Johnson, late of Westminster, one of the justices of His Majesty's Court of Common Pleas in Ireland, with the publication of certain slanderous libels against the government of that country, against the person of His Excellency Lord Hardwicke, Lord Lieutenant of that country, against the person of Lord Redesdale, the Chancellor of Ireland, and against the person of Mr. Justice Osborne, one of the justices of the Court of King's Bench in Ireland. One of the clerks of the Crown Office, it seems, certified all this to his lordship. How many of those there are, or who they are, or which of them so certified, we cannot presume to guess, because the learned and noble lord is silent as to those circumstances. We are only informed that one of them made that important communication to his lordship. It puts me in mind of the information given to one of Fielding's justices. Quote, "Did not," says his worship's wife, "the man with the valet make his fidavit that you was a vagrom?" End quote. I suppose it was some such petty bag officer who gave Lord Ellenborough to understand that Mr. Justice Johnson was indicted, and being thus given to understand and be informed, he issued his warrant to a gentleman, no doubt of great respectability, a Mr. Williams, his tipstaff, to take the body of Mr. Justice Johnson and bring him before a magistrate, for the purpose of giving bail to appear within the first 8 days of this term, so that there might be a trial within the sittings after, and if, by the blessing of God, he should be convicted, then to appear on the return of the postea, to be dealt with according to law. Perhaps it may be a question for you to decide whether that warrant, such as it may be, is not now absolutely spent, and, if not, how a man can contrive to be hereafter in England on a day that is past. And high as the opinion may be in England of Irish understanding, it will be something beyond even Irish exactness to bind him to appear in England, not a fortnight hence, but a fortnight ago. I wish, my lords, we had the art of giving time this retrograde motion. If possessed of the secret, we might be disposed to improve it from fortnights into years. There is something not incurious in the juxtaposition of signatures. The warrant is signed by the Chief Justice of all England. In music, the ear is reconciled to strong transitions of key by a preparatory resolution of the intervening discords. But here, alas, there is nothing to break the fall. The august title of Ellenborough is followed by the unadorned name of Brother Bell, the sponsor of his lordship's warrant. Let me not, however, be suffered to deem lightly of the compeer of the noble and learned lord. Mr. Justice Bell ought to be a lawyer. I remember him myself, long a crier, and I know his credit, too, with the state. He has had a noli prosequi. I see not, therefore, why it may not fairly be said, fortunatae ambo. It appears by his return that Mr. Justice Bell endorses this bill of lading to another consignee, Mr. Medlicott, a most respectable gentleman. He describes himself upon the warrant, and he gives a delightful specimen of the administration of justice and the calendar of saints in office. He describes himself a justice and a peace officer, that is, a magistrate and a catchpole, so that he may receive informations as a justice. If he can write, he may draw them as a clerk. If not, he can execute the warrant as bailiff. And, if it be a capital offense, you may see the culprit, the justice, the clerk, the bailiff, and the hangman together in the same cart, and though he may not write, he may, quote, ride and tie, end quote. What a pity that their journey should not be further continued together, that, as they had been, quote, lovely in their lives, so in their deaths they might not be divided, end quote. I find, my lords, I have undesignedly raised a laugh. Never did I less feel merriment. Let not me be condemned, let not the laugh be mistaken. Never was Mr. Hume more just than when he says that, quote, in many things the extremes are nearer to one another than the means, end quote. Few are those events that are produced by vice and folly, that fire the heart with indignation, that do not also shake the sides with laughter. So when the two famous moralists of old beheld the sad spectacle of life, the one burst into laughter, the other melted into tears. They were each of them right, and equally right. Si credes utrique, res sunt humanae flebile ludibrium. But these laughs are the bitter, ireful laughs of honest indignation, or they are the laughs of hectic melancholy and despair. It is stated to you, my lords, that these two justices, if justices they are to be called, went to the house of the defendant. I am speaking to judges, but I disdain the paltry insult it would be to them were I to appeal to any wretched sympathy of situation. I feel I am above it. I know the bench is above it, but I know, too, that there are ranks and degrees and decorums to be observed. And if I had a harsh communication to make to a venerable judge, and a similar one to his crier, I should certainly address them in a very different language indeed. A judge of the land, a man not young, of infirm health, has the sanctuary of his habitation broken open by these two persons, who set out with him for the coast, to drag him from his country, to hurry him to a strange land by the, quote, most direct way, end quote, till the king's writ stopped the malefactors, and left the subject of the king a waif dropped in the pursuit. Is it for nothing, my lords, I say this? Is it without intention I state the facts in this way? It is with every intention. It is the duty of the public advocate, not so to put forward the object of public attention, as that the skeleton only shall appear without flesh or feature or complexion. I mean everything that ought to be meant in a court of justice. I mean not only that this execrable attempt shall be intelligible to the court as a matter of law, but shall be understood by the world as an act of state. If advocates had always the honesty and the courage, upon occasions like this, to despise all personal considerations, and to think of no consequence but what may result to the public from the faithful discharge of their sacred trust, these frenetic projects of power, these atrocious aggressions on the liberty and happiness of men, would not be so often attempted, for though a certain class of delinquents may be screened from punishment, they cannot be protected from hatred and derision. The great tribunal of reputation will pass its inexorable sentence upon their crimes, their follies, or their incompetency. They will sink themselves under the consciousness of their situation. They will feel the operation of an acid so neutralizing the malignity of their natures as to make them at least harmless, if it cannot make them honest. Nor is there anything of risk in the conduct I recommend. If the fire be hot or the window cold, turn your back to either, turn your face. So, if you are obliged to arraign the acts of those in high station, approach them not in malice, nor favor, nor fear. Remember that it is the condition of guilt to tremble, and of honesty to be bold. Remember that your false fear can only give them false courage, that while you nobly avow the cause of truth, you will find her shield an impenetrable protection, and that no attack can be either hazardous or inefficient, if it be just and resolute. If Nathan had not fortified himself in the boldness and directness of his charge, he might have been hanged for the malice of his parable. End of section 54, part 1 of 5. Section 55 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. In the case of Justice Johnson, Civil Liberty, and Arbitrary Arrests, Part 2 of 5. By John Philpott Curran. It is, my lords, in this temper of mind, befitting every advocate who is worthy of the name, deeply and modestly sensible of his duty, and proud of his privilege, equally exalted above the meanness of temporizing or of offending, most averse from the unnecessary infliction of pain upon any man or men whatsoever, that I now address you on a question, the most vitally connected with the liberty and well-being of every man within the limits of the British Empire, which, if decided one way, he may be a freeman, which, if decided the other, he must be a slave. It is not the Irish nation only that is involved in this question. Every member of the three realms is equally embarked, and would to God all England could listen to what passes here this day. They would regard us with more sympathy and respect when the proudest Briton saw that his liberty was defended in what he would call a provincial court, and by a provincial advocate. The abstract and general question for your consideration is this. My Lord Ellenborough has signed with his own hand a warrant which has been endorsed by Mr. Bell, an Irish justice, for seizing the person of Mr. Justice Johnson in Ireland, for conveying his person by the most direct way, in such manner as these bailiffs may choose, across the sea, and afterwards to the city of Westminster, to take his trial for an alleged libel against the persons entrusted with the government of Ireland, and to take that trial in a country where the supposed offender did not live at the time of the supposed offence, nor since a period of at least 18 months previous thereto has ever resided, where the subject of his accusation is perfectly unknown, where the conduct of his prosecutors, which has been the subject of the supposed libel, is equally unknown, where he has not the power of compelling the attendance of a single witness for his defense. Under that warrant he has been dragged from his family. Under that warrant he was on his way to the water's edge. His transportation has been interrupted by the writ before you, and upon the return of that writ arises the question upon which you are to decide, the legality or illegality of so transporting him for the purpose of trial. I am well aware, my lords, of the limits of the present discussion. If the law were clear in favor of the prosecutors, a most momentous question might arise, how far they may be delinquents in daring to avail themselves of such a law for such a purpose. But I am aware that such is not the present question. I am aware that this is no court of impeachment, and therefore that your inquiry is, not whether such a power hath been criminally used, but whether it doth in fact exist. The arrest of the defendant has been justified by the advocates of the Crown, under the 44th of his present Majesty. I have had the curiosity to inquire into the history of that act, and I find that, in the month of May 1804, the brother-in-law of one of the present prosecutors obtained leave to bring in a bill to, quote, render more easy the apprehending and bringing to trial offenders escaping from one part of the United Kingdom to another, and also from one county to another, end quote. That bill was brought in, it traveled in the caravan of legislation unheeded and unnoticed, retarded by no difficulties of discussion or debate, and in due fullness of season it passed into a law, which was to commence from and after the 1st of August 1804. This act, like a young Hercules, began its exploits in the cradle. In the November following, the present warrant was issued under its supposed authority. Let me not be understood to say that the act has been slided through an unsuspecting legislature, under any particular influence, or for any particular purpose, that any such man could be found, or any such influence exist, or any such lethargy prevail, would not, perhaps, be decent to suppose. Still less do I question the legislative authority of Parliament. We know that a Parliament may attaint itself, and that its omnipotence may equally extend in the same way to the whole body of the people. We know also that most unjust and cruel acts of attainder have been obtained by corrupt men in bad times, and if I could bring myself to say, which I do not, that this act was contrived for the mere purpose of destroying an obnoxious individual, I should not hesitate to call it the most odious species of attainder that could be found upon the records of legislative degradation, because, for the simple purpose of extinguishing an individual, it would sweep the liberty of every being in the state into the vortex of general and undistinguishing destruction. But these are points of view upon which the minds of the people of Ireland and England may dwell with terror or indignation or apathy, according as they may be fitted for liberty or for chains. But they are not points for the court, and so I pass them by. The present arrest and detention are defended under the 44th of the King. Are they warranted by that act? That is the only question for you to decide, and you will arrive at that decision in the usual course, by inquiring, first, how the law stood before upon the subject, next, what the imperfection or grievance of that law was, and third, what the remedy intended to be applied by the act in question. First, then, how stood the law before? Upon this part it would be a parade of useless learning to go further back than the statute of Charles the Habeas Corpus Act, which is so justly called the second Magna Carta of British liberty. What was the occasion of the law? The arbitrary transportation of the subject beyond the realm, that base and malignant war which the odious and despicable minions of power are forever ready to wage against all those who are honest and bold enough to despise, to expose, and to resist them. Such is the ascendancy of man, that he lies torpid for ages under these aggressions, until at last some signal abuse, the violation of Lucrece, the death of Virginia, the oppression of William Tell, shakes him from his slumber. For years had these drunken gambols of power been played in England. For years had the waters of bitterness been rising to the brim. At last, a single drop caused them to sleep. And what does the great statute do? It defines and asserts the right. It points out the abuse, and it endeavors to secure the right and to guard against the abuse by giving redress to the sufferer and by punishing the offender. For years had it been the practice to transport obnoxious persons out of the realm into distant parts under the pretext of punishment or of safe custody. Well might they have been said to be sent, quote, to that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, end quote. For of these wretched travellers, how few ever did return. But of that flagrant abuse, this statute has laid the axe to the root. It prohibits the abuse, it declares such detention or removal illegal, it gives an action against all persons concerned in the offense by contriving, writing, signing, countersigning such warrant, or advising or assisting therein. That you may form a just estimate of the rights which were to be secured, examine the means by which their infringement was in future to be prevented and punished. The injured party has a civil action against the offenders, but the legislature recollected that the sneaking, unprincipled humility of a servile, packed jury might do homage to ministerial power by compensating the individual with nominal damages. The statute does that, of which I remember no other instance. It leaves the jury at liberty to give damages to any extent above £500, but expressly forbids them to find a verdict of damages below it. Was this sufficient? No. The offenders incur a praemunire. They are put out of the king's protection. They forfeit their lands and goods. They are disabled from bearing any office of trust or profit. Did the statute stop there? The legislature saw, in their prospective wisdom, that the profligate favorite who had committed treason against the king by the oppression of his subjects might acquire such a dominion over the mind of his master as by the exertion of prerogative to interrupt the course of justice and prevent the punishment of his crime. The king cannot pardon. Are bulwarks like these ever constructed to repel the incursions of a contemptible enemy? Was it a trivial and ordinary occasion which raised this storm of indignation in the Parliament of that day? Is the ocean ever lashed by the tempest to waft a feather or to drown a fly? Thus haughtily and jealously does this statute restrain the abuses that may be committed against the liberty of the subject by the judge, the jury, or the minister. One exception, and one exception only, does it contain. It excepts from its protection, by the 16th section, persons who may have committed, quote, any capital offense, end quote, in Scotland or in Ireland. If the principle of that exception were now open to discussion, sure I am that much might be said against its policy. On the one side, you would have to consider the mischief of letting this statute protect a capital offender from punishment by prohibiting his transmission to that jurisdiction where his crime was committed, and where alone he could be tried. On the other, you would have to weigh the danger to be feared from the abuse of such a power, which, as the Habeas Corpus Act stood, could not be resorted to in any ordinary way, but was confined to the sole and exclusive exercise of the advisers of the prerogative. You would have to consider whether it was more likely that it would be used against the guilty or the obnoxious, whether it was more likely to be used as an instrument of justice against the bad, or a pretext of oppression against the good, and finally, whether you might not apply to the subject the humane maxim of our law, that better it is that 100 guilty men should escape than that one innocent, and, let me add, meritorious man should suffer. But our ancestors have considered the question. They have decided, and until we are better satisfied than I fear we can be, that we have not degenerated from their virtue, it can scarcely become us to pass any light or hasty condemnation upon their wisdom. In this great statute, then, my lords, you have the line of demarcation between the prerogative and the people, as well as between the criminal law and the subject, defined with all the exactness and guarded by every precaution that human prudence could devise. Wretched must be the legislature whose acts you cannot trace to the first unchangeable principles of rational prerogative, of civil liberty, of equal justice. In this act you trace them all distinctly. By this act you have a solemn legislative declaration, quote, that it is incompatible with liberty to send any subject out of the realm under pretense of any crime supposed or alleged to be committed in a foreign jurisdiction, except that crime be capital. End quote. Such were the bulwarks which our ancestors drew about the sacred temple of liberty, such the ramparts by which they sought to bar out the ever-toiling ocean of arbitrary power and thought, generous credulity, that they had barred it out from their posterity forever. Little did they foresee the future race of vermin that would work their way through these mounds and let back the inundation. Little did they foresee that their labors were so like those frail and transient works that threatened for a while the haughty crimes and battlements of Troy, but so soon vanished before the force of the trident and the impulse of the waters, or that they were still more like the forms which the infant's finger traces upon the beach. The next breeze, the next tide, erases them and confounds them with the barren, undistinguished strand. The ill-omened bird that lights upon it sees nothing to mark, to allure or deter, but finds all one obliterated, unvaried waste. Et sola secum sica spatiatur arena. Still do I hope that this sacred bequest of our ancestors will have a more prosperous fortune, and be preserved by a more religious and successful care, a polar star to the wisdom of the legislator and the integrity of the judge. As such will I suppose its principle, not yet brought into disgrace, and as such, with your permission, will I still presume to argue upon that principle. So stood the law till the 2 acts of the 23rd and 24th of George II, which relate wholly to cases between county and county in England. Next followed the act of the 13th of his present Majesty, which was merely a regulation between England and Scotland. And next came the act of the 44th of the present reign, upon which you are now called on to decide, which, as between county and county, is an incorporation of the 2 acts of George II, and as between England, Scotland, and Ireland, is nearly a transcript of the 13th of the King. Under the 3rd and 4th sections of this last act, the learned counsel for the learned prosecutors, for really I think it only candid to acquit the Lord Lieutenant of the folly or the shame of this business, and to suppose that he is as innocent of the project from his temper as he must from his education be ignorant of the subject, endeavor to justify this proceeding. The construction of this act they broadly and expressly contend to be this. Firstly, they assert that it extends not only to the higher crimes, but to all offenses whatsoever. Secondly, that it extends not only to persons who may have committed offenses within any given jurisdictions, and afterwards escaped or gone out of such jurisdictions, but to all persons whether so escaping or going out or not. Thirdly, that it extends to constructive offenses, that is, to offenses committed against the laws of certain jurisdictions, committed in places not within them, by persons that never put their feet within them, but by construction of law committing them within such jurisdiction, and of course triable therein. Fourthly, that it extends peculiarly to the case of libels against the persons entrusted with the powers of government, or with offices in the state, and fifthly, that it extends not only to offenses committed after the commencement of the act, but also to offenses at any period, however remotely previous to the existence of the statute. That is, that it is to have an ex post facto operation. The learned prosecutors have been forced into the necessity of supporting these last monstrous positions, because, upon the return to the writ, and upon the affidavits, it appears, and has been expressly admitted in the argument, firstly, that the supposed libel upon these noble and learned prosecutors relates to the unhappy circumstances that took place in Ireland on the 23rd of July, 1803, and of course must have been published subsequent thereto. And secondly, that Mr. Justice Johnson, from the beginning of 1802 to the present hour, was never for a moment in England, but was constantly resident in Ireland, so that his guilt, whatever it may be, must arise from some act of necessity committed in Ireland, and by no physical possibility committed or capable of being committed in England. These are the positions upon which a learned chancellor and a learned judge come forward to support their cause, and to stake their character, each in the face of his country, and both in the face of the British Empire. These are the positions which, thank God, it belongs to my nature to abhor, and to my education to despise, and which it is this day my most prompt and melancholy duty to refute and to resist, most prompt in obeying, most grieved at the occasion that calls for such obedience. We must now examine this act of the 44th of the King, and in doing so I trust you will seek some nobler assistance than can be found in the principles or the practice of day rules or sidebar motions, something more worthy a liberal and learned court, acting under a religious sense of their duty to their king, their country, and their God, than the feeble and pedantic aid of a stunted verbal interpretation, straining upon its tiptoe to peep over the syllable that stands between it and meaning. If your object were merely to see if its words could be tortured into a submission to a vindicate interpretation, you would have only to endorse the construction that those learned prosecutors have put upon it, and that with as much grave deliberation as Mr. Justice Bell has vouchsafed to endorse the warrant which my Lord Ellenborough has thought fit to issue under its authority. You would then have only to look at it, ut legulius quidam cautus actque actuus presentor. Lord Avonmore. No, Mr. Curran, you forget. It is not presentor, it is legulius quidam cautus actque actuus preco actionem cantor formarum anceps syllabarum. Mr. Curran. I thank you, my lord, for the assistance, and I am the more grateful because when I consider the laudable and successful efforts that have been made of late to make science domestic and familiar, and to emancipate her from the trammels of scholarship, as well as the just suspicion under which the harborers and abettors of those outlawed classics have fallen, I see at what a risk you have ventured to help me out. And yet see, my lord, if you are prudent in trusting yourself to the honor of an accomplice. Think, should I be prosecuted for this misprison of learning, if I could resist the temptation of escaping by turning evidence against so notorious a delinquent as you, my good lord, and so confessedly more criminal than myself, or perhaps than any other man in the empire. To examine this act, then, my lords, we must revert to the 3 English statutes, of which it is a transcript. The first of these is the 23rd of George II, chapter 26 and 11. So much of the title as relates to our present inquiry is, quote, for the apprehending of persons in any county or place upon warrants granted by justices of the peace in any other county or place, end quote. See now section 2 that contains the preamble and inaction as to this subject. Quote, and whereas it frequently happens that persons against whom warrants are granted by justices of the peace for the several counties within this kingdom escape into other counties or places out of the jurisdiction of the justices of the peace, granting such warrants, and thereby avoid being punished for the offenses wherewith they are charged, for remedy whereof be it enacted by the authority aforesaid, that from and after the 24th day of June, 1750, in case any person against whom a legal warrant shall be issued by any justice or justices of the peace, for any county, riding, division, city, liberty, town, or place within this kingdom, shall escape or go into any other county, riding, division, city, liberty, town, or place, out of the jurisdiction of the justice, or justices granting such warrant as aforesaid, it shall and may be lawful for any justice of the peace of the county, riding, division, city, liberty, town, or place, to which such person shall have gone or escaped to endorse such warrant, upon application made to him for that purpose, and to cause the person against whom the same shall have been issued to be apprehended and sent to the justice or justices who granted such warrant, or to some other justice or justices of the county, riding, division, city, liberty, town, or place, from whence such person shall have gone or escaped, to the end that he or she may be dealt with according to law, any law, or usage to the contrary notwithstanding. End quote. This act was amended by the 24th of the same reign, the title of which was, quote, an act for amending and making more effectual a clause in an act passed in the last session of Parliament for the apprehending of persons in any county or place upon warrants granted by justices of the peace of any county or place. End quote. It then recites the 11th section of the 23rd of George II and proceeds, quote, and whereas such offender or offenders may reside or be in some other county, riding, division, city, liberty, town, or place, out of the jurisdictions of the justice or justices granting such warrant as aforesaid, before the granting such warrant, and without escaping or going out of the county, riding, division, city, liberty, town, or place, after such warrant granted. End quote. I shall reserve a more particular examination of these 2 acts for that head of my argument that shall necessarily require it. At present I shall only observe, firstly, that they are manifestly prospective; secondly, that they operate only as between county and county in England; thirdly, that they clearly and distinctly go to all offenders whatsoever, who may avoid trial and punishment of their offenses by escaping from the jurisdiction in which they were committed, and were, of course, triable and punishable; and fourthly, that provision is made for bailing the persons so arrested in the place where taken, if the offenses charged upon them were bailable by law. In the 13th of his present Majesty, it was thought fit to make a law with respect to criminals escaping from England to Scotland, and vice versa, and of that act the present statute of the 44th is a transcript, and upon this statute arises the first question made by the prosecutors, namely, whether, like the acts of the 23rd and 24th of George II, which were merely between county and county, it extended indiscriminately to the lowest as well as to the highest offenses, or whether the 13th and 44th, which go to kingdom and kingdom, are not confined to some, and to what particular species of offenses. The preamble to these two statutes, so far as they bear upon our present question, is contained in the 3rd section of the 44th, the act now under consideration, and there is not a word in it that is not most material. It says, quote, "Whereas it may frequently happen that felons and other malefactors in Ireland may make their escape into Great Britain, and also that felons and other malefactors in Great Britain may make their escape into Ireland, whereby their crimes remain unpunished." End quote. There being no sufficient provision by the laws now in force in Great Britain and Ireland, respectively, for apprehending such offenders and transmitting them into that part of the United Kingdom in which their offenses were committed, it is enacted, quote, "for remedy whereof," end quote, etc., that, quote, "if any person against whom a warrant shall be issued by any justice of the peace in Ireland, for any crime or offence against the laws of Ireland, shall escape, go into, reside, or be in any place in England or Scotland, it shall be lawful for any justice of the peace, for the place, whither or where such person shall escape, etc., to endorse his name on such warrant, which warrant so endorsed shall be a sufficient authority to the person bringing it to execute the same, by apprehending the person against whom it is granted, and to convey him by the most direct way into Ireland, and before a justice living near the place where he shall land, which justice shall proceed with regard to him as if he had been legally apprehended in such county of Ireland." End quote. The 4th section makes the same provision for escapes from England or Scotland into Ireland. The statute goes on and directs that the expenses of such removal shall be repaid to the person defraying the same by the treasurer of the county in which the crime was committed, and the treasurer is to be allowed for it in his accounts. To support the construction that takes in all possible offenses of all possible degrees, you have been told, and upon the grave authority of notable cases, that the enacting part of a statute may go beyond its preamble, that it cannot be restrained by the preamble, and still less by the title, that here the enacting clause was the words, quote, "any offense," end quote, and that, quote, "any offense," end quote, must extend to every offense, and of course to the offense in question. If the question had been of a lighter kind, you might perhaps have smiled at the parade of authorities produced to establish what no lawyer ever thinks of denying. They would have acted with more advantage to the justice of the country, though perhaps not to the wishes of their clients, if they had reminded your lordships that, in the construction of statutes, the preamble and even the title itself may give some assistance to the judge in developing its meaning and its extent. If they had reminded you that remedial laws are to be construed liberally, and penal laws with the utmost strictness and caution, and when they contend that a supposed liable is within the letter of this law, they would have done well to have added that it is a maxim that there may be cases within the letter of a statute which, notwithstanding, the judge is bound to reject, from its operation being incompatible with its spirit. They would have done well in adding that the judge is bound so to construe all laws as not infringe upon any of the known rules of religion or morality, any of the known rules of distributive justice, any of the established principles of liberties and rights of the subject, and that it is no more than a decent and becoming deference to the legislator to assume as certain that whatever words he may have used, he could not possibly have meant anything that upon the face of it was palpably absurd, immoral, or unjust. These are the principles on which I am persuaded this court will always act, because I know them to be the principles on which every court of justice ought to act. And I abstain studiously from appealing to any judicial decisions in support of them, because to fortify them by precedent or authority would be to suppose them liable to be called in question. There is another rule which I can easily excuse the learned gentleman from adverting to, and that is, that when many statutes are made in pari materia, any one of them is to be construed, not independently of the others, but with a reference to the entire code, of which it is only a component part. On these grounds, then, I say, the 44th was not, and could not, be intended to go to all offences whatsoever. End of section 55, part 2 of 5. Section 56 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 4. In the case of Justice Johnson, Civil Liberty, and Arbitrary Arrests. Part 3 of 5. By John Philpott Curran. First, because the acts of 23rd and 24th of George II had already prescribed, quote, all persons, end quote, by words of the most general and comprehensive kind. If the framers of the 13th and 44th meant to carry these acts to the same length, they had the words of the former acts before their eyes. And yet they have used very different words, a clear proof, in my mind, that they meant to convey a very different meaning. In these latter acts they use very singular words, quote, felons and other malefactors, end quote. That these words are somewhat loose and indefinite, I make no difficulty of admitting. But will any man that understands English deny that they describe offenses of a higher and more enormous degree? You are told that felon does not necessarily mean a capital offender, because there are felonies not capital, the name being derived from the forfeiture, not of life, but of property. You are also told that malefactor means generally an ill-doer, and, in that sense, that every offender is a malefactor. But the 13th and 44th states this class to be felons and malefactors, for whose transmission from kingdom to kingdom, quote, no sufficient provision was made by the laws now in force, end quote. Now I think it is not unfair reasoning to say that this act extends to a class of offenders whose transmission was admitted to be not incompatible with the just liberty of the subject of England, but for whose transmission the legislature could not say there was no provision, but for whose transmission it was clear that there was not a sufficient provision, though there was some provision. If you can find any class so circumstanced, that is, exclusively liable by law to be so transmitted, the meaning of the words, quote, felons and other malefactors, end quote, becomes fixed and must necessarily refer to such class. Now that class is expressly described in the Habeas Corpus Act, because it declares the transmission of all persons to be illegal, except only persons charged with capital crimes. For their apprehension and transmission there was a provision, the mandatum regis, that is, the discretionary exercise of the prerogative. That power had therefore been used in cases of treason, as in Lundy's case, so in the case of Lord Sanchar, Carlisle, the principal in the murder of Turner, committed in London by the procurement of Lord Sanchar, was arrested in Scotland, whither he had fled by the order of King James I, and brought back to England, where he was executed for the crime, as was Lord Sanchar, the accessory before the fact. But such interference of the prerogative might be granted or withheld at pleasure, could be applied for only with great difficulty and expense, and therefore might well be called an insufficient provision. No provision for such a purpose can be sufficient, unless, instead of depending on the caprice of men in power, it can be resorted to in the ordinary course of law. You have, therefore, my lords, to elect between two constructions. one which makes an adequate provision for carrying the exception in the 16th section of the Habeas Corpus Act into effect, and the other a complete and radical repeal of that sacred security for the freedom of Englishmen. But further, the spirit and the letter of the habeas corpus law is that the party interested shall, without a moment's delay, be bailed, if the offense be bailable, but if misdemeanors are within this act, then an English subject, arrested under an Irish warrant, cannot be bailed within any part of the realm of England, but must be carried forward, in the custody of Irish bailiffs, to the seashore of his country, where he is to be embarked in such vessel as they think proper, and if it should be the good pleasure of his guardians to let him land alive in any part of Ireland, then, and not till then, may he apply to an Irish justice to admit him to bail in a foreign country, where he is a perfect stranger, and where none but an idiot could expect to find any man disposed to make himself responsible for his appearance. Can you, my lords, bring your minds easily to believe that such a tissue of despotism and folly could have been the sober and deliberate intention of the legislature? But further, under the acts of George II, even from one county to the next, the warrant by the first justice must be authenticated upon oath before it can be endorsed by the second. But in this act, between perhaps the remotest regions of different kingdoms, no authentication is required, and upon the endorsement of, perhaps, a forged warrant, which the English justice has no means of inquiring into, a British subject is to be marched through England and carried over sea to Ireland, there to learn in the county of Kerry or Galway or Derry that he had been torn from his family, his friends, his business, to the annihilation of his credit, the ruin of his affairs, the destruction of his health, in consequence of a mistake, or a practical joke, or an inhuman or remorseless project of vindictive malice, and that he is then at liberty to return, if he be able, that he may have a good action at law against the worthy and responsible bailiff that abused him, if he be foolish enough to look for him, or unfortunate enough to find him. Can you, my lords, be brought seriously to believe that such a construction would not be the foulest aspersion upon the wisdom and justice of the legislature? I said, my lords, that an Englishman may be taken upon the endorsement of a forged warrant. Let me not be supposed such a simpleton as to think the danger of forgery makes a shade of difference in the subject. I know too well that calendar of saints, the Irish justices. I am too much in the habit of prosecuting and defending them every term and every commission, not to be able to guess at what price a customer might have real warrants by the dozen, and without much sagacity we might calculate the average expense of their endorsement at the other side of the water. But further yet, the Act provides that the expense of such transmission shall be paid at the end of the journey by the place where the crime has been committed. But who is to supply the expenses, by the way? What sort of prosecutors do you think the more likely to advance those expenses, an angry minister or a vindictive individual? I can easily see that such a construction would give a most effectual method of getting rid of a troublesome political opponent, or a rival in trade, or a rival in love, or of quickening the undutiful lingering of an ancestor that felt not the maturity of his heir. But I cannot bring myself to believe that a sober legislature, when the common rights of humanity seem to be beaten into their last entrenchment, and to make their last stand, I trust in God a successful one, in the British Empire, would choose exactly that awful crisis for destroying the most vital principles of common justice and liberty, or of showing to these nations that their treasure and their blood were to be wasted in struggling for the noble privilege of holding the right of freedom, of habitation, and of country, at the courtesy of every little irritable officer of state, or our worshipful rivets and bells and medlicots, and their trusty and well-beloved cousins and catchpoles. But, my lords, even if the prosecutor should succeed, which for the honour and character of Ireland I trust he cannot, in wringing from the bench an admission that all offenses whatsoever are within this act, he will have only commenced his honorable cause. He will only have arrived at the vestibule of atrocity. He has now to show that Mr. Johnson is within the description of a malefactor, making his escape into Ireland, whereby his offense may remain unpunished, and liable to be arrested under a warrant endorsed in that place, whither or where such person shall escape, go into, reside, or be. For this inquiry you must refer to the 23rd and 24th George II. The first of these, 23rd, chapter 11, recites the mischief, quote, that persons against whom warrants are granted escape into other counties, and thereby avoid being punished, end quote. The enacting part then gives the remedy, quote, the justice for the place into which such person shall have gone or escaped shall endorse the original warrant, and the person accused shall thereunder be sent to the justice who granted it, to be by him dealt with, etc. End quote. If words can be plain, these words are so. They extend to persons actually committing crimes within a jurisdiction, and actually escaping into some other after warrant granted, and thereby avoiding trial. In this act there were found two defects. Firstly, it did not comprehend persons changing their abode before warrant issued, and whose removing, as not being a direct flight from pursuit, could scarcely be called an escape. Secondly, it did not give the second justice a power to bail, and here you see how essential to justice it was deemed that the person arrested should be bailed on the spot and the moment of arrest, if the charge were bailable. Accordingly, the 24th of George II, chapter 55, was made. After reciting the former act and the class of offenders thereby described, namely, actual offenders actually escaping, it recites that, quote, whereas such offenders may reside or be in some other county before the warrant granted, and without escaping or going out of the county after such warrant granted, end quote, it then enacts, quote, that the justice for such place where such person shall escape, go into, reside, or be, shall endorse, etc., and may bail if bailable, or transmit, end quote, etc. Now the construction of these two acts taken together is manifestly this. It takes in every person who, being in any jurisdiction and committing an offense therein, escaping after warrant, or without escaping after warrant, going into some other jurisdiction, and who shall there reside, that is, permanently abide, or shall be, that is, permanently, so as to be called a resident. Now here it is admitted that Mr. Johnson was not within the realm of England since the beginning of 1802, more than a year before the offense existed, and therefore you are gravely called upon to say that he is the person who made his escape from a place where he never was, and into a place which he had never left. To let in this wise and humane instruction, see what you are called upon to do. The statute makes such persons liable to arrest, if they shall have done certain things, to wit, if they shall escape, go into, reside, or be, but if the fact of simply being, i.e., existing in another jurisdiction, is sufficient to make them so liable, it follows, of course, that the only two verbs that imply doing anything, that is, escape or go into, must be regarded as superfluous, that is, that the legislature had no idea whatsoever to be conveyed by them when they used them, and therefore are altogether expunged and rejected. Such, my lords, are the strange and unnatural monsters that may be produced by the union of malignity and folly. I cannot but own that I feel an indignant and perhaps ill-natured satisfaction in reflecting that my own country cannot monopolize the derision and detestation that such a production must attract. It was originally conceived by the wisdom of the East. It has made its escape and come into Ireland under the sanction of the first criminal judge of the empire, where, I trust in God, we shall have only to feel shame or anger at the insolence of the visit, without the melancholy aggravation of such an execrable guest continuing to reside or to be among us. On the contrary, I will not dismiss the cheering expectation from my heart that your decision, my lords, will show the British nation that a country having as just and as proud an idea of liberty as herself is not an unworthy ally in the great contest for the rights of humanity, is no unworthy associate in resisting the progress of barbarity and military despotism, and in defending against its enemies that great system of British freedom in which we have now a common interest, and under the ruins of which, if it should be overthrown, we must be buried in a common destruction. I am not ignorant, my lords, that this extraordinary construction has received the sanction of another court, nor of the surprise and dismay with which it smote upon the general heart of the bar. I am aware that I may have the mortification of being told in another country of that unhappy decision, and I foresee in what confusion I shall hang down my head when I am told it. But I cherish, too, the consolatory hope that I shall be able to tell them that I had an old and learned friend whom I would put above all the sweepings of their hall, who was of a different opinion, who had derived his ideas of civil liberty from the purest fountains of Athens and of Rome, who had fed the youthful vigor of his studious mind with the theoretic knowledge of their wisest philosophers and statesmen, and who had refined the theory into the quick and exquisite sensibility of moral instinct by contemplating the practice of their most illustrious examples, by dwelling on the sweet-souled piety of Cimon, on the anticipated Christianity of Socrates, on the gallant and pathetic patriotism of Epaminondas, on that pure austerity of Fabricius, whom to move from his integrity would have been more difficult than to have pushed the sun from his course. I would add that if he had seemed to hesitate, it was but for a moment, that his hesitation was like the passing cloud that floats across the morning sun and hides it from the view, and does so for a moment, hide it by involving the spectator without even approaching the face of the luminary. And this soothing hope I draw from the dearest and tenderest recollections of my life, from the remembrance of those Attic nights and those refections of the gods which we have spent with those admired and respected and beloved companions who have gone before us, over whose ashes the most precious tears of Ireland have been shed. Yes, my good lord, I see you do not forget them. I see their sacred forms passing in sad review before your memory. I see your pained and softened fancy recalling those happy meetings when the innocent enjoyment of social mirth expanded into the nobler warmth of social virtue, and the horizon of the board became enlarged into the horizon of man, when the swelling heart conceived and communicated the pure and generous purpose, when my slenderer and younger taper imbibed its borrowed light from the more mature and redundant fountain of yours. Yes, my lord, we can remember those nights without any other regret than that they can never more return, for, quote, we spent them not in toys or lust or wine, but search of deep philosophy, wit, eloquence, and poesy, arts which I loved, for they, my friend, were thine. End quote. But, my lords, to return to a subject from which to have thus far departed, I think may not be wholly without excuse. The express object of the 44th was to send persons from places where they were not triable by law back to the places that had jurisdiction to try them. And in those very words does Mr. Justice Blackstone observe on the 13th of the King that it was made to prevent impunity by escape, by giving a power of, quote, sending back, end quote, such offenders as had so escaped. This topic of argument would now naturally claim its place in the present discussion. I mention it now that it might not be supposed that I meant to pretermit so important a consideration, and I only mention it because it will connect itself with a subsequent head of this inquiry in a manner more forcibly applicable to the object, when, I think I may venture to say, it will appear to demonstration that if the offense charged upon the defendant be triable at all, it is triable in Ireland, and nowhere else, and of course that the prosecutors are acting in direct violation of the statute when they seek to transport him from a place where he can be tried into another country that can have no possible jurisdiction over him. End of section 56, part 3 of 5.